All right, you guys. Ticket TV live stream. Shouts out to the LDBC. Salute to A Weapons. You rep Midlife Music. Press one if you guys can hear me in the comment section, man. Let me get a mic check real quick as y'all come on in here because I want to touch on this and talk about this situation. So again, uh, press one if you guys can hear me. Got a mic check. 1 2 1 2. And salute to everybody that's in the building. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me um, as y'all come on in. Um, Appreciate all of y'all that's gonna tap in. Can y'all hear me? Hey, y'all press one if y'all can hear me in the comments, man. Press one if you guys can hear me in the comment section. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me? I bet. Appreciate somebody pressing one. Let me know. All right, man. Before I got started, I said a whole bunch of stuff, and then find out y'all can't hear me, and I got to go back and start over again. All right, man. So look, man. Let's talk about the situation with the Lakers, man. All right. So, the Lakers, who obviously, you know, Jeannie Buss sold the team to one of the minor owners of the team, and now he's a major owner. Genie will still stay in a governing position, but the team now has new, basically, majority ownership by the LA Dodgers owner. Um, the Lakers have now expressed serious interest in Andrew Wiggins. Now, according to the reports, they have called the Miami Heat and asked the Miami Heat what it would take for them to get their hands on Andrew Wiggins. So obviously, the Lakers are looking at a guy like Andrew Wiggins. Now, first of all, um, I think that JJ Redick is a horrible coach. I feel as if JJ Redick uh, got completely exposed in the playoffs for being an amateur. I believe that JJ Redick, um, his pride, uh, and his thoughts that what he could just draw up on a podcast, he thinks that he can just come out here in a real game and execute that like it isn't other factors that are involved. JJ Redick, who was a professional basketball player in the NBA himself, should know good and well. But obviously, he didn't learn lessons from his own career and the things that he's been through in his career. So, I mean, hey, it is what it is. Um, my thoughts on the Lakers uh, pursuing Andrew Wiggins. They're going to have to give up Austin Reaves, Roy Hachimura, some package around those guys. You have to ask yourself, is it worth it? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. I don't think it's worth it, y'all. I don't think it's worth. And maybe y'all can let me know in the comment section. Maybe I'm tripping. You know what I'm saying? Um, Yo, can y'all hear me? The comment section just froze up. Let me know if y'all can hear me in the comments. Comment section just froze up. I'm gonna say this again. You know what I mean? And I'm just gonna be honest with y'all, man. I don't believe uh, that uh, that would be a good deal. And the reason why I say that is this. Um, the reason why I say that is this. The two guys have given you great production before, and I'm talking about Austin Reeves and Roy Hachimura. They're both starters, pretty much, uh, and we've seen them give great production. And listen, some people are not as high on Austin Reeves. I like Austin Reeves. I'm high on Austin Reeves. I know he had a bad playoffs this past year, but I'm high on Austin Reeves, just not defensively. And I know the Lakers want more 3 and D guys. But from what I've seen, I just gotta be honest with y'all. From what I've seen from Wiggins, man, ain't no way, man. From the Lakers, I wouldn't even be looking at that type of deal. From what I saw from Wiggins, the last since the years they won a championship in Golden State, since that year, Andrew Wiggins ain't looked nothing like what he used to be at all. And he looked like he completely fell off the side of a cliff. There's no way in the world I would invest money or assets into Andrew, those type of assets. I'm saying into Andrew Wiggins, who I haven't seen that level from on either end, offensively or defensively. I haven't seen it from Wiggins. He hadn't even been close to a 19-point player. It has looked like absolute ghost town with that guy, man. And it's like you got to beg him to be aggressive now. Former number one overall pick. It's like, bro, he used to be a bucket. Like you can used to count on him to give you 19, 20 points a game. Blase, blah. Bro, he's not it, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm not giving up a young Austin Reaves and a young Roy Hachimura. I'm not doing it for him. And you know, Fat Riley's gonna want both of those guys and one more guy off that bench. I'm not doing it. I'm just being honest with y'all, man. If I'm the Lakers, it's not. Listen, you like that type of player. I mean, that mold of a player, but he's not it. He's not it. Not from what I've seen, man. He's not the same player no more, bro. He's not the same player no more, man. Um, I wouldn't even uh, look, and I'm just talking purely from a basketball perspective. I'm not trolling. I'm not trying to be funny. You know what I'm saying? Um, I just wouldn't do it. You know, he's not a guy that I'm looking at that I say, yo, I want him on a team with Luka Donic going forward. No way. He doesn't have the proper aggressiveness, especially the money that's going to be invested in him. No way. I know he probably got his contract may be expiring soon, but nah, that's not a guy, man. That's not Wiggins is not a guy that I'm giving up uh, Austin Reaves and I'm giving up Roy Hachimura for. And I'm telling y'all this. Trust me when I put this out there. It's going to take both of those guys to get that deal done. Roy Hachimura and also, and really, I'm gonna be honest with you, that helps the Miami Heat fill around their roster. You know what I'm saying? Because the Miami Heat are lacking a star. That Roy Hachimura and Austin Reaves would help them fill around that roster and give them the pieces they need around a star player. If I'm the Lakers, I ain't giving up those assets. Pastor, what's going on? I ain't no way in hell I'm giving up those assets, man. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I cannot give up those type of assets for Andrew Wiggins. From what I've seen from Andrew Wiggins the last couple of years, ain't happening. I'm not giving you Reeves or Roy. Both of those guys have shown me that if given consistent looks and consistent minutes, that they can perform. Reeves just didn't play well in that last series that we saw him in. You know what I mean? And so when they're looking, when they're going at that, you know Pat Riley's going to demand Austin Reeves. I'm not giving it up. There's no way. Ain't no way in hell. And I know a lot of y'all gonna say Tiki, but Austin Reeves, he didn't play well in the playoffs. He doesn't look well defensive. Man, listen, bro. The only way I'm giving up Austin Reeves. What did Austin Reeves average this year? Like almost 20 points a game. He averaged like 18, 19. No way. Mm-mm. I know a lot of y'all, my boy Kareem. A lot of y'all don't like Austin Reeves, but I'm sorry, man. Uh, Austin Reeves not this scrub people want to make y'all think he is. Uh, the kid can really play. He's a big time player. You can see it in him. Oh, he averaged 20. The guy averaged 20 points per game. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. Bro, listen, let me tell y'all something. Austin Reeves, he's not leaving the Lakers team unless if I package him along with Roy Hachimura and whatever else I can. The only way I do that is if I'm getting a guy like Sabonis. You give me somebody of Sabonis' level or up. I'm talking about for those guys combined. Give me Sabonis or that level, around his level, or somebody up, or we ain't got no deal. I'm not doing Andrew Wiggins. I'm sorry, man. Andrew Wiggins don't show me I can't roll like that. Andrew Wiggins ain't. When I heard the Lakers was interested in asking what they was looking at for him, man, there ain't no way. And I hope the Lakers don't get into a crazy situation where their future is messed up. And I'm talking about future. I ain't talking about this next year. I'm talking about after this next year because you don't gave up two young assets. Uh, to go get Andrew Wiggins who ain't done a damn thing. And I'm just being honest with y'all, right? So me personally, and the reason why I say Sabonis is because I'm thinking about the future, and I will put Sabonis with Luka. I love that combination because Sabonis passes the ball, he moves the ball, and what I would do is I would go get one of those athletic bigs. You know what I'm saying? That Luka likes as a lob threat to go along with that for the near future. What up, man? You there now?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Yeah, what's up, man? The Lakers, let me see. I mean, Andrew Wiggins not bad. We see what he looked like being a complementary piece, whether he's a second or third option for a team, just like the Golden State Warriors. The only difference is more so just how will he fit with the system with Luka. I think it'll fit well, but I feel like it should not. If they're gonna make a trade, they gotta get a right player for the right who can rightfully fit in with Luka, which I think Luka can fit in with anybody, especially Wiggins, right? Since he was able to fit with what's his name, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and also play alongside with Jonathan Kuminga. He was still giving you a good 19, 20 points and good reliable defense. I don't think this will be a bad trade. They got the players to trade up to get him possibly, but like you stated before, they showing interest. But I don't think it'll be bad because I know they're gonna make a trade. But I don't think this Andrew Wiggins is a bad trade. If they do try to go all out to get him, but I still think there's better options. They can
Is
go
there?
get
But
him.
hold on. Is there a trade out there for Austin Reaves and or Roy Hachimura? I think there is, but I'm talking about, is there a trade that makes the Lakers better going forward? Not just this coming up season, but after that. See, that's the only way. See, I think people got to understand. I'm not making no deal trying to go for it all next season. I need a deal that's going to help me win now and 2-3 years from now. If I'm giving up Reaves and Hachimura.
I think Wiggins is a perfect
I disagree. He washed up. He don't look nowhere near the same. He haven't been the same since they won a championship. Go look at his numbers. Go look at his production. Watch the tape. The dude has been washed up. He's been absolute ass. We got to be honest about that. That dude has been ass. Ever since the Golden State Warriors won a championship, Wiggins have been ass, bro.
Oh, let me see.
But I already know how. I know how Pat Riley operates. Pat Riley's not doing that deal unless he getting Austin Reaves and Roy Hachimura. I know that. And if I'm the Lakers, ain't no way in hell I'm doing that. I'm not doing that to Luka Donic going forward. Wiggins is not aggressive enough, man. His defense ain't where it was. Bro, the dude's whole game had fell off, bro.
I get that, but when he plays like 30 minutes, he give you 17 points a game.
Hold on, no. What you mean?
No, I'm just saying that's pretty good, and you can't ignore the
fact.
No.
Hold on. Where you getting them numbers from?
Those are numbers he was averaging.
When?
17 when he was with the Warriors, and 19
No,
when he
I ain't
was
talking about the Warriors. I'm talking about just past season.
When the games he was playing with the Heat, he played.
No. I'm talking about just past season. Yeah, pull up the stats.
It's 19 points out of 32 minutes.
No. What's the percentage?
45.8 from the field goal, 36.0 from 3-point range.
I don't like him still. I'm looking at it now. He did average 18. Guess what? Austin Reaves averaged 20.
But Andrew Wiggins is a way better defender than Austin Reaves.
No. But you're not hearing me though. Andrew Wiggins was putting up those numbers later on in the season because he was forced to be the number one option with the Miami Heat. You understand what I'm saying to you? You understand what I'm saying?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so on a Lakers team, let me give you an example. The Golden State Warriors, they had their offense spread around more because they didn't have they wanted him to be the second option. With the Lakers going into next season, he ain't going to be the second option. So what is his production going to be as a third option? Then the year after that, I just don't trust it, bro. I don't trust. Like I said before, I don't trust it, man. And I'm telling you, Pat Riley is going to ask for Austin Reaves and Roy Hachimura. And if I'm the Lakers, I'd never do that deal. Ever.
I agree with you, Ticket. I wouldn't trade for Andrew Wiggins either for the Lakers. The Lakers should be great.
Have you really watched Wiggins since they won a championship, dog?
I watched a few games, and he's not what he used to be.
It don't look nowhere near this. I know he got some numbers there, but it don't look nowhere near what he did the year they won the championship and the years before that. It just don't look the same.
Yeah, he digressed, and the game is not in him anymore. He's just there for the check, and he just like, hey,
The numbers, the stats. He always gonna have the stats. It's looking like that, but he's never. Think about this. He's only been an All-Star one time. This man been in the league 11 years. One-time All-Star. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Me personally, I'm looking at optics and how the Lakers team operates. I don't like his game mixing with Luka Donic going forward. I just don't. I don't like his game. Listen, and I'm gonna say this again. Me personally, I like I said, if you're the Lakers, I'm going to get a big. I'm going to get two bigs, a rim runner, and I want to get a Sabonis type of cat. I want to get a defensive big that can rim run, block shots. You know what I'm saying? Somebody like a Claxton over there in Brooklyn. And then beside him at the 4, I want a guy like Sabonis. Then what do I want? 3-and-D guys surrounding Luka. Because I know how Luka's going to play. Give me one other playmaker, like a guy who can just go get you 18 at the guard spot. Sort of like mimicking what they had with the Mavs. See what I'm saying? Because you can get the Lakers got great assets, bro. You don't understand this. You can go get a big in a league, a serviceable big, for Roy Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, and a couple second-round picks.
Agreed. Agree. You got to bring in the management, the new management, and the new owner for the Lakers, so they could definitely make some moves within this offseason to get some players. We don't really got to make no trade though. They don't got to make no trade.
But think about what I just said to you though. That it can be done. It can be done. I just don't, like I said before, I'm thinking about Luka and the Lakers after next season going forward. I'm looking at, listen, I kind of do want to recreate what he had in Dallas that last year. You know what I'm saying? Because that's, to me, that's kind of the key. And so I would want that type of situation, man. And I'm gonna tell you something else that y'all sleeping on. And I'm gonna tell y'all something that the Lakers could be looking at in the near future. The way the Boston Celtics is blowing that team up, and I don't know how Pastor thinks about this. After he comes back after next season on that injury, I'm got my eyes locked on Tatum. Because I'm telling you right now, Pastor, I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm telling you right now, the way the Boston Celtics is blowing that team up, I don't think that Tatum's fully going to be on board how they look when he come back. And he may make a major push to get placed somewhere, and I believe that could be the Lakers. What's your thoughts, Pastor? I see you in here.
If he does that, that's the year the Lakers should have the money to pursue him. So I'm with that. I think you've been a little naive, Ticket, when you spew out some of the stuff you're saying today, because it ain't that simple to go out here and get these centers that you're talking about. It really isn't. If it was, the Lakers have been done it. You're not getting these guys for second-round picks. You're not. These guys, they're demanding first-round picks for them.
No, I'm saying, but you're giving up. But you're giving up. I'm saying, for example, you're giving up Roy. How much did Roy average this year? Around 15? Something like that?
I think 13 or 14. But, again, they still view Roy Hachimura as just an average to below average contract, unfortunately. Even though he's making $18 million, they just view him as an offensive guy. He's very limited defensively because he's an undersized big, in their opinion, and he doesn't have the foot speed or the movement to guard threes. The Lakers,
you don't think you can get Claxton? You don't think you can get a Claxton in a deal?
No, not at all. Not at all. They'd already had him. If they could have got Claxton for Rui, one other player, and seconds, they'd have already had Claxton.
Who do they give up?
He would be a Laker.
Who do they get? I forgot. Who do they give up to get the Mark guy first?
To get who?
Who was they going to give up to get the Mark guy at first from?
Remember, Charlotte? Mark is on a rookie deal though. He was only making $4 million, but they still was giving up 2 first-round picks and Dalton Knecht. So Dalton Knecht was really a 17th pick. So that's a first rounder. You're giving up your first-round pick and a swap. So for this guy,
no, I'm glad you said it to me. So you don't think that could do it? Dalton Knecht being the pick he was at, Roy, and then a pick. You don't think that could do it?
No, Because if they could, they probably would already have Claxton. They want 2 legitimate first-round picks for Claxton. And they're not most teams ain't gonna play that for Claxton. They think
Let
his
me,
contract is decent, but he's still a little bit limited here and there.
but
But
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. Do you think that was because they didn't try? Because see, I don't think I don't think they would have tried to put Austin Reaves in a deal.
they're never gonna
at the
put.
deadline
They're
last
not.
year.
They're not putting Austin Reaves in any deal that doesn't involve pretty much a multi-time All-Star or a superstar. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. So, like these guys you're talking about, his name would never even come up. Like
Well,
if
hold on,
Pat Riley even
but
hold
Sabonis
on.
is though, Pastor. Sabonis
If
is.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Ticket, I'm telling you, if Sacramento called and said they want to do Sabonis and they asked for Austin Reeves, the Lakers hang the phone up. They don't even talk to him.
What?
I'm telling y'all, bro.
How many All-Star games Sabonis on made,
It
Pastor?
doesn't matter. Sabonis, first off, he's not a great fit because he's
Nope.
slow of foot. He is a good passer and a scorer, but he's weak defensively. He doesn't protect the rim. He's not a lob threat. So he's not the perfect fit with Luka. And you say he's a great passer on that, but he got to have a ball to do that. With
Yep.
Luka, he keeps the ball. So
Yep.
Sabonis is a horrible
So,
fit.
but let
And
me
the
give you
Lakers
this.
ain't giving up. And Sabonis got a horrible contract now. He's making all
Let,
that money. No, the Lakers not even considering
okay,
Sabonis.
let me give you these numbers though, Pat. Let me give you his numbers this past season.
He won't. Here's the
Not,
thing. It won't. Hey,
not,
hold on. Ticket. It ain't gonna matter because in that team he had the ball. With
yeah,
the
no.
Lakers,
I
he
want to show
wouldn't.
you one. I want to show you one specific number that I think that I
All
don't
right.
know if you thought about.
All
Okay,
right.
so he had 19 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists last year, 59% from the field, 41.7% from the three, Pastor.
He's very limited on the 3-pointers that he shoots, which I understand.
Oh, so
He's
let me
not.
see. Let me check
He's
that.
a
Let me check
super
that.
low. How many did he shoot a game?
Okay, you're right. Okay, so
Yeah,
he
he's
shot.
very low
He shot.
volume on the. Hold on, he's very low volume on the 3. And here's the biggest thing: the number one plus of Sabonis would be rebounding. That's it. His number one asset he would bring would be rebounding.
You don't
He
think his
can't.
ability to score can help either in the
He
post?
can score, but he gives it all back on the defensive end. I'm telling you right now, the Lakers are not considering Sabonis at all, bro. I'm telling you right now, they're not. One
Pastor,
because of his
let me say this.
fit.
Now,
I've
Pastor,
seen
you
Two,
it.
said
I've
that. Now,
seen it
Pastor,
in the
listen, I'm
mock
gonna
trade.
let you have it after this, Pastor, because Martavian, everybody's in. So I'm gonna let you have it. Because I'm gonna listen to what you're saying, but I want to say this to you. Now, you just said that, right?
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
Sabonis, Pastor, has made 3 NBA All-Star. No, he's made 3 NBA All-Star teams, Pastor. He's been top 10 MVP 2 out of the last 3 years. Top 10 MVP vote. Top 10 Defensive Player of the Year vote last year. Top All NBA the last 2 years, or the last 2 out of 3 years. He was number 8 and number 7 MVP vote in the last 2 out of 3 years.
And
Hold on. So, no, what I'm saying to you is this, Pastor. I'm saying you're saying that the Lakers wouldn't give up Austin Reeves for that?
no,
Man,
I'm telling you right now,
that's
they would
crazy.
not. They wouldn't
Austin
even. I'm
Reeves,
telling you right now,
they
they
already
wouldn't even
said,
consider it, bro.
the Lakers ain't giving up. They already said they're not giving up Austin Reeves and Rui.
They're gonna give
Man,
up now.
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. They're gonna give up Rui, but they want to they want people to value Rui. When they say they're not giving up Austin Reeves, they mean that. But they will trade Austin for the right deal. If they could put him in a deal that brings the right type of player that's a perfect fit for Luka and he's another star, then they include Austin in the deal. But they're not doing it. And again, which player is on the market like that?
Man, I can't believe Pastor
Like I'm
said
gonna
it.
tell you right now, I don't even think the Lakers will put Austin Reeves in the deal for Bam Adebayo. And here's the
Pastor,
reason why.
I'm gonna tell
Hell
everybody what you
no.
said, Pastor, about that.
Let me
I'm gonna tell
finish
everybody
this.
what you said.
Let me finish this. The reason I'm saying that not because of Bam's talent and all that, because he's an all pro. He's one of the most versatile defenders, if not the most versatile defender in the game. But Bam's contract is ridiculous. And the Lakers are not gonna absorb that for a guy like that can't fully lead you. You know what I mean? You're not going to pay your second fiddle $60 million 3 years from now. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the only reason I'm saying that they wouldn't even because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. They got Jared Allen, no Austin Reeves. If they got Claxton, no Austin Reaves. If they got Gafford, no Austin Reaves. I'm telling you right now, the Lakers learned from giving up Caruso. They're not doing that again. They're not. Look what it's cost them. Look what Caruso doing right now on a damn parade, lifting up another trophy because they didn't want to pay him $7 million. See, the new owners, Caruso still would have been a Laker.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Now,
He'd have
how you
still
feel
been a
about that?
Laker.
I know
They
you
ain't
have.
gonna make that mistake twice, bro. They're not
I
gonna
know
make
you
that
have.
mistake
Hey,
twice.
Pastor, that's one thing I do want to ask you too, because you reminded me. How do you feel about that dynamic now? And let me ask you this question, because nobody's talked about this, but I believe this. I believe now this wheels Magic Johnson secretly to control the team again a little bit behind the scenes.
No, no, no. LeVar Ball told it correctly. Magic
No.
Johnson
I'm
is a
talking about the owner from the Dodgers
no,
now taking over.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, 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 no. Magic Johnson is a figurehead fan. I'm telling y'all, he's never going to have any type of control, influence like that on the Lakers. I'm telling y'all, he's just not. He's only on the Dodger thing, but name mainly, just to say that we got Magic Johnson on the ownership team. I'm telling y'all, for popularity things, he's not. They like being associated with Magic. That's it. He's never gonna have the influence. LeBron Ball tried to tell everybody that he's a figurehead, and that's it. And that's cool, but I'm just saying he's not gonna have. And you see Magic, he's an emotional fan. He'll say some dumb shit all the time. And you know, Magic, my favorite. He is my favorite player all time. But he says some dumb shit. He does. He says some dumb stuff because he's a
he,
fan.
he done bought into the narrative too, though.
Facts.
I
He
seen him
what? He
on
what?
First Take. He done bought into the narrative. He didn't. I seen him on First Take when he went on there. He was like, "Well, if we could put a couple more pieces around LeBron and Luka, like, bro, there's really nothing that you could put around them dudes. Not right now.
That's not true. I don't agree with that statement.
Like
You
what?
can't.
Like who can you
The
put around
biggest
them?
thing, I'm gonna tell you what you have to do. The biggest thing the Lakers have to do is try to get younger, more athletic, and they have to get defensive minded. They're gonna be able to score. I don't think it's gonna be any problem with the Lakers scoring. LeBron can still score, but guess what? Since Luka's kind of weak defensively, which I expect him to come back and be a little bit better this year, just because of the mindset he got to have. But LeBron is situational. You know, he's sometimey on the defensive end. You got to have three other great defenders around them for them to be successful,
Like
for it to be
who?
contagious. Whoever they can get.
They
That's why
talking
I'm
about
not. I'm
Jared
not
Vanderbilt.
opposed to.
The Lakers. Yeah.
I'm not opposed to a guy like Wiggins. Honestly, I'm
Yeah.
not. I know what Wiggins' issue is, and it ain't physical. He ain't losing a step. He ain't. Wiggins went through that thing with his wife, and Wiggins has been mentally out of it because of his environment. Wiggins will be fine in the right environment. He got to get in the right environment though, and I don't necessarily know if the Lakers is that, but I would take a chance on Wiggins for the right deal. I'm not giving up any picks. I'm not giving up nothing. But you could get Rui and Gabe for him. You sure could. I would give up Rui and Gabe for him. I
But you
really
gonna
would.
send Gabe back to the Heat?
I don't give a shit where Gabe go. I would. I mean, I like him. Don't get me wrong. I like him, but I would give him up to get that wing presence. We need more wings and more athletic
Hey,
guys.
this man said he
Wiggins
don't
Facts.
care
is
where
hold
he.
on, hold on. Wiggins is ultra athletic, y'all. Y'all forget this dude was the number one pick. This dude is ultra athletic. He's long. He plays good defense. I would love to have Wiggins back.
So what
I
you think about
disagree
Dalton
that he's
Knecht
been
though?
asked since he left. He ain't been Wiggins. He ain't been superstar that was considered, MVP of the finals. Because remember, a lot of folks thought he deserved the MVP of the finals. So he ain't been that dude, but he's still been a very good serviceable guy. And I think he'd be good under Luka because he's a good catch and shoot guy. He can create a little bit. He can score. So, like if Luka down or somebody, he can step in that role and be your number one or number two scorer. I like a guy like Wiggins for the Lakers. And you put him next to DFS, you put him next to Vandal. Now you getting long and athletic out there.
Why do
And
people
that's what
give
they need.
why do people give Vando so much damn credit? I don't understand it, bro.
Vando is very good when he's healthy. And the problem is he's never been healthy. That's it. Let's just keep it a
All right,
buck. When you see him, when you
I'll
see
say
him
this. Go
healthy,
ahead,
which
go.
is hard, he causes havoc
I'll say
defensively.
this. Teach,
I
put
I
put
just don't
Dalton
see that.
Connect out there. Teach him how to play some damn defense. And that's your good 3-and-D right there.
My brother, do you understand it's hard to teach people to play defense when they don't have the physical skills to do it? Dalton Connect don't have the physical skills to keep up with these athletic dudes. Now he can run and dunk on you, but his lateral quickness and all that, he don't have it, bro. So if Dalton Knecht is not knocking down 3-pointers, he's not somebody that's going to create off the dribble. Now, he can get angles on you, but I'm talking about you got a guy scoring him up. He's not finna give him the hezzy step back around the back. He ain't doing that. Now, if he go and spend the summer with Austin Reaves and he come back halfway dribbling like that, I'll consider it. But he don't have the physical attributes to me to ever be a great defender. He ain't Tom Chambers. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't that. So I understand it. I would use Dalton Knecht because his shooting. I would use him as bait to get something good. That's what I would do, and I would use him as a first-round pick. I would be selling him to someone as well. I don't have an actual first, but I can give you a guy that's just as good as any first you'll get, which is Dalton Knecht. That's what I'll be doing. People forget the man 24 years old too. He's an old rookie last year. So I'm trying to get rid of him before he turns 26, 27. And I'm looking at the history of guys that come in at 23 years old. Their first year normally is very good, and their second year they're ass. Case in point, go look at Jimenez in Miami. Everybody loved him last year, right? Rookie year. Look, see that. Who? See, you don't even remember him now. As a rookie, he started games.
Jimenez.
Yeah, go look what he did his rookie year, and then look what he did this year. This is a pattern for guys that actually come into the league as fifth year, whatever, at 23 years old and coming into the league. They may start off really good, but they flame out really fast. So I think Dalton is going to be one of those guys. I don't see Dalton contending for all-stars. I don't see it.
You mean Jaquez Jr.? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Him as Jaquez. Yeah. Go look and see what he did his rookie year, then look what he did last year.
Yeah, he was on fire. He was on fire his rookie year. He was decent.
And he got benched this last year. He couldn't even play. He didn't even get off the bench. He was up. Yeah. They took to the end of the bench.
That was a mistake for real though. They was playing Jimmy Butler over him. They would not give Jaquez no burn. None.
He was horrible, bro. That's why he got bad. And it wasn't that they loved playing him the first year. If he was good, Pat Riley would play him. I'm telling you, this is just a pattern. Go look at guys that come into the league at 23 and look what they do their second and third year. These guys fall off fast. That's why Dalton fell in the draft the way he did, y'all. The analytics tell you that. And I think the Lakers are smart to try to move Dalton now. Get something for him now. So I'm using him as my first-round pick since I don't have another first-round pick.
I don't think, man, but outside of what you got, Austin Reaves, you got Rui.
You can take Austin name out.
Choose like
you can actually take Austin name out. You shouldn't even put him in there.
So who would you straight up trade for? Because the Lakers ain't got no picks till 27 and 31. Who could you straight up trade for them picks?
That's not true what you just said, brother. The Lakers do have picks.
What, 27 and 31?
That's the only one they can trade right now. They have other picks. See, in August, their 2026 pick becomes available. Their 2028 pick is still there. Their 2030 pick is still there. They just can't trade these because of other things they've done in 2027 and 2029. They're just not tradable. They have picks. They're just not tradable picks.
Right, but if you're looking for something next year, what you do? What do you do?
What do you mean looking for something next year? You mean this upcoming year, or are you talking about the following year?
Yes, this upcoming year. What do you do? Straight up.
What the Lakers have right now, they got a young player in Dalton that has value. They have Rui, who has a little bit of value. And this is the biggest thing. Rui, Gabe, Shake, Milton, Kleber, all these guys on expiring contracts. Look at all these teams. I'm sorry?
How about Dorian Finney-Smith?
He got to be re-signed. Remember, his contract ended, so they're going to look to re-sign him. And I would. If I can get a friendly deal, like if I'm the Lakers, I'm trying to offer Dorian Finney-Smith like a 3-year, $45 million, something like that. With a team option on the third year, to keep him. I think he can help, but I need more help around him. I don't need Dorian Finney-Smith guarding point guards. That ain't where he's good. He's good on guarding 3s and 4s. He don't need to be guarding point guards.
Hey, Pastor, how you feel? More so like with the options that now that the Lakers have basically acquired, a new owner is now been placed in with the Lakers, and this new owner, he has a history of not really caring about going over the luxury tax. He'll be able to pay over the second or third apron. How you feel? What signings you think this team should do now, and how far you think the Lakers can go from here since they don't have to be cheap anymore. They can basically just spend the bank and
Well,
go all over.
one thing about going over they only have 2 aprons in the NBA. The one thing about going over the aprons and paying the tax is he's going to have to view and see it as a championship level team. And I'm going to tell you right now, and he probably won't ever come out publicly and say it, but he knows that LeBron is a bad investment for him right now. What he
Fact.
brings to the table and how much money he has to pay him, he knows that's a bad investment. But it's also a bad investment to diss LeBron or to embarrass him or, devalue him. You see what I'm saying? So he's in a tricky situation. So they kind of at LeBron's mercy to see what he wants. And LeBron is hitting at what he wants. LeBron hitting at playing at least 2 more years next year. And then he
Oh,
said somebody
come
want
on,
to play.
man.
He said he want
No.
to play. He said he want to play with Bryson now. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
no.
Yeah, he said that publicly. So
He said that?
Man,
yeah, he did.
man, I'm
He
taking
said
it.
that.
Oh my
Man,
goodness, man! Trade
Yeah.
that nigga, man. Get him the fuck
Uncle-
out of
Nah,
here,
man,
bro.
nah,
Well,
you better
Trade him, bro. Trade him, bro.
Again,
He
you
better
can't. Hold
Ransom
on.
his son.
man.
Hold
Ransom
on.
his
Hold
son.
on.
Trade him.
Brother, he got a no trade clause, so you can't trade him. I
Man,
forgot what
You
his.
can trade his son.
I forgot what his gate is for. Again, now you're embarrassing LeBron, and that's not good for business either. That's not.
embarrassed. He always embarrassed himself, bro.
If you trade his son, it's not good for business. And I ain't finna,
Man, they
brothers. I
better
don't.
trade, son.
I'm looking at it from a business standpoint. LeBron is still good financially for business, so it's in their best interest to try to curtail. As long as LeBron don't get out of line and say something crazy, they're gonna be willing to roll with LeBron. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. Because again, let's just say he get his son Bryson. Any team that's
Man,
counting on any team that's counting on the 14th and 15th man to help them, they not a championship contending team, and that's what Bryson and Bronny would be. So if you can do that to appease LeBron, one of the greatest, have him retire in a Laker jersey, they're probably going to do that. But you're going to have to get real strategic, and you're going to have to make the right trades so that you get the money. See, when you go over the cap, you got to understand that's re-signing your guys. You can't bring in guys to go over the cap, but when you trade for them and then redo their contracts, then you can. So those guys got to be identified right. So this is why they're looking for guys that match Luka moving forward and say, hey, we got a year or two with you, then we can pay you. You see what I'm saying? That's what they got to do. So I don't know who it's going to be because teams hate trading with the Lakers. They don't want to help them. So it's always that Laker tax on it. So if they would do the deal for one pick for the Lakers, for another team, the Lakers going to give up 2. That's just how it is, bro. So let's see what Rob does. He always got some kind of something in his hat. It's always a player. Nobody was thinking about Mark Williams at all. Nobody was. So I have to look and see who's out there that may potentially be on the market, and they may have to take a chance on somebody. So they may have to wait. I know the Lakers are looking at Bradley Beal. Like if he get bought out, they want Bradley Beal if he gets bought out.
No,
Now,
that's a
I
terrible
don't know
move.
about that.
me
That's a
personally,
terrible move.
first off, hold on? If you get Bradley Beal for the veteran minimum, why would that be bad? Why would
He
that be
ain't really
bad?
gonna do
He's going to
nothing.
implement the same thing he did.
Hold
in
on a
Phoenix with
second.
the
Hold on a
Lakers.
second. You stick Bradley Beal in the start lineup with Luka next to Luka. Bring Austin Reeves off the bench now. I think that'd be great. Yeah, y'all. Hey, let's not get it twisted. Bradley Beal didn't fall off the face of the earth, y'all. The boy still can play. Hold on a second. Bradley Beal is still a walking bucket. And what they need next to Luka, though, I think personally is more of a defensive-minded guy. But boy, if you got 2 guys like that attacking you offensively, and Bradley Beal will give effort defensively a little bit. He'll give a little bit of effort. Better than Luka, better than Reaves. You see what I'm saying? And he can
It's
score just as good or better than he can score better than Reaves, actually. So I wouldn't, and then you getting him on the cheap, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I would not have any problem with us getting Bradley. Now I don't want him for $50 million, but I would love him if they bought him out and then he can go wherever he want. Oh, I would love to pick up Bradley Beal then. I'd sure take him then.
Salute, Elder. Nice
Hey, salute.
hearing you cooking on the on ticket streams again, man. I miss you. Thank you for all the
Man, miss y'all too, my brother.
thank you for all the texts of encouragement.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you with this Sabonis. I don't see what the big thing about Sabonis is. I think he's very overrated for what he brings to the table. I think he played very well in Mike Brown's offense, but he was very expendable when he was with the Thunder and with Indiana. I don't see him making a big impact if he does come to the Lakers. I think that he moves a little bit too slow for his production. I think there's other options out there besides breaking the bank to try to go get Sabonis. I look at Dalton Knecht like a Danny Ferry or a Brian Cardinal type of player where he's only good for like stretching the floor, but then he might have between 3 to 6 years in the league just playing a role. I think that trade to Charlotte and back from Charlotte to the Lakers, he showed a little bit of mental weakness. I'm just on the outside looking in. That's how I looked at it. It looked like he was pouting a lot because he got traded in this rookie season. So I'll be trying to get up off of him as fast as possible, whoever wants to have him. I do agree with the Bradley Beal only in a buyout because Bradley Beal is not only don't seem motivated in Phoenix, you have to remember he has that back injury. And if there's anything that I don't like looking at in any type of player, is any type of back injury. We can look at Ben Simmons as an example. I don't think that Bradley Beal is like Ben Simmons as far as mentality, but backs are very, very tricky. It took Scottie Pippen 2 years for that back to get healed enough before he went over to Houston and ultimately Portland. So, if they get him on a buyout, he's worth the risk. But getting traded over to the Lakers, I would not do that at all. It'd be a waste of money.
Not.
So,
would y'all take John Collins? Would y'all take John Collins?
Honestly, me personally, only reason I would take John Collins is if I get Walker Kessler with him, because Kessler is a great fit with Luka and somebody you can build with moving forward. They're gonna need centers like that moving forward. Look at how Zubac developed. I mean, Kessler got the potential, especially with Luka, to develop just like that. But I don't want Collins unless I'm getting Walker Kessler. I don't want just Collins because honestly, Collins is a good player, but he's weak defensively. He's a good lob threat. He's very athletic and stuff like that. And he rebounds better than Rui. But the money that he makes, I can't justify the extra 10 mil for what he's bringing differently than what Rui brings. I can't. I'm not paying 10 million for that. You see what I'm saying? Like the couple extra rebounds and the few extra points, it ain't worth 10 million to me. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that with the Lakers. But, I mean, hey, he's extremely efficient, y'all. The man shot like 52, 53%, 41 from the three. I mean, he was balling in Utah, even though nobody was paying attention. I would love to have him if we getting Walker Kessler. But if we're not getting Walker Kessler, don't talk to me about him.
Did you just say Lauri Markkanen in Utah?
I said Walker Kessler. I don't really
Okay.
care for Lauri Markkanen right now just because he's on that max deal. I like Lauri, but I don't like him at 41, 42, 43 million dollars. I don't, y'all. I don't like him at that kind of money.
He didn't have that good year like the previous year. He was decent. He was all-star status. I don't know what the hell he did last year.
Well, he got that bread. It's a little different once you get that bread. The year before, he was on a contract year, so he balled out. A lot of guys do that. It's hard to ball in Utah, y'all, unless you got money on the line because they're not trying to win. So it's hard to really gauge those players because they have nothing to motivate them except money. So if you ain't on a contract year, what's your motivation? Utah got some good athletic young guards over there that I would love to have, but I don't think they're giving them up because they're on the cheap. I want players like Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Carson Wallace, Wiggins from OK. I want these kind of dudes. I want to figure out a way to pry some of these dudes from these teams because they know down the road they may not be able to pay them, and they may be the odd man. I would get the guy from Houston. What's his name? Cam Whitmore, who the Lakers should have drafted instead of Dalton Knecht. I would get guys like that. No, not Dalton Knecht. They draft that guy from Indiana, Taylor Hood, Jalen Hood Shafino. I would have drafted Whitmore over him, but those guys like Whitmore, he's a bona fide scorer, bro, in this league, and he got the athleticism to be taught how to play defense in the right environments. I think he needs to be with veterans that will let him shine, and I think the Lakers will be a good team for him. So I'm trying to find gems like that. Because I think Luka really needs an athletic guy that can play defense and knock down threes in the backcourt with him. and then let Austin move to what I consider a natural position for him, which is a scorer coming off the bench, just heating up microwave type dude.
So
That's what I would love.
you would start Casey Wallace over Austin Reaves?
Oh, absolutely. I would. Yes. His defense is elite, bro. Casey Wallace, he started for the Thunder, bro, and they got the best defense in the league all year. He was starting for the Thunder. So, yes, I would start Casey Wallace and Luka. I mean, old boy ass would be coming off the bench. He would be. Because Casey Wallace defense is elite, bro. And I'm telling you right now, if I got a chance to move up in the draft this year, the only person I'm trying to move up to get would be whoever Kentucky's best guard is, because they always got a guard that's in the lottery. Whoever that dude is, I don't even know who he is. Whoever he is, though, I want him. If he's a guard from Kentucky and they projected him to be in the lottery, I'm trying to get him. They don't fail. Y'all go back and look at the guys. Wallace is from Kentucky, y'all. The dude in Denver, they second best player. Kentucky, Shea, Kentucky. They don't be missing with these Kentucky. Devin Booker. They don't be missing with these Kentucky guards, bro.
Kentucky or Duke?
Yeah, Duke guards ain't as good as Kentucky guards. I'm just saying it. You got you got a lot of Duke floppers that come to the league. These Kentucky guards. So think about it. Go look at a Kentucky guard and tell me the last one that was just a flop. I mean, who? I mean, but my.
You still there?
But then got cut off.
Hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Oh yeah, you cut off for a second.
My bad. My little screen be timing out on me. I apologize. My little screen be timing out. You can't hear me. But yeah, I like all Kentucky guards. If you're a good Kentucky guard and slotted to be a first round pick, I want you. Flat out. I want you. It's been proven. Y'all just put guys in the NBA. It's two things I know. Kentucky guards are going to be good, all-star level, if not better. And guys from Michigan State going to play hard defense. I know that for sure. So if they worthy of first round picks or early second. So because that Michigan State puts out real good pros as well. They really do. So I would love Ben Simmons on the cheap. His defense is so elite. I don't care about his scoring. He rebounds. I would love to have him. He rebounds. He passes. He's another ball handler. I mean, that guy would take so much pressure off Luka. So much pressure off him.
They're gonna throw his ass in the paint and just have him rebound, bro. That's it.
Bro, he can rebound. Hey, bro, he can rebound. He can pass. Ben, I watched him with the Clippers this year. Ben can still shut down half the court, y'all, defensively. Literally half the court. I watched him do it multiple times, bro. That dude is still a baller. But I don't need him to score.
But if you're looking for a big to be productive, he ain't the one.
Right. He ain't a big. I look at Ben as a baller. I don't look at him as no big man because I don't need him to be a big man because he handles the ball, he passes the ball incredible, and he rebounds like a big man. That's all I need out of Ben.
You think Luka gonna let him bring the ball up the court?
Mm-hmm. I know he would.
Man, nah, bro.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Man. Whenever if he let Austin Reaves bring it up, y'all forget that when Ben was a point guard the second year in the league, he was an all-star. An all-star as a point guard, 6'10" point guard.
But he was fit. But he fit with the Sixers in what he was doing, bro. But
he fits with Luka. I'm telling y'all, he fits. He fits because you need.
Bro.
I'm gonna tell you right now, when you blitz Luka and get the ball out of his hand, you need guys that can handle the ball. LeBron has showed us that he done dropped it. He's not that guy anymore. So that's why they got AR. That's what Austin Reaves does. But you put a third guy out there with him that can handle like that, bro, and get to the basket, man, shoot. And Ben's still athletic. I'd take Ben on the cheap. Now, I'm not talking about paying Ben no crazy money, but I would take him on the cheap.
In theory, I agree with you, Elder, but Ben Simmons has shown me more why I don't want him than why I do want him. It's just his mindset. I can't change a man's mindset when he doesn't want to play. You know what I'm saying? And I know he's wanted to be in LA. He's on the Clippers, and he seemed to do okay. but you've done me wrong more than you've done me right. So on paper, you're absolutely right. But what's going to motivate him to want to play?
Environment matters. He's where he wants
You
to
still
be.
in LA?
He wanted to be there, and people watched him. He played well for the Clippers. Honestly, all the Clipper fans, because I'll be on my boy Showtime channel and all that. Them boogers wanted Ben to play more. He should have been. They really blame the coach and said he should have found out ways to get Ben more minutes. They felt like Ben should have been starting at the 4 position for them. They really
They
did,
had Kawhi. Yeah, they had Kawhi starting at the
and that
4.
was crazy. Kawhi ain't no damn 4. Why
No,
you
he had
think
3.
Kawhi? Why you think
Yeah,
he got wore out by the end of the season? Because they had him playing
yeah,
4 all damn year. Ben should have
yeah,
been playing the 4 for them. He
yeah.
should have
Starting
been.
him. Yep.
And
Starting
I'm
Kawhi at
telling
the
you,
3.
I
Yep.
had to watch 10 or 15 games towards the end of the year of the Clippers. Ben, go back, y'all go back and look how successful the Clippers was the last 20 games of the year. And look at how Ben Simmons helped them. See, the Clippers were under the radar because of all the other races and all that stuff. The Clippers was legit. Y'all remember a lot of folk went in the playoffs thinking the Clippers was the best team in the West, bro, how well they were playing. And you see how they took Denver. It wasn't like Denver walked over them, bro. They squeaked. I mean, they were favored to beat Denver. And I think they should have beat Denver. I think they got out coached by that coach for Denver. And even though Malone wasn't there, I think the rookie coach out coached Ty Lue.
Yeah, when they dropped game 4, that pretty much was a wrap.
Yeah. So I'm telling you, the Clippers, they had the number 2 defense pretty much this year, all year. And Ben Simmons was a major part of that, bro. So I'm looking at pieces that will work in spots. 10-minute spots, 15-minute spots, 20, 25, 30, whatever I need it for. Ben is 6'10", athletic, long arms, can handle the ball, can rebound like a monster, can pass. He does everything but shoot because he can still score. He just don't shoot. I don't need him to shoot. I don't need him shooting threes. I got enough
If
guys
he,
want to chuck threes.
but if he going to the Lakers and they crying about having a big man and having some type of some post defense, being a lob threat, Ben Simmons ain't it. That's the only thing. That's the only. I hear
Ben
you.
would not be going there to be a big man. If the Lakers are picking him up, they're not picking him up for a big man. They're picking him up as a wing. They're picking him up as a ball handler and rebounder. They're not looking at him to be some big man. But guess what though? Ben Simmons can guard your centers today. He that versatile. He can guard them. He can still guard them. The Clippers don't. I'm gonna tell you this. The Clippers don't want to get rid of him. I guarantee they trying to re-sign Ben Simmons. Guarantee it.
That's crazy.
They better be. Now the big man, hey y'all, the big man that the Lakers get, I don't know who that's gonna be. I don't because to me, most of these big men are making too much money and they don't deserve that kind of money. And I don't see
Hmm.
them being the change that the Lakers really need with Luka. I don't
I
see it.
agree. I
And the
agree.
ones that would, they know it and they trying to charge the Lakers too much money. So I don't unless the Lakers can find a diamond in the rough somewhere and all, I don't see them really getting the center that they want unless one of these teams get desperate. Like depending on the moves they got to make some. Like let's say Indiana mess around and loses
Miles
Miles
Turner.
Turner. Say
Miles Turner.
Detroit offer him 3-year 120. See, Indiana may not be able to compete with that. If I'm
All right. So
Detroit, I'm putting it out there for you Detroit fans because I know it'll get back to their front office. You need to offer Miles Turner 3 years 120. Now, if you got to go to 4 years, make it 4 years 150.
I'm an
Make it.
Indiana dude, bro. I don't think. I think it's time for really Miles Turner to go and let Obi Toppin start as the opening center, bro. Either a 4
He's
or
not
5 or
big
something.
enough, and he's not good enough defensively to play center for y'all. He's a power forward, but I would not do that. But again, Miles Turner to me actually fits better with the Pistons than he does the Pacers, even though he's been there 10 years. I
All right. So
really
would you
like the
take Jalen
fit.
Duren?
I really like. Oh, well, that's how the Lakers could possibly get it because say they sign him, they're not going to keep Durham because they know they got to pay him in a year or so. So Durham is the one you're going. So now you say, let me get an asset for him. So now Duran's on the block, and the Lakers already want Duran. So the Lakers may step up their bid to get Duran. They may figure out. See, what people don't realize, they'll have 2 picks they can trade after August 1st. They'll have 2 picks. They can trade the 2026 and the 2031. So, and they can do the swaps. So they may be able to. That's what I'm saying. If something happens there, they may be able to get a Durant because they already asked about him twice, but they just ain't had enough for the Pistons. But if Durant is available, the Pistons' first place they call him is probably going to be the Lakers and say, what you willing to give up? And they definitely going to play Dalton Knecht from him. Watch. They're going to take Dalton Knecht because he's just a young talent that can shoot. And with a guy like Cade, you want as many shooters around him as possible. And I don't
Facts.
know if they're going to be
Facts.
able to re-sign Beasley or not. I don't know. That
And
may
then
be
I
a
mean,
sacrifice they got to make to sign old boy. So
but
you're going to want somebody else that can shoot.
I bet all right. So if they can't resign Malik Beasley, shit, Jaden Ivey coming back next year.
Yeah, he gonna start it too. Remember, he's
Yeah,
starting
he gonna start
anyways.
at the two.
He
Yeah,
gonna
he gonna
start
start at the
regardless.
two.
But you
Yeah,
still want Beasley. I would still want Beasley on that team. Now I would let Hardaway go. I would not resign
yeah.
Hardaway
Let
if I was
Hardaway
them.
go.
I would
Yep,
let him
yep.
walk, let him do what he do. But I would be. I'm telling you, if I got to get rid of Durant and the Lakers is the team, I'm definitely plugging their picks and I'm Dalton Knecht. That's what I would want from the Lakers. Honestly, I want that if I'm the Pistons.
I could see Connect going to the Pistons coming off the
Yeah.
bench. I could see him
Bro,
coming off the bench.
and he with Cade, bro, so Cade and Ivy, how wide that floor be, and
Mm,
then with old boy, there's space in that floor for them, because he spaces the floor for them. Turner does, bro, and then you still would have Isaiah back there as a bruising center in the back. You know what I mean? So you got your balance that you need, and it ain't like old boy not a great shot blocker. You know what I mean? He may not be the best interior defending center, but he blocks shots. He alters
oh
shots.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
He
all
was
the
cleaning
Pistons
up.
need. With that level of defense the Pistons can play with Thompson, all them, bro. Isaiah Stewart, man, I think that would be. See, teams like Detroit got to overpay. You have to overpay to get the quality player you need. I think they should overpay to get Tom Turner because I think he's a great fit for them. I really do. I think they got to make him an offer that he say, man, you know what? I really want to stay in Indiana, but especially knowing that you ain't gonna have Halliburton this year. So in their mind, they don't. There's just no way the Indiana people believe they can get back without Halliburton. They don't. I know they don't believe
Nah,
that. Just like
nah, bro.
Boston know they're not doing shit this year. Just like Milwaukee know they're not doing shit this year. All these teams that lost their best player because of Achilles, they know they're not doing nothing. They know they're not. So what could I pry from them? Because why not save money this year? I'm
My
not saying tank, but why not save money?
But what's crazy is when it comes to Indiana, like I said, I live in Indianapolis, bro. I rolled through
Okay.
it
I'm
was like
from Fort
six
Wayne.
blocks.
I'm from Fort Wayne.
Yeah, my family from Fort Wayne. I got a
Okay.
bunch of family from Fort Wayne, bro.
Cool.
But Indianapolis, bro, when I was driving down the street, I drove like at least 3, 4 blocks, bro. That had stands of Indiana Pacers 2 for 20. I was like, damn, y'all mad or what? Y'all upset
that
about something? 2 for 20 selling shirts and merchandise. I was like, damn.
was probably final stuff.
Yeah, it was all finals. They had
Yeah, you gotta get rid
Halliburton
of that stuff. Yeah, they gotta get rid
with
of
the
that.
hand around his throat. Yeah, that
They
was
gotta get rid
yeah,
of that
most
stuff.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Pacers will be decent because the East is gonna be wide open. A lot of them injuries in the East. Orlando, they stay healthy, man. They're gonna be a problem. Philly, I just don't
Oh
trust it. I don't
man.
trust Philly at all. New York will be a problem. New York will be fine. You see what Atlanta did? They went and
Man,
got
yeah, they just
Porzingis
got Chris
today.
Stapps, yep. They just went and
So
got
they
Chris
can
Stapps,
stay
yep.
healthy, bro. Teams in the East are realizing this is an opportunity. Boston having a fire sale, bro. Cleveland, they got to do something because they made a good move in getting Hunter, bro. But it just that backcourt, they got to figure that they got to move Garland, bro.
Yeah,
They
that,
have,
that's what I've been
unfortunately,
saying. That's what I've been saying, seeing trades about Garland, man. He talking about
yeah.
he had a toe surgery and all this other shit. I'm like, bruh, like, what type of
He'll
toe
be
surgery?
he'll be fine though. He'll be ready to play this year with that toe thing. But Garland, they got to get Garland out of there, bro, just because they committed to Mitchell and that backcourt's way too small. You can't have a 6'1", 6'2" backcourt and one guy ain't even athletic. Like Garland's not even athletic.
Nah.
So now Garland to me, if he could play defense, would be a good guy to go alongside Luka because Luka's 6'7", 6'8". But he don't play enough defense, so I don't want him back there with Luka either.
So would you have Garland starting at the two? Because
I
Luka ain't
would.
gonna come off the
Yeah,
ball,
I
bro.
would, but I don't want them because they don't play good enough defense. So that's not a good fit to me. If Garland played good defense, I would love it, but he don't play good defense at all. He's horrible defensively. Horrible. And I don't need two horrible defenders. I think Luka's going to be serviceable defensively this year when he lose the weight, do what he do. I think he's going to be on a mission. But I really think they need like a 6'4", 6 like a we had it in Max Christie. See, I heard that first deal for Luka included Dalton Knecht, but oh boy knew that he was trading Dalton for Williams. That's why they pulled him out the deal and offered up Max Christie. I hate that. I hate that.
I think Max Christie is a good fit with Dallas, though. I
Bro,
think
he
he's a
would have
good fit
been.
with Dallas.
Hey, imagine Matt Christie in the backcourt with Luca, bro. That would have
Yeah, I can
been.
see that. Him
That would
playing
have
the
been
two,
perfect.
helping with the defense. Yep.
That would have been
Me and you
perfect.
played.
Put
Yep.
AR. I think they need a starting two guard and a starting center. Put AR to the bench to get that power because the bench needs some kind of firepower. That's what the Lakers need more than anything: a starting two guard and a starting center, and then put Austin to come off the bench. He'll still play starter minutes, 30 minutes a game, but he needs to be coming off the bench because the bench was horrible. It had to be one of the worst benches in the league last year, especially when it came to scoring. You got to change that up. You got to deal. And Austin gonna get 20 regardless. Coming off the bench, start it don't matter. He gonna get 20 a game.
But what I wonder what the hell they think, what they thought when they was getting Shake Milton. I was like, all right,
I'm gonna
well,
tell you what they
Shake Milton,
thought.
what?
He was a throw-in, but Shake Milton has a $3 million non-guaranteed contract. They don't have to guarantee his money until January 20th. So what you could literally do is include him in a deal, and then the team could waive him and it don't cost them nothing. And they can get the deal done and have a roster spot or an open roster spot. So he's got even though it's $3 million, it's still kind of valuable because it could be the difference from you closing the deal or not. You see what I'm saying? You can throw him in and tell the team it don't have to cost you nothing. We put him in, but you don't have to have a roster spot for him if you don't like him. And Shake is still a good player. I think Shake is easily worth $3 million. If you need a good ball handling guard as your third guard, Shake is a great option for a third guard, in
Shake
my
didn't get
opinion.
no burn. Shake didn't get no
Not for the
burn, bro. They
Lakers,
was giving him
bro. Not for
majority.
the
Yeah,
Lakers. Not for the
yeah, that's
Lakers.
what I was
Because
saying. Like,
he's not what old boy's looking for. What's his name? The coach, JJ Redick. He ain't that dude. You know what I'm saying? But Shake can still help a lot of teams, in my personal opinion, as a third guard. If he's your third point guard at $3 million, you're not doing bad. You're not doing bad at all.
hmm, I say what the Lakers need if you're gonna get off Rui. But who would you? But if you're gonna
LeBron
trade
already played a
Rui,
four. LeBron already plays a four. So really getting off Rui ain't that big of a deal, in my opinion. You got
nah.
plenty of fours on that team already.
Yeah, you got DFS, you got
You got
LeBron, you got
you got
Dalton.
Dalton don't play
Uh,
four, but you got
he don't play for it.
No, he played three. He can play 2 and 3. You got Vando. You got
That's what I'm
plenty of
saying.
guys that
Forward,
can play four.
forward, not forward.
Oh
Forward.
no, four. I'm talking power forward, the four position, number 4.
Oh,
You
okay.
got plenty of guys that can play that. DFS can play it. Vando, LeBron. I don't think we need Rui at that position. We got to get for Rui though. We got to get another starting position field, in my opinion. Rui needs to be in a deal that brings a two guard to the Lakers that works good with Luka, or brings a center in that works good with Luka. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, they need a live threat at that five, bro.
Yeah,
They need a
or a
live threat
good
at the five.
center. Even if he ain't the greatest lob threat, they just need a good center in there, honestly. I would love it to be a lob threat, but it ain't as many lob threats as people think out there. That
Nah,
fly
and I
ball.
don't think
Yeah, I
and I don't
saw.
think
You
Sabonis
saw that fly.
Sabonis wouldn't be a good fit. I swear to God, when
No, he's
Ticket was
not a
saying
good
earlier,
fit. He's
he's
not
not a good
above
fit
the
at
rim
all.
guy. Only thing Sabonis to me brings to the table is he brings scoring, but his rebound would be the number one thing. He's a
Right,
great rebounder, very good
right.
rebounder, and his passing would be great. I just don't
Yeah.
think he's gonna have the ball enough. He wouldn't have the ball in LA like he had in
Right,
Sacramento.
right. He wouldn't be able to assist the ball like that
Yeah.
with the
They're not gonna
like
run the offense through him like they did in Sacramento. Him and Fox. So I don't see his fit. And then paying him $50 million, no. 40 high 40s, no. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
nah, most definitely feel you. I just don't understand or I don't see what the Lakers can get right now to actually max out
I think they
that
should be
whole
patient.
roster.
I think they should be patient. Let's see how teams get for the draft tomorrow. Let's see how teams are after the draft. You see, it's already been what 3, 4 trades already now.
Yeah,
So,
it's been
like, teams
nasty.
ain't waiting around, bro. Teams ain't waiting. This is a lot already. Most teams after the season, they're not even thinking about that until the draft. They done made 3 or 4 major trades. I'm talking major players before the draft. So imagine what the draft gonna be like tomorrow, bro. I think the draft gonna be crazy tomorrow.
What you think? What you think? Solid. What do you think the solid five for the draft and come out for the draft and go to the Lakers though? What solid five you think?
I
Would you take
mean,
Ace Bailey?
the Lakers don't have no chance at Ace Bailey. He a top 5 player.
Oh
Yeah, they ain't got no chance at Ace Bailey, guys like that. I mean, Lakers got the 55th pick. So they're not getting no,
yeah,
they're not getting no Ace Bailey or nothing like that. You know what I mean?
yeah.
If they bless, they may trade trade Dalton Connect and a couple seconds to get a late round first, maybe. If some team just don't want to have, because people forget that's guaranteed money on your books for those
Yeah,
first rounders. So some team may say, because there's a lot of teams that got multiple picks. So I think a lot of these teams are going to be like, I don't need 3 rookies on my team this year. You know what I mean? I don't need 4 rookies
yeah,
on my team with guaranteed money. So the Lakers may be able to get in there and get somebody on, you know what I mean? Like if Dalton ain't got but 2 more years guaranteed or a year, not 4. So they may be able to talk one of these teams in the later round, in the later first round to um, you know, selling them a first round pick possibly.
So all right, so let me ask you this though. So what do you think? Because I heard news that they was thinking about fixing Bronny into the rotation.
That's all from LeBron's camp. That's all from LeBron's camp.
Hmm.
You notice that thing never got legs. That's LeBron's camp pushing, trying to get Bron. Why would you even say something like that now? Like Bronny ain't done nothing to. Like, where do you see Bronny fit in the rotation at? I mean, stop, bro.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. He can't even play it too.
Yeah,
He's
that's
too
why you
small to
know
play
that
it
that
too.
is. That's
Yeah,
why you know that that's from LeBron them trying to maneuver. That's the agents doing their maneuvering and trying to earn their money. You know, hoping that Bronny has developed and can get into the rotation. But I don't see Bronny being that, you know. Now, Bronny gets that shot together.
yeah.
He's
He'd be
very
all right.
athletic. He's very
He'd be all
quick.
right.
If he, because I mean, he's still out. He's still LeBron's son. He's very smart. So if he can get that jumper to be consistent, Bronny may earn a spot in the rotation. He may. He could. But
So would you
I
put him
gotta
over
see it.
Austin Reeves though?
Put him over Austin Reeves. Did you
As
just say
far as
that?
put him in the no. What I'm saying is put him in the rotation over Austin Reeves. Like you said, if you had Austin Reeves coming off the bench, would you who would you put as a 2 next to Luka, being that he might be in a rotation for this year?
Bro, that dude. Please don't mention LeBron James Jr. with Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves is this dude is literally an all star, y'all. I mean, he got 26-5 this year. twenty
Now,
six and five, and he
he
only made
struggled playing
12,
with
and he
Luka,
only
bro.
made $12.9 million, bro.
And he struggled playing with Luka and LeBron, man. He struggled like a
No,
mug.
he really didn't, bro. He had one bad series in the playoffs,
What,
and
against the Timberwolves?
yeah, that's it. He just had one back because you got longer, more athletic guards. They had multiple guys like that, so that's why he struggled. The majority of the league don't have that though, so they won't. He won't struggle like that against the majority of the league. So I'm not concerned about that. And then he gonna come back and be ready for them next year. Watch that type of stuff. Austin takes personal. Watch what he do to Minnesota next year. Watch what
I
he do.
take it.
Now, see,
I
to
take it.
me, I think the Lakers should be trying to get Nikhil Alexander Walker because he's a free
I
agent.
seen that too. I seen
They
that
need to
too.
get that guy would be perfect next to Luka. Great defender, long, shoot the ball well, can create off the dribble a little bit. He would be perfect next to Luka to me. Guys like that would be perfect.
Yeah, for a good little 3-and-D. Yeah, he'll
Yeah,
be
and
he'll
I'm
be a
starting
perfect fit
him.
though.
Even Austin will be okay. I'm starting him and bringing Austin off the bench because I need scoring off my bench. I really need a bona fide scorer coming off my bench, and Austin is the best guy for that. And he only makes $13.9 million this year, so it fits. It
Ever,
fits.
can I
Yeah,
give you a little bit of pushback?
you
Now, I
can.
agree. I agree with you on Austin Reeves, but please, you said that Bronny plays smart.
No, no,
I
no,
didn't see that this year.
no. I said Bronny is smart. That's all. I didn't say he plays smart. He's just smart. He's LeBron's son. He ain't stupid. I didn't say he plays smart. He just smart. He's a smart. Like, I don't see him as a low IQ player. Bronny did good stuff. Bronny just can't hit a shot, bro. He can't hit a shot. And
But
you can't be a small guard and not knock down shots. You can't be.
I get
I don't
all
care.
that, but
I
isn't
don't,
shot selection part of being smart? I watched him launch threes when he wasn't supposed to launch threes. I watched him make some bad passes.
eh.
I watched him make bad reads. I watched him get cooked on
In
defense.
the G
All of that
League
has
or
to do
in
with
the G
smarts.
League? In the G League or
No, in the NBA.
yeah, Bronny didn't play. To me, he didn't play no significant minutes this year. Like he came in when games was over, and I don't gauge much from that, bro. I just don't. I watched the technical stuff, but I'm not finna gauge it when he jacked up a three with 58 seconds to go and the Lakers down by 10. I don't care nothing about that.
Okay, then
That's just me.
we can go to the G League. They had to remove significant players off the G League just for him to shine. But when he had those significant
Like
players
who?
on there,
Like who did they remove so he could shine?
Oliveri. They made sure he got out of the G
Are you
League.
sure? Hold on, bro. Are you sure you watched him? Because Oliveri started next to him in the G League. They started together. What are you talking about?
Bro, trust me. I watched G League because I was trying to give Bronny James the benefit of the doubt. I watched a lot of the G League games. I don't get a chance to watch a lot of the Laker games. All I had was the G League. There was a lot of times when they were in the same backcourt. Bronny didn't play smart. He didn't start really
You said
playing.
they got rid of a guy. They didn't. He was in the G League playing with Bronny.
Did they not move Oliveri up to the NBA and another one of those G League players up to the NBA so that Bronny could shine more in the G League? Did that not happen?
Move him to the NBA?
Yeah. And then magically Oliveri got released before they made that significant trade.
Well, they needed a big man, and they released him and brought him right back. He really didn't miss nothing. I don't think they really made moves because of Bronny at all. Honestly, I don't think so. They were moves that they made G League wide. But Oliveri still got a chance to play in the G League. He did. He played a lot in the G League. He was one of the better players in the G League. So, Bronny again. I ain't advocating for Bronny to get minutes. I just said, if you listen to me, that's propaganda by his by Clutch. I already said that. That's propaganda by Clutch putting that out there. That's why I didn't have no legs. But I'm saying if he can get a consistent jump shot, now you want to look at Bronny because you do like his athleticism. He can do some good things defensively. Is he smart on defense yet? No. But he is 19 years old, 20 years old. You see what I'm saying? It ain't like he ain't still a young player. So, but if he can start knocking down shots, then I can give a serious look at Bronny. But until he started knocking down shots, I can't give a serious look at him.
How tall is Bronny officially?
6'1". That's why I said you got to be able to knock down shots. If you little, you got to be able to do one or two things. You either got to be able to score, or you got to be able to play what's the dude in Miami now? The little dude that came out of Sacramento, y'all, that plays lights out. What do they call him? Off night. Y'all know what I'm talking about? They
No,
call
not
him.
all.
His nickname is Off Night because when he guards you, you're gonna have an off night. He played for Sacramento, then he got traded. Now he plays for Miami, and he started for Miami when he got there. He's a really small guard. I think he came out of Baylor. Man, what's that dude's name? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Somebody in the chat probably putting it in there. I ain't looking in the chat, but somebody putting it in there. Mitchell, thank you, Devon Mitchell, Devion Mitchell. Guys like that, when you little like that, you got to be special in something. He's special defensively. That's why he plays. Bronny ain't special at nothing, bro. That's why he not playing.
That's my point. You just got done cooking Garland for being 6'1", but we're supposed to look at Bronny.
Hold on, bro. How did I cook Garland? Tell me what I said to cook Garland. What did I do to cook him?
Now, you said that Beans is 6'1", and Donovan Mitchell being 6'2", they're not going to make it as
you actually got it. Hold on, bro. You got it wrong. Donovan Mitchell is 6'1", and Garland is 6'2".
Okay,
but
I'm sorry. But you said that's not going to make it as a starting backcourt. I can't see Bronny at 6'1" without a shot, without good defensive principles. Because yes, he could play defense in spurts, but when the rubber needs to meet the road, I don't see that out of Bronny. I don't see Bronny actually having the hunger to play in the NBA. I think he got here just off his father's reputation and wanting him to get there.
I don't agree with that. I've heard that narrative being pushed. I don't agree with that one bit. I think it was Bronny goals of playing the NBA, and I don't see a lack of hunger from Bronny. He's got his dad's mentality though. He's not a killer, and neither is his dad though. And I see that more than anything. But y'all mix up a lot of stuff I say, bro. The reason I said they got to trade Garland is because they're committed to Mitchell. You forgot that part. They're committed to Mitchell, and you can't have that small of a backcourt and win. They proved that this year. So the only asset they got to move to make that change is Garland. They're not going to move Mitchell when they already committed to him. So they're not going to do that. So I didn't cook. That's why I said, what did I cook? I love Garland as a player. The only reason I didn't want him in the backcourt with Luka is because he don't play D. Why would we put another scoring guard back there that don't play defense? That's Austin Reaves.
I get all that. Bronny I don't think he's a fit for the Lakers.
I'm not comparing, bro. You bringing up all stars, you bringing up all NBA players, and then you bringing up Bronny. What are we doing?
Only reason why I'm bringing that up is because the whole topic of it was they're going to try to move him to the starting rotation, or not starting rotation. Okay. They're going to try to move him into the rotation, and I think that's a bad bet.
And we started the conversation by saying that was hot garbage and that was propaganda pushed by Clutch. I said, but if he can knock down shots, you can consider him for a rotational guy. Your rotation can be 5, 6. You see in the finals, right? What was Indiana's rotation? How deep did they go? 12, 13? How deep did OKC go? 11, 12? So you telling me Bronny, if he starts knocking down shots, he can't be your 12th man? He can't be your 11th man? For what the Lakers got now. That's all I'm saying. That's a rotation guy. We're not saying he's finna get in there and play 30 minutes like Austin Reaves would coming off the bench. Austin Reaves is an actual starter. But for the Lakers, it would be better to bring him off the bench just because of Luka now. That's all. He's a starter in this league,
I agree with that point, but you saying that we got a 4-year, I don't know what the contract thing is, what, $8 million guaranteed if.
For who?
For Bronny. Bronny shouldn't be an if.
Bronny got a 4. It ain't. It's like a 4 years, 5 point something million. It ain't. It's like a little over $1 million a year. He's not getting $2 million, bro. Bronny got the lowest contract that a first rounder could. I mean because he got a first round contract, a guaranteed contract. He got the lowest guaranteed contract that a player could get.
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs with somebody who's holding up that type of money. That type of money can go to a certain team.
That's what who you gonna give $1.2 million is gonna be a difference on your team? Tell me, who's that guy? Tell me the guy that's making $1.2 million that's a major difference on their team. And all I'm gonna tell you, is you found a second round or a late second round or a non-drafted gem is what you got. Those are the only guys that make that kind of money that's significant for your team. That's it. And that's what Austin was for 2 years, then he got paid. You see what I'm saying? And all I'm saying is this, bro. They pushing it, but it's going to take Bronny becoming very good at something, which to me, the thing that he has the best chance of becoming good at is shooting because he loves to shoot. He likes to shoot. He likes to take 3. So if he becomes a better shooter, then he can be considered. But I don't see Bronny getting. I see him being a bench rider again this year. But again, he's 21 years old, so he's straight. He's 21 years old. But I'm not comparing him to none of these guys. You bringing him up against guys that I would never compare him with, or even bring his name up against these dudes. I would never do that.
I agree with you. He does have his father's mentality because he needs to take 2 weeks off in order to actually get his momentum back. So they do have that, like father, like son. But I just, I miss the Lakers from the 2000s, 2010s, and how they were constructed.
Well, the older we got, hopefully in the next couple years, the Lakers can get there. They just got to get past LeBron, bro. And again, that's a bad situation that the Lakers are in. But what do you do? The Lakers have a reputation for taking care of superstars, and regardless of what people want to say, having LeBron James leave the game of basketball in a Laker jersey is extremely important to the Lakers.
But that,
Extremely important.
but I think
So
that's the Buss family. But the Buss family don't have majority anymore.
no, that's extremely important to Laker basketball, not just the Buss family. I'm telling you right now, it shouldn't be, but it is. It's extremely important to them. They want him going out as a Laker. They want his association to be with a Laker. You see what I'm saying? Now he gonna always be Cleveland in heart because he's from there, won chip there, but they want him going out in a Laker jersey. They want a lot of the when you see the highlights of him, the end of his career when he was doing all this special stuff at 39 and 40 and winning all that, they wanted to be in a Laker jersey, bro. When you see Luka and him, they wanted to be in a Laker jersey. It's just important. It makes them a ton of money, and I can't be mad at them for it. I just know it's going to hinder you until LeBron decides he wants to leave.
But can I ask this question? So you take the good with the bad. He's also caused a lot of controversies in that Laker uniform. He also said rings don't matter in that Laker uniform. Doesn't that help hurt what the
No,
Lakers are all about?
no, no, no. That's him pushing the narrative to be the GOAT, and everybody know it. Anybody that's a basketball head ain't thinking about LeBron and this ring. Only people that don't care about rings is this culture here that cares about gambling and 2K more than they do the actual game of basketball. So basketball aficionados, basketball heads, they look at that and laugh because you play to win the game, and the ring is the most important thing. And that you're going to always be measured in sports by championships. It don't even have to be basketball. You're going to be measured in sports by championships. You can't tell me one guy that's considered the greatest in his sport that did not win multiple championships.
I'll
So
say Barry Bonds, but I'll also push back on that because there's a lot of people that say that Derek Jeter, even though he don't have the numbers, is a better baseball player.
baseball would be the closest sport you can find in, but Barry Bonds is considered a cheater more than he is the greatest baseball player. You
And
got more. You
so
got
is
more
LeBron
people.
James.
You got more people. No, I don't agree with that. Unfortunately, even though I think he is cheating, I don't agree with that. They don't look at LeBron James the way they look at Barry Bonds. Matter of fact, is Barry Bonds not even in? Is he not in the Hall of Fame? Did he hold him
Uh,
out from the Hall of Fame?
I think last year was his last year to be eligible. But I
Yeah.
think
So
after what happened to what was Charlie Rose? Not Charlie Rose, Pete Rose
Pete Rose.
getting in at his
Yeah.
death, I wouldn't be surprised that they start to soften their stance on that. Like, let's say, God forbid, let's say,
What I'm saying is this though: a lot of people, unless you are baseball diehard, like if you're just a casual of the sport, you know Barry Bonds from the cheating scandal. You know him from the steroids, the swollen head, the big hat. You know him from that stuff more than you do all the home runs he smashed and how good of a hitter and a base stealer and a defender he was in the field. You know what I'm saying? Like he was
I
an all
agree with
around
that.
great baseball player. But that's only going to be the baseball aficionados. The
Right, I
majority of
agree
the
with that
fans, the
because I
majority of the
think,
fans in sports today are casuals, bro.
right, I
They're
get all
casual.
that. I agree with that. But the parallel to that is there's a lot of fans out there that think LeBron James start cheating when he start building super teams and
They
moving
do, but
on and doing all this
just
shit.
not as much as Barry Bonds though. They don't put him in the same category as Bonds and Socha and all them dudes. He's not in that category.
Can we
So,
agree? Not yet.
well, I mean, he got to get caught, bro. And think about this: baseball had to do that. The basketball don't. I mean, you got guys freely admitting they smoke weed every day in the league. You see what I'm saying? And it's illegal though. It's an illegal drug for the NBA. But guys freely admit they smoke weed. They high in the games. You see what I'm saying? The league don't want that, bro. They're not trying to get rid of that. That's not something that they feel is hindering their game. So they don't mind their players coming to the games high as hell. As long as you get out there and perform, that's all they care about. So it's just different, bro. It's just different. It's just different.
Well, I'm under the impression, and you can agree with me or not, but they build you up so they can tear you down. And I think this is the start of them starting to tear LeBron James down,
When you
especially
say
after
they, when you say they, who are you referring to?
the media,
The
certain
powers that
pundits.
let's put it this way, the powers that be. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Well, the powers that be definitely want to build us up and tear us down. And this is why you have a hard time seeing this generational wealth that these guys get transferred to the third, fourth, and fifth generations. It ain't happening. You see what I'm saying? So they make sure they figure out a way to give it to you while you're entertaining them, while you're making them, you making millions and they're making billions, right? But then when it's all over and they can't get nothing else out of you, they're gonna get it all back. One way or the other. If you ain't gonna buy a bunch of cars and a bunch of houses and a bunch of stuff that your family gonna fight over and end up going to probate anyways, they're gonna figure out a way to get it all back from you. Smear your name. Ask Bill Cosby, ask R. Kelly, ask these, you know what I'm saying? They got a way to get you. So we do agree with that. That yeah, they will build you up to tear you down. They will make you. It's like being a Roman. You know how they used to have the gladiators fight back in the Roman times in the Roman Colosseum. You were a superstar, but you still was a slave. People didn't realize that. You was super. You got all the women you wanted. You got all the fame you wanted, but you couldn't leave. You had to get out there every day and perform for them. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same. It ain't much different, really. That's another top conversation for another time, really, though.
Yeah, I've always said that when they can't make money off of you, the scandal makes money off of you, so they'll
There
sell
you
the
go.
scandal.
Yeah,
Just like
hey, you right, but the scandal also get your money back too. They also get it back from you too. It ain't just to make money off you. They making money and they gonna get the money they gave you back because you're gonna spend it in the courts and fighting and doing all. Yep, you right, brother. We agree on that though. We agree on that. They build you up to tear you down. I agree with that.
the
I agree with
Lakers are
that.
about winning titles. The Dodgers used to be about winning titles. They hit a little bit of a lull. Now they're back winning titles. I think 2 and 4 years, if my math is correct. But the I just think this new group's going to get back to winning titles, and it's being that's the main focus. And the best way to win titles is to build the team correctly. I I really don't see the Genie Bus holding on to any more control than they need to.
No,
Uh,
Genie's more of a figurehead now. You know, you got to have somebody to come in because they made it clear. I think they said it in the what's the name. There's going to be drastic changes. Well, you don't want to come be the person. You want someone that knows them and gonna cry with them and all that. Genie gonna be the one levying all this separation, and you're not needed as much and da 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 da. So she's really sticking around for that, kind of like Mark Cuban did. You know how he stuck around to
yeah, but
kind of bridge
eventually
the
Mark
gap
Cuban left,
between
correct?
yeah. So and then they realize, well, Mark Cuban don't even have power. They're not telling him that it's gonna be the same with Jeannie Buss. She gonna get to stick around. She'll make some money for the next couple of years. Her salary for being a governor, but it's really relationship wise and to smooth the fences and make the transition that much easier. That's all it is. That's all it is.
I gotta give a shout out to Hustle in the chat. He said 2 and 5 years. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, two championships in 5 years, but they've been competing for a championship. I want to say for the last 7 years. I know they lost that the World Series to Houston under controversy, but they always been in the mix. I see
I think the
that.
Lakers will be right there. I think the Lakers will be in the mix, and I know as soon as they get rid of LeBron, they really will be back. They're gonna really have an opportunity. You
Now,
know.
Elder, with all due respect, you also said a few seasons back that they would never get rid of AD, and they did. So how can you say they would never get rid of LeBron James? I can actually see
Think
that
about it.
happen.
Hey, think about this. I said I don't see the Lakers ever getting rid of AD, right? Unless he wants to go, because that's what happens with superstars. How often do you see a 31-year-old star, all NBA player, have the option to be traded for a 25-year-old all NBA player? Like, how often does that happen?
That doesn't happen
That's the
basically
only
at all.
reason they got. Hey, that was a situation where you had no choice. There's not a team or a person that's ever played basketball that would not have done that trade.
But
It
we also
had to. It
it
had to
also
be.
looked like
Hey, it
collusion
had
though.
to be. It had to be what?
It also looked like collusion between the two teams.
I don't think so.
How? When nobody else was able to put their bid in for Luka?
Hey, let me ask you a question. Was anybody able to put their bid in for Paul George when Kawhi Leonard said, I want him for me to come to the Clippers? Did any other team get to put their bid in for Paul George when he had came off number 3? He was third in the MVP voting that year. Remember? He was lighting it up for that.
That's a great counterpoint, but they were just as pissed about that as they were about the Luka trade.
I 100% disagree. I don't think they were just as pissed at all about that. I didn't see nobody in OKC carrying coffins. I didn't see nobody say that the guy needed to be fired. I didn't see none of that. I didn't see any of that. I didn't see no outcry from OKC at all. At all. So no, I disagree that people was tripping. You got your basketball heads that saw what was going on, but that's it. And that's very few and far between. It was not even close to the outcry. Dallas loved Luka. He was a homegrown, home-picked guy. Paul George came in from Indiana. They didn't have that kind of love for him. They hated to see him go. But guess what? All of them happy now because look what Shea did. Doc Rivers tried to tell the Clippers. He told Kawhi Leonard flat out, you don't want to lose this guy. This guy going to be a star. He told Kawhi Leonard that. You may want to play with this dude. And Kawhi said, nope, I want to win now.
But there's a difference between PG and AD. AD was a champion that got traded. PG was never nowhere near being a champion. The closest he ever came was going to the Eastern Conference Finals against Miami.
I understand that, but I'm comparing it to the levels they were at. Paul George was third in the MVP. He was first team All NBA that year. So he was up there. He was considered a top 10 player in the game, really top 5 that year because, again, he was third in the MVP vote and almost 30 points a game. You see what I'm saying? He was very, very high and very popular. But it was to appease Kawhi. That's the only reason OKC wanted to trade him, was to appease Kawhi because the Clippers put the pressure on him. And then look what the Clippers gave him. They still got picks they owe the Clippers. The Clippers still got picks they owe OKC. So they gave him a haul. When it came to the Luka thing, bro, you just can't turn that down. It's a no-brainer type of thing. And here's the thing. This is what people don't really want to talk about. It wasn't collusion. What it was you had an organization that looked at their star and said, we don't want to pay him $345 million. People keep overlooking the only thing that made that trade is because they didn't want to pay Luka $345 million.
One more rebuttal. When did you see Bomber with the Clippers and Pressey with the Thunder sitting next to each other and video coming out before that Paul George trade happened? That didn't happen. So when you see pictures of the GM and the GM for the Lakers sitting together, that kind of puts a bad taste in your mouth.
Well, they are good friends. I mean, remember, they go back to the Nike days and all that, and Pelinka, they good friends. But at the end of the day, I'm telling y'all, the number one reason Luka is traded is because the new Dallas owner said, we don't want to invest $345 million in him. We don't want to pay him the Supermax. So they said, if we're not paying him Supermax, we got to trade him.
I get all that. And that's been like probably from the start of after the NBA Finals when Luka basically cried and bitched and moaned and was a traffic cone on defense. However, the optics are worse than the collusion when you have pictures of the Lakers general manager and the Mavs general manager sitting down looking like they're drinking coffee together, and then they say, "Oh yeah, we've been talking about this." That the collusion is there.
Now, here's the thing, though. This is not necessarily collusion because there is no rules in the NBA that said if you're going to trade, you have to open it up to the whole league. So that's not really collusion. That's how fans view it. I could literally own freaking the Orlando Magic, and you could be the owner of the Portland Trail Blazers, and I can call you directly and say, I want to do this deal because you got the player I want, and we don't have to talk to anybody else except the NBA to approve the deal. So it's not necessarily collusion. When he made the assessment and said, we're going to get rid of Luka, he said, we want to get defenders back. So what they literally did is took the best, because I asked people, name me a better player that you could have got for Luka Donic than Anthony Davis. What team would have gave up a player that you would consider better than Anthony Davis? for Luka. Which team?
Now, are you talking about an injury-prone Anthony Davis that we've been seeing for the last 4
It
years?
doesn't matter, bro. That's irrelevant. Anthony Davis is established in this league. A lot of guys have had injuries. Anthony Davis, you said it. He is a world champion. And Anthony Davis was lighting the league up. People forget. Anthony Davis was in the MVP conversation this past year at the beginning of the year because he was killing to start the season. He was killing. So we're talking about a top 10 player in Anthony Davis.
But
what I'm saying is this. Realistically, let's just say they opened it up to the league. What player would have been offered for Luka that's better than Anthony Davis?
I got two. They asked Milwaukee for Giannis. They said no. They asked Minnesota for Ant. They said no.
Bro, you don't have two then. You don't, because Giannis is a no and Anthony Edwards is a no. So you don't have two. They're not realistic. You can ask for freaking Jalen Brunson. You can ask for Jason Tatum. If the team says no, that's not an option. Give me a viable option that you could have got better than Anthony Davis. This is why the trade went down. And they did their due diligence. They plucked the two best defenders that the Lakers had on that team, and they got a young asset, and they got a pick. People say one pick they got fleeced. I don't think so. You know why? I would say this. If you're just trading Luka, and you ain't thinking about the Lakers or nothing, you just say Luka's on the market, how many picks are you going to get for Luka? What's that number? What would people say?
More than 10, yeah, especially if Gobert got it.
Hold on, brother. Nobody's ever gotten 10, ever. Let's keep it realistic. I want to keep it realistic.
Okay, I'll say 6.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this. How much is Anthony Davis worth? Just trading Anthony. Don't worry about where he's going. If Anthony Davis, the Lakers just say we want to trade Anthony Davis, how many picks is he worth?
With all the injuries? 4.
How many picks is Anthony Davis worth?
4.
I disagree with you, and so does the league, because he had all those injuries before he came to the Lakers, and they still got 6 picks for him, and they got 5 picks for him, and they got 3 2 number 2 players. Remember? They got what's his name? Lonzo Ball, and they got Brandon Ingram. 2 number 2 picks and 5 picks. This was before he won a championship, and his career had been injury filled.
But wasn't he the same age as Luka was when he got traded, around 25, 26?
No, because he ain't been with the Lakers 6 years. He's 31 now. He was like 27. LeBron came in 19. Anthony Davis came in 20. Remember, they won the first year he got there. So he's been there 5. He was there 5 years. So if he came at 26 years old then. So yeah, I guess he was. I apologize. That's my bad. Because Luka 26 now, right? Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah,
he just turned 26.
You're right. Mm-hmm.
So,
but I guarantee this: Anthony Davis is still worth 5 draft picks right now.
I would have to say no, because the man got hurt his first game with the Mavs.
He was hurt. Hey, hold on. They both got traded hurt. Remember, neither one of them were playing. Luka was hurt and Anthony Davis was hurt when they got traded. Neither were playing for their teams. They both got injury histories, bro. Go look. It didn't diminish his value, though. What diminishes value, if anything diminishes Anthony Davis' value, is 31 years old. But guess what? How did he start the season on? You could say he old, but like, hold on, bro. Do you understand he a top 3 player right now in the league? They got him number 3 right now in the MVP voting. At the time he was getting traded, before he got hurt, they had him in the top 5 in the MVP voting.
They did.
Destroying the league. So 31 is not old for NBA. Nobody's going to look at a 30, 31-year-old and say he's old. They're just not going to do that.
Luka got injured because he came to training camp 30 pounds overweight and then had
I don't know. I don't know why he got hurt, because Luka, he played all of October, all of November, and all of December. Because remember, he got hurt at Christmas. So he played 3 months before he got hurt. I don't know if I can blame that on being overweight. I don't know that. That's what they say. But he played 3 months. If he was really bad, why didn't he get hurt in October? Why didn't he get hurt in November? So I'm not following them weak narratives, bro. Luka been playing that size forever. He played that size in the NBA championship last year. He didn't get hurt. Well, he came in hurt. He's banged up. You see what I'm saying, bro? Again, All it boiled down to was Dallas made the decision. The owner said, we don't want to pay this guy $345 million. We don't feel he's worth it. Get us the best deal you can get. And old boy said, you know what? First off, people forget he had a great relationship with Anthony Davis because he got Anthony Davis to sign with Nike. So Anthony Davis was like one of his favorite guys. And he said, I got a chance to bring in one of the best defensive players in the game and an incredible offensive player and pluck a young, great 3-and-D wing from the Lakers too. I think, honestly, it was a fair trade. I really do.
Did any of them do any
You got the
draft
Lakers. You also got the Lakers to take back salary in Kleber and old boy. You see what I'm saying? So you got salary dumped, and you got the Lakers' best two defenders, a top 10 player and an up-and-coming budding star. Budding young man. I ain't gonna say star, but Max Christie. I don't know a team in the NBA that don't want Max Christie. They would all take him. So again, I think the deal was fair. I really do. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, real quick, before I let you go. Before I let you talk. Here's the thing. People forget the NBA have to approve these trades. And the NBA ranks all their players. And they have these numbers next to them. So if the NBA had, like, let's say they had Luka internally for 7 picks and Anthony Davis for 4, they wouldn't have let that deal go down. They'd have been like, this is not enough value. How do we know this? Go back to the Chris Paul thing to the Lakers. Nope, these guys are older. You're trading. This is not good enough value. You're not going to get a superstar in his prime for 2 old aging guys. Lamar Odom and Gasol. Nope, redo the trade. And the Lakers didn't have enough young assets. That's why the Clippers got him. And they gave up what? The number 4 pick, Eric Gordon. Remember? They gave up the number 4 pick in the draft from Indiana, Eric Gordon. So the league is not going to let teams just get fleeced. It has to make sense. To us, we'll say, oh, like today, the Boston trade. He got fleeced. People say, oh, Drew Holiday over here. No, he's not. Drew Holiday hasn't fallen off. He had a different role with the Boston Celtics because he went from being the number 2 option, number 3 option, and what's the name, down to the number 5, number 6 option in Boston. You understand what I'm saying? He still ain't fell off. That's why they got assets for Drew Holiday, even though there was a younger guy being traded for him on an expiring contract.
Okay. I agree with everything you just said. My first point is this. After the gentleman's sweep in the NBA Finals to the Boston Celtics, what was the talking point about Luka going into the offseason? Was it not that the defense needs to get better?
That talking point been like that about Luka for a while, though, about his defense is lacking. He needs to be in better shape. They've been talking about that for 2 or 3 years about Luka. It wasn't just after the finals.
The one thing that we can every time the playoffs start is defense travels, offense is sketchy. We have never said anything about wrong about AD's defensive prowess. The general manager set up there and said that defense wins championships. So that was the biggest reason why they wanted AD. Not necessarily because he was 31, not necessarily because of...
I would agree with that. I agree with that. That's why I said that they plugged the 2 best defensive players from the Lakers, and they end up getting a young player, too. They got their 2 best. Those are the Lakers' 2 best defenders. They got them both. And they got a young guy in Max Christie on a cheap contract, $8 million. Dallas made out good. That's why Ticket was talking about earlier today. And at the beginning of this, he said Dallas still going to be good. Especially if they get Kyrie back. Dallas is going to be a problem. With Cooper Flag, they're going to be a problem.
I got zero faith in Luka. I've said it on the stream before. If you're not motivated coming into the beginning of the season, if you're trying to do what Shaq did and play yourself back into game.
Have you seen Luka? Have you seen Luka?
Have I seen him face to face in Wisconsin?
No. Have you seen all the pictures that's been out there of him now?
I saw that 2 years ago when they said he was in the best shape and he still looks scrumpy.
Brother, I disagree. I seen he was not even close to looking like he looks now. They didn't change the man's diet. They didn't. Luka, I'm gonna tell you right now, losing that $116 million. Oh, that humbled Luka. That Luka on a mission. I think Luka gonna destroy the league this year. I really do. Luka probably. You know what? I'm not that kind of betting. I like to mess around with the brothers on here and stuff. You know all that. But like I don't do nothing with Vegas and all that crazy stuff. But if I did, I would put money on Luka being MVP next year. I would
Well,
right
he's
now.
always in the running to be an
He gonna
MVP.
make sure he get it next year. I'm telling
But
you,
I don't
Luka.
I don't care about his offensive numbers. What about that defense? Because anybody in this league now could put up 30, and we've seen Luka put up
Brother. I'm
34,
sorry,
9, and
brother.
9.
That brother. That's not true. Anybody in this league cannot just put up 30. That's
Okay, how
not
about
true,
I'll
bro.
say it like this. I'll correct myself. I'll say it like this. Any top 5 player could put up 30 in this league.
Okay.
I don't give a damn about Luka's offense. I want to see what he does on the defensive end.
Okay.
And we're talking about Luka in June, and October is 1, 2, 3, 4 months away,
Yeah.
almost 3.5 months away.
Mhm.
So I have to agree that
You'll
anybody
believe it when you see Luka become an average defender. Is what you're saying?
I will believe it when I see it.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Luka can be an average defender. I do. I think he can.
But you haven't
Now,
seen it
to
yet.
me, he don't have the athleticism and all that to be no great defender. He don't have that, in my opinion. He don't have the lateral quickness, all that stuff. Now, what he does have is good hands. He has the hands. You know what I mean? But see, people say, well, Larry Bird had great lateral and he had great footwork, and Larry Bird was probably one of the smartest guys ever play basketball. So I'm not putting Luka on Larry Bird's level, but I think Luka could do. He does good steals now. I think being in better shape, having more cardio, not getting as tired. What I think is Luka gonna start really destroying teams in the fourth quarter. Because if people watch Luka for the last 5 years, he really does the majority of his damage in the first 2 quarters.
And that's conditioning.
I
How many
know.
years have Luka been in the NBA? 7?
Yes.
So in 7 years, you wait until your 8th year to be an average defender. It's usually, if you're going to be a good defender, you would have saw it years ago. I think Luka gets.
No, hold on. How many years did it take Steph Curry to become an average defender?
But Steph Curry
You didn't
ain't
answer my
6, 7,
question.
6,
I'm
8.
gonna see if I can get you to answer my question instead of giving me the
Okay.
excuse.
No,
How many
you're
years?
right.
Yeah, Steph Curry was in the league double-digit years before he started actually playing defense. So I can see Luka be at least as good, if not better, than Steph Curry because he's much bigger. You see what I'm saying? So I could see him do that with Steph Curry. What about James Harden? I can name you guys
Oh,
that.
no, James Harden's trash. No, don't even mention him to me.
No, bro. You may want to go look. You may want to go relook. Harden actually plays very decent defense now, especially in the post area. Harden a beast in that post. Like you ain't getting nothing on him in there. Harden is not trash defensively anymore. He's not. He is not. And that actually kind of went back to the Brooklyn. Really, it really did. It went back to Brooklyn. Now Houston, trash. He just scored. But when he got to Brooklyn and then with the Philly and bro, go watch. I'm telling you. These guys all started playing defense late in their careers. And I'm not saying any of them are all defensive players. They're average defenders, which makes you decent in this league. Because most of the time it's either feast or famine, either elite or you're trash. You know what I'm saying? So these guys are holding their own and they're not being singled out anymore. I think Luka can get to that level. I do. I think he can get to the level where they say, you know what, I'm not going to fight that big old dude. Because even with Luka losing the weight, he's still going to be super strong. That's one thing people ain't going to take from Luka. Luka's a strong dude. He's still going to know how to use his body. He's still going to know angles and inches. He's still going to understand that stuff. So I think Luka can definitely get to a point where he plays defense like Harden and play defense like Steph Curry, which would be more than admirable. And I think that's going to happen this year. So if you got him doing that this year where he's not getting destroyed on the defensive end and he's destroying the league, like, bro, when I say destroy the league, I would not be surprised if Luka averaged 35 points this year.
On a team with LeBron, absolutely not. I'm
We'll
willing to
see.
take that bet. I'm
Okay.
willing to take that bet.
I got you.
There's nobody that's going to score more than LeBron on any of his teams.
Hold on, bro. Anthony Davis scored more than LeBron. And Luka scored more than LeBron this year. So what are you talking about? LeBron is definitely LeBron may hold on, bro. LeBron may be the third leading scorer on this team this year. AR may average more points than LeBron this year. You may want to be careful about that and watch basketball a little more, brother. Anthony Davis averaged more than LeBron the year they won the championship. Go back and look.
No, you're right about that. I'm not gonna.
And
I'm not
Luka
gonna lie.
averaged more than LeBron after coming over. He averaged more than LeBron on this team this year. He still averaged 28 points. LeBron and averaged with 23, 24 this year.
I think he
And
averaged
Austin Reeves
24.
was at Austin Reeves was at 20. LeBron, I wouldn't be surprised if Austin Reeves tick up to 22 or 23 and LeBron dropped down to 20 this year. Wouldn't be surprised at all.
So
That's what should happen.
well, that's what should happen, but that's
Yeah.
not necessarily,
And LeBron may dip under 20 this year. He may.
I don't know. Because we saw AD getting off to an MVP start, and after that fourth game when LeBron was only averaging 16 and crying, what ended up happening? LeBron started being the number one go-to, and guess what? AD's numbers start to dip down. LeBron plays for the stats. That's another reason why.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. You think Luka numbers gonna dip like AD's?
I will bet more that Luka's numbers dip than LeBron's numbers dip. Because LeBron
what's
plays
your
for the
name?
stats.
What's your name?
Martavian, you know who I am, brother.
Martavian. Let's put that. I'm gonna try to mark this. Let's bet that then. I will bet that the Luka numbers definitely won't dip and LeBron's will. I'll bet that. Luka numbers ain't going nowhere. But up. Luka numbers gonna go up. Watch.
With JJ Redick.
Luka will. I'm gonna tell you right now.
James
Luka will average 30 points this year. But I would not be surprised if he averaged 34, 35. I wouldn't be. I would not be surprised. Luka numbers is definitely going to go up because he didn't even shoot the ball well. Remember coming off the injury, the lower body, he didn't even shoot well for the Lakers this year. He didn't even shoot the ball good and put up 28, almost 29, like 28.7. So imagine if he just gets back to what he shot in Dallas. That's easily going to take it from 28.7, which is 29, up to 32, 33.
But to be fair, Elder, he didn't go on those scoring runs until LeBron took those 2 weeks off. After that 8-game winning streak where they got the 2 seed, and then
that's not true, but that's fine.
So you saying Luka was putting up 45 balls with
I didn't say
LeBron
that. I didn't say that. No, that's what you're talking about, like 40 balls. Okay, great. But Luka he had the first couple games he didn't do, but after that, he was scoring fine, like Luka scores. He just wasn't shooting it as well as he normally does. That's all. His shooting percentage wasn't there. His free throw percentage wasn't there. I think when he comes back healthy and in shape, he's going to, and then motivated, Luka going to destroy the league. Because first off, as a big guy, nobody could stop him. As an overweight basketball player, he was still putting up. Do you understand? Besides this past year, because of injuries and stuff, he didn't qualify. You know, Luka was first team All NBA for 5 straight years, right? 5 straight years, bro. First team.
Okay.
You may want to go look that up, bro. Luka been destroying this league. He scores 30 in his sleep, bro. And now he's motivated. Now he's mad because think about it. He got to come back and sign his contract with the Lakers. You don't think whatever he signs, 3-year 165, I don't care what it is, 4, 228, it don't matter. That's going to piss him off just to even sign that contract.
So why are we waiting until year 8 to get motivated? Why wasn't he motivated coming off of the finals appearance?
I didn't say the brother wasn't motivated. He got to the finals. I didn't say he wasn't. But I know this, losing $116 million, having your name shamed in the public, saying you got traded because you overweight and didn't take it serious, da-da-da. Oh, that'll get you straight. And guess what? I like the way I see him responding. I like what I'm seeing so far. Changing of the diet, got his wife involved, a woman, whatever it is, got all them involved, showing his meals online, what he eating, his strict diet, no fast food, no so all this stuff. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see Luka get out there. And then let's not forget the fact that he's been embarrassed by this team. They only didn't pay the man because to me, if there's one guy in the NBA that actually deserved the supermax, it was Luka. He had earned the supermax. If Dallas had any kind of class, what they would have done is paid Luka the supermax and then traded him.
Okay, I thought you was talking about the Lakers. So you're talking about Dallas embarrassed them.
Yeah, Dallas embarrassed them. They the ones. Lakers didn't put that information out about Luka. It was Dallas saying, "Oh, we traded him because he was overweight, and we didn't think he was serious about his fitness, and he smokes and drinks too much, and blah 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 blah." You know, all this dumb stuff.
So
All this
can I?
stuff that all the players are smoking hookah, all the players are drinking. I mean, now it's a problem because it's Luka, and he
So can I?
just led you. He just led you to the West. I mean, to the Western Conference Finals and won MVP of that, and led you to the NBA Finals. And you want to
So
bash the man?
my rebuttal to that is Luka embarrassed himself in the NBA Finals doing all that crying and having the highest blow by percentage. So he
That
he
that
had some
is
control into his own embarrassment.
that's a personal opinion.
That's a
Because
personal opinion.
I ain't gonna lie, as a basketball fan, I wasn't embarrassed for Luka. He's a young player that got to the NBA Finals at 23, 24 years old, and guess what? He got taught what it's gonna take to win. Now let's see what he does next year. Let's see what he's able to do. That's how I looked at it. I wasn't embarrassed for him at all.
So
I'm gonna
when
tell you who I was embarrassed for in the finals. When I watched Shaquille O'Neal play Akeem Olajuwon, I was embarrassed. Because you remember how Shaq was talking junk, how he was dunking on all the greats and none of them could handle him, and he was the most dominant player ever. And then Akeem took his butt to school in that finals. And that was embarrassing to me.
you
That
know who I
was.
was embarrassed for? It wasn't Shaquille. It was Nick Anderson for missing 4 straight clutch free throws that would have won them game one, and it wouldn't have been a sweep. Who
So
knows how it would have.
you telling me the way Akeem Olajuwon was doing Shaquille was not embarrassing for you? The moves he was putting on that boy, the stuff
But I just watched him do the same thing to David Robinson. So that we're talking about Akeem. We're not talking about Greg
again,
Ostertag.
David Robinson wasn't going around talking shit, talking about he's the best player in the league and he's dunking on all the legends. None of them
No,
can guard
he
him.
just
He wasn't doing that shit Shaq was doing though.
no, he held up Hakeem's back-to-back MVP and thought that he was going to get out of that series. But we
Man,
can agree to disagree.
I got
But
you. He destroyed that dude, bro. It was
he
bad.
did do that.
But
But you
Luka,
have the
I
lead
think
and you
this
need
is
one free throw to win the game, and you miss 4 consecutive free throws.
yeah,
That's embarrassing.
this is humbling for Luka. And it's embarrassing and it's upsetting because he earned that 116 extra $1 million and they didn't give it to him. And now because he got traded, he can't even get it. He's not even eligible for it. He can't get a supermax now. And that's a guy that had actually put in the work and earned it. When you go to 5, remember, all you need is one all NBA team, one MVP, one defensive player of the year. Luka had 5, my brother, in a row. If it's anybody ever in the league that earned a supermax, it was Luka Doncic. And for Dallas to play him the way they did, no love for that dude at all. Like zero appreciation for what he did for Dallas. I actually don't expect Dallas to, honestly, Dallas is going to compete or whatever. I don't expect them to win nothing though. Because I don't believe in karma. I believe you reap what you sow. And I think they still disrespected and dishonored Luka Doncic. I really do. Because that man earned that contract of $345 million. And me, if I'm the owners, I would pay them. And then as soon as he'd have been eligible to be traded, I'd have traded him. That's what I would have done. So that he at least gets his money. And guess what? What team still wouldn't have wanted Luka Doncic with a $345 million contract? All of them. Every team in the league that still would have wanted Luka Doncic. Every team in the league. But I'm glad it worked out like this because now the Lakers don't have to pay 345. They can pay 229 or they can pay 165. We
But
get a discount for Luka Doncic. We don't have to pay the super max, and we get the motivated, mad. And here's another thing: more mature player. We know how men mature at that age, 25, 26, in that range. Men just mature. They go to a little different level at that age. I expect that from Luka coming back at 26 years old. I do.
well,
And
look,
life is life now.
I would love for you to be right. I would love to see it, but even the scriptures say, "Can a leopard change its spots?" So until I see Luca is this angry, motivated individual that you're hoping that he is, until I can actually see
Yeah,
it,
I
I can't
definitely
get
wouldn't
behind it.
call Luca a leopard, so I wouldn't call him a leopard. I wouldn't even compare him to a leopard, so I don't think that applies to him. He don't do
Yeah,
nothing like a leopard. But
maybe
again,
eat like
we're
one.
talking about sports, and we're talking about guys with massive egos. It's hard to be successful in these leagues without having an ego, without having a massive ego. Luka believes he said it. The NBA is easy. It's easy for me to score in the NBA. Guess what? Now he's going to see what it takes to be a champ, though. Because Lakers going to put pressure on him to be a champ, not just to go out here and entertain them. They've been entertained for years. They've been entertained by Magic, Showtime, Kareem, Worthy, Byron Scott, Michael Cooper, all the Rambis. We've been entertained, bro. Kobe, Shaq, all that whole crew. We've been entertained. We need you to be entertained and win. So Luka finna find the pressure from that end. I think Luka's going to answer with flying colors, though. I really do. I think he's going to be fine.
But LA is not Dallas. If he was getting that from Dallas.
Let me ask you this. What superstar went to LA and couldn't handle it?
Dwight Howard.
Wasn't a superstar.
He wasn't a superstar when he got traded to?
No, go back and look. Broke back, all that. Dwight was not a superstar at that time. Nope. Not at all. He was not a superstar at that time.
So what were you? What was he? Just a star?
If in name, his production had totally dropped. Remember the back issues is that he had totally dropped off production wise. Wasn't the same defender. Couldn't do much offensively. He wasn't even the leader of a team. He wasn't the best player on that team. Not even close. But that would be the closest you would get is Dwight Howard. But he was not a superstar at that time when they got him, in my opinion. Shaq was a superstar when the Lakers got him, but not Dwight Howard.
I think Dwight Howard was a superstar.
All right, so let's exclude him then, because we're going to agree to disagree on that.
I don't have anybody else, but I do know that'll be my number one pick of coming to LA and shrinking under the pressure.
Because guess what? Because the last two you would have before that would have been LeBron and AD, right?
That couldn't handle it, or superstars?
No. The last two superstars that come to LA before Luka was LeBron and AD, right? AD and LeBron, right?
Yeah.
And what'd they do? Won a chip.
They won the Orlando chip.
Okay, you can title it how you want it. I don't care what the location is. Oklahoma City just won an Oklahoma City chip. What difference do it make?
Stop it.
The chip is a chip. Shoot, I don't diminish nothing. At the end of the day, they got it done. I can keep going back naming superstars that came. Paul Gasol, Kobe Bryant. I can name them all that came. They all end up winning. Luka will end up winning. He will. Watch. First off, people forget this. He'll win an NBA championship because people forget this. Luka came as a winner as a teenager. He won in the highest leagues as a teenager overseas. Now, that's not the NBA. It's still a high level to play on, though.
So if we're going to say that, then Tony Kukoc was one of the greatest players of all time. If we're going to say that.
Why are we going to say that? He didn't. Why would we say that? He didn't lead. Hold on. What team did Tony Kukoc lead to a championship in the NBA?
He didn't lead no team to a championship.
Okay. Thank you. And Tony Kukoc is not even close to Luka Donic when it comes to overseas. You may want to go look at their resumes, bro. Tony Kukoc was great.
But then you say a championship is a championship?
Yeah, but he didn't do what Luka did as a teenager over there.
But he still got a championship.
Brother, go compare Tony Kukoc's resume as a teenager and Luka Donic's resume in that league as a teenager. Go look. Tony Kukoc's not even close to Luka Donic. Not even close. He's a great player, but he ain't even close to Luka Donic.
It was a different era as well,
I think basketball's way better now, especially overseas. I think overseas basketball is way better now than it was back then.
I will agree to that. I would definitely agree to that. But
Luka destroyed it as a teenager, and he's come to the NBA and destroyed the NBA. You do know, like, Luka Donic is on track right now to break every record LeBron James has ever set. Every one of them. Rebounding, passing, scoring, every single one of them. He's on pace right now to break every single one of them.
But
he's ahead. Go look and see where LeBron was at 26 and look where Luka is at 26. He's ahead of him. He's ahead of him. Now, do I think Luka going to play 20-some-odd years like LeBron? No, I don't. But if he did, and he's kept at this level, he's on trajectory to break all of LeBron records. All of them.
I don't think he's going to play 20 years, bro.
We'll see.
Look.
We'll see. We didn't know how long LeBron was going to play.
Well, you know, he has the super
You
soldier
thought LeBron? Hold
serum.
on. You thought LeBron would play 23 years?
Uh,
Did it ever cross your mind LeBron gonna play about 23 years, 24 years? Because this is year 23. He's coming on playing this year. This is year 23.
I'm gonna have to say no. I didn't never
I
thought
know.
that, you know, he
So
will.
we don't know what Luka gonna do. I don't know. I can tell you this: Luka shouldn't have the wear and tear on his body as much because he don't have to jump as high. You know what I mean? Like he ain't as athletic as LeBron, so he shouldn't have the pounding on his body. Now LeBron, you know, he on that stuff, so you know his body don't feel nothing. But you know, again, bro, Luka is great. Offensively, no doubt. Defensively, needs to do some work. But he's one of the greatest scorers to ever play in the NBA. Already. Already. You know he has the second highest playoff average of all time.
Right under Jordan, yeah,
Yes.
33 or
Already.
32.
Already. At 23, 24, 25, and at 26, he's already got that. Already. All Luka got to do is once he get it, that's when they're gonna start rolling. Like, say he wins the MVP this year, then come back next year and win the chip. It's gonna start rolling for him, bro. Because people forget he only be 27 then.
But we
He
already can
still will have multiple years before he even get to 30. And we know the leap guys make mentally when they get to 30 years old.
yeah, but I don't think he has the discipline. I just
Yeah,
don't.
we're gonna
I
see.
just don't think he. Well, yeah, I would love to be wrong. Trust me, I'm not sitting up here saying that everything
Oh
you're
yeah.
saying is out. I
I
would
think
love
he
to be
definitely.
wrong.
I think he definitely got the discipline. If Luka stopped, I think it's because of boredom. I think he won't be challenged. That may get him to say, you know what, I'll walk away. I've won. I've this. I've that. I've achieved everything I ever wanted. This isn't challenging for me anymore. That's what I see from Luka, possibly not being challenging. Like the scoring stuff that he talks about all the time, that's easy for him. See, coming in, being in great shape, and being able to have the win, this is a challenge for him. Playing great deep, this is a challenge. Let's see how long this becomes a challenge.
You would have had me if we was talking about 4 years ago, Elder. I'd have been right there with you. But we're talking about going into year 8. Year 8?
I think you forget how old he is. That's the problem. You keep saying year 8 like he's year 8 for Jordan and would have been 31 years old. They come in the league at 22, 23 because they go to school for 3-4 years. Luka 8 years is 25, sir. He's 25, just turning 26 in year 8. What would you consider prime? What's a prime age for players?
Between 24 and 29.
Oh my God. So you saying prime is 24? You're the first person I've ever heard say a prime for a player is 24 years old.
It can start at 24. We've seen a lot of good players prime start at 24. Well, help me understand where you feel that the prime comes in.
I don't think any player hits their prime at 24 years old. That's too early. I think prime is more around anywhere from 27 to 31, 32, stuff like that. People forget Jordan was winning, what was Jordan, 36, 37? The last chip he won?
It was 35.
Okay. He like he was in his prime too, didn't he?
Now,
I'm not saying he can't be great at that age.
so
I'm just saying prime.
let's get the description of what makes
Like,
it the prime.
let me ask you this. What's a better player? Jordan at 24, 25 or Jordan at 30, 31, 32? Who was a better player?
Of course, Jordan at 31
Nah,
because
he scored. Hey,
he made the game
more.
easier
He
for
scored
himself.
more at 25, though.
I get
24,
all that,
25.
but he made the game easier. He picked his
There
shots. He
you
knew
go.
when to do
There
what he
you
needed
go.
to do. And that's
There
when he
you go.
became the black cat at
There you
31 through
go.
35, and we can even throw in the wizard years. But
Yep.
the
There
reason
you
why I
go.
say it starts at 24 for me, and this is only my perception, it
Mm-hmm.
starts at 24 through 29, or we'll even stretch it to 33. Okay, I'll even stretch it for 33 because I've seen players come in and couldn't figure it out until they got to about 24, and that was like the first time they was ever a 20-point per game scorer and started to add to their bag and started to produce and started to win. So that's why I say at 24.
Okay. I guess the medium has gone down because players are coming into the league a little bit younger. I still think guys are in their best. Definitely once they pass 25, because I see just naturally there's a maturing that takes place in most men around 25, 26 years
They
old.
grow into their grown man body by then.
Yeah, they mature mentally, so that's going to make them even better. Even if they ain't scoring as many more points, they're having more impact on the game. They just are. They're having more impact on the game. Anthony Davis was great. Once he got around 26, he was able to win a chip.
Let me ask you this question because it's going on in the chat. Shout out to Tyson Thomas. What age was D Rose's prime?
About that, because remember, people forget he played 4 years in Marquette, so he came into the league at 22. Didn't he win his first chip the third year he was in the league? Right,
I
the
think
second,
either
third.
second or third. Yeah.
So he was right about that. But I mean, I still think D Wade was a better player when he got with LeBron, though, than he was the year that he won the first chip.
I
I
said
really
D
do.
Rose, not D Wade.
Oh, D Rose.
Yeah.
He's hard to gauge because of the injuries. You know what I'm saying? He's hard to gauge because of the injuries to me. I'm telling you right now, if a guy stay healthy, I'm always going to like him later as he's more mature in mind and understands the game better than I will as a young guy. You can be young, and I mean, Anthony Edwards is young, destroying the league right now, but I think he has so much room to grow. So much room to grow as a player. And it's all mental. It ain't physical. It's all mental for him. So I'm always going to pick a guy that's mentally stronger than a guy that's physically stronger. I am. Look at Shea. He's what now, 26?
Yeah.
But he's been putting up 30 for the last 3 years. Was Shea at 24 better than Shea at 26?
Well, obviously now
There
he
you
didn't
go.
put everything together.
There you go.
Well,
There's
there are
very
players
few.
that
There's very few Magic Johnsons. Like there's very few guys. Magic came in his prime. Bird came in their prime. You see what I'm saying? These dudes came in winning, bro. There's very few guys that we're going. Tim Duncan came in winning. It's very few guys. I mean, I've named 3 guys, but I mean, it's been what? How many players have played in the NBA? So
thousands.
it's very few anomaly guys like that. Most guys, Jordans, Kobe's, all them still need. Kobe was a guy in his prime in that age. Think about it. Kobe was winning chips at 20, 21, 22.
But the sad thing about Kobe is you had that dumbass coach that didn't want to put him in.
I
Didn't want to
agree.
develop him.
And then you had the situation in Colorado that held Kobe back some years. He
Pastor,
still was
this man
an
Mass,
incredible
this man Mass, the man the link says you in here talking crazy.
man. Mass again. Mass is Mass. He Mr. Mass.
He demands the link. He
Isn't
said
that
that
fool a link?
I already said so. He said that you talking crazy and that you full of you know
He
what.
he 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 just how Mass is. He'll come in here and bring up LeBron because he hate LeBron. So
No, well, Pastor, but I was listening to you, but my whole thing to you is this, bro. I totally disagree with you on the whole thing that we was talking about when we was talking about the big man. I think you're very underrated in Sabonis because you was high on Sabonis, bro.
it's ticket. I think Sabonis is a great player. He's just not a good fit for the Lakers, in my opinion.
No, I'm
He's
saying the current one. I'm talking about going in the future with Luka. I
no,
don't
I
see if
don't
you're
think
shooting 40.
Sabonis. I don't think Sabonis is a good fit with Luka. I don't. I just don't agree with that. Sabonis needs the stuff to run through him to be the most effective Sabonis you're gonna get. And I don't know if that Sabonis is good enough to win a chip. Because he's just a lower level of freaking the guy in Denver. He is. He's a lower level of that. His biggest asset is rebounding, in my opinion, and passing.
Well,
You
Pastor,
saying he's a lower level
go ahead, Monte.
than Jokic?
Then Jokic, yeah, he a low level Jokic is what he is to me.
Somebody
So
giving you 20 and 14, man, and
I
6
just
assists, bro.
I don't see him being the center that can lead me to a chip. Because I think defensively, when you go up against a real center, these real big dudes, he gonna be at a major
No, I'm saying,
disadvantage.
but ain't that why you put him at the 4 and then you get another 5 that's like a
You
practice?
act like that shit's so easy to do, Ticket. You act like that's super easy just to
A
get.
lot
That
of teams
ain't
are doing it though, Pastor.
like who? Name them.
The Memphis Grizzlies.
Did they win?
No, I'm saying, but you
Next
asked me name. No, I'm saying you asked me name
next
the
team.
team.
It don't. You can tell me a team, but if they
Well,
ain't
I'm saying
winning,
Ja got hurt. I'm saying Ja got hurt. So hold on, let
well,
me finish
Ja's the
going.
guard. That ain't got nothing to do with the big guys.
No, but I'm saying you said did they win? I'm saying if your main
If
guy
Ja
gets hurt.
didn't get hurt, would the Memphis Grizzlies have an NBA
No,
championship right now?
but you asked me name team. I'm about to name
I
teams.
fully
The
understand. You're
T-Wolves.
gonna name. Hold on, Ticket. You're gonna name me teams, but I'm gonna name you teams that are losers. They're not
But
winning, and they're
The
not even
T-Wolves
a
in the
threat
conference
to
finals
win.
though, Pastor.
Huh?
The T-Wolves.
I mean,
Then, then you
that's
got
pro.
hold on. Then you got hold on, but let's keep going. But then you got outside of them, you also got
And see, I can't do. Hold on, Ticket. I can't do the T Wolves. Do you know why? Because you keep forgetting about Sabonis' salary. You got the T Wolves, but that's the highest paid guy on the team. Your 3-time defensive player of the
how
year,
much Sabonis making?
like 45. He's making a ton. He maybe 50 now. He's making a lot of money. Go look at his contract, y'all.
Let me pull this up real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead while
So,
I pull up this contract.
but
I'm gonna pull
you're
this
not
up.
gonna find me a team that's got two like a Sabonis at the power forward at 40 something million, and then you get a center at 40 something million, 30 something million, 50 million. No.
Josh Gold, you said I'm a rider of that guy. I haven't talked about that guy in 2 months, bro.
I
Who is
just don't
Sabonis?
think Sabonis is the answer because he don't play good enough defense. He's not a rim protector. He just rebound. He's not a good enough defensive answer. And Luka needs help defensively
But
because
have the
he's
Lakers
weak.
had those type of players anyways?
Again, you need to fit the team around Luka. So he needs. Guess what? What did Dallas do to get there?
No,
They
no.
put.
I'm saying no.
Let me finish.
Listen,
Let me
I feel
finish.
you. I feel you. What you're saying. I'm
They
just saying.
put. Hold on. They put athletic dogs at the big positions that could jump, that could defend around Luka.
But I'm saying that the fact that he can shoot 41 from the 3
I
and
don't
you get
care about that. They can't. He can't stop anyone. And Luka needs guys that can stop folk. That's what he needs because he's weak defensively. You got to put guys around him that can stop. You can't
I'm
have.
not
Hold
saying
on. You can't
no.
have Luka, LeBron, and Sabonis, bro. You're
I'm
done.
not saying, but I'm not saying no, bro. I'm not saying no. I'm saying that's why you go get one of those type of bigs.
Like who? You said get one. How?
I just
When
hold
you
on. Okay,
if
so
you got
hold on. Let me give you
Sabonis,
a
there's
couple names.
somebody.
Let me
Hold
give
on.
you a
There's
couple
somebody.
names.
Hold on. Hold on. Did somebody look up Sabonis's? Let me look.
No, I'm saying I can give you a couple names. Clint Capella.
No, no. So hold on. You think Luka, Sabonis, and Clint Capella is the answer?
No, I'm saying to you, I'm giving you like types of bigs that I'm saying.
You won't
I'm
win
saying
with that
Claxton.
ticket. You won't win. Claxton making almost 30
But the
mil,
Lakers, hold
27
on,
mil.
Pastor. But the Lakers won when JaVale McGee started.
Hold on a second. I know you're not comparing freaking bro. Look. Oh my God, ticket. You're
I
killing me.
think hold on. I think that JaVale McGee's on the same wave as a guy like Clint Capella.
You're killing me, ticket. JaVale McGee.
Hold on, to be
Hold
honest,
on.
Clint Capella's a better rebounder and a better
JaVale McGee
and shot blocker.
and Dwight Howard.
You don't think Clint Capella's a better
Hold
shot
on.
blocker, scorer, and rebounder than JaVale McGee?
Listen. JaVale McGee and Dwight Howard next to Anthony Davis? Are you serious, ticket? Are
No,
you
I'm saying, but
serious?
hold on.
And you're
But
comparing that.
but
Hold on.
Pastor,
You're comparing
but you
that to
say, hold on, but you
Sabonis
say that.
and Capella?
But Sabonis was always giving AD the business.
Oh my God.
So all I'm saying is that you trying to tell me like you making it seem like Sabonis is chopped liver. I'm saying if you put
I
a
will
big
tell
like
you
that
this.
beside,
I will tell you this. If you had AD, Dwight Howard, and JaVale McGee go against Sabonis, I bet he wouldn't give him the business. I bet he wouldn't.
Elder, the chat said Tyson Thomas says Sabonis makes $46 million next year.
There you go. See? Too much money. Too much money wrapped up in him. Way too much. He ain't worth 46 million for what you need on this team. He's not. And I don't think
but
he's
he
the
was top 10
answer.
MVP. If you tell me a dude is
I
top
don't
10,
give a
Martavia,
flip
if you
ticket. I
tell me a
don't
dude's top 10 MVP the last 2 out of 3 years, he's top 10 MVP. He's all NBA. How he ain't good enough?
He has a point, Elder.
He don't have a point. He did that on a team that was not a threat to win a chip. He put up stats, and that's why he got those accolades. He ain't winning with that. Somebody here tell me that when they saw Sabonis, they saw a winning player that's going to help you win a championship. Who's going to tell me that?
Did you see that with Aaron Gordon in Orlando before he went to the Denver?
Who?
Did you see that with Andrew Wiggins before he went to the Warriors?
Yeah.
I didn't. Yes. Man, ain't nobody seen that, man.
Hold on, Ticket. You're talking about guys that were playing the number 1 position for their team, and then they moved to the number 3, the number 4 position. But here's the biggest thing. You're talking about ultra athletic guys that play elite defense, and they took on their roles. This dude ain't ultra athletic, and he can't play defense. He can't be Wiggins. He can't be Aaron Gordon. He can't. And when you go to that level of a role player, you have to compliment the star. He wouldn't be the star because Luka is. And Luka don't play D. So he needs guys.
I believe he can compliment.
I would rather have Aaron Gordon. I would rather have Ticket.
Pastor, he still got, hold on. But Pastor, he still got his numbers. Hold on, but this one
I don't give a shit about his numbers.
No, I'm saying, but he had other elite scores on his team, and he still was averaging.
He didn't do nothing though.
I'm saying he still got his, even though
I don't care. You can't win with it though, Ticket. You keep talking about his numbers and what he did with these guys. They were sorry. They didn't make the playoffs.
Well, Pastor, here's why I disagree with you. You picked them to beat the Warriors the other year.
In the first round. First round. Did I pick him to go?
Hold on. You said they were a very dangerous team.
Did I pick? Hold on, Ticket. Did I pick him to go to the West Conference Finals?
Yeah, you did. You said you said
lying dog. Shut up, nigga. Shut up.
I swear, I swear I got the stream. You said
go pull it up, then. Go pull it up. I never said damn Sacramento going to the Western Conference Finals.
No, I said you said they have a chance to get to the conference finals. They have one of the best offenses. You said they have one of the best offenses in NBA history. You said that.
They would have had to beat the Lakers that year to do that.
No, I said you said they have the chance to. You said that.
Man, I guess every team that's in the playoff has a chance.
No, because I
can tell you this.
You got into this argument because
no problem. Hey, Ticket, no problem. Did I ever consider them a contender for the world championship? Yes.
Yeah, you said, hold on. You literally said that. Because I picked the Warriors to beat them.
This nigga.
Me and you was talking, and you said the reason why you said they were serious, Pastor, because
I never said they were a serious contender for the championship.
You literally said they were the best offensive team in NBA, one of the best offensive teams in NBA history.
That was the history. Ticket. That was the history behind their scoring. I still never considered them to be a top contender for the NBA championship. That's just a bold-faced line. You know it.
That's not a bold-faced line. I'm gonna pull the video for you, bro.
Pull it up.
I'm gonna pull it up for you.
Pull it up. I would love to hear it, Ticket. I would love to hear.
We got classes.
Well, I can tell you this now. Even when you know how I know I never said it, because even when Sacramento was playing the Lakers, I didn't think they was a big threat.
Somebody in the comments said you said yes, you did.
They gonna Ticket. Who cares? Pull up the proof. Niggas lie all the time. This dude came on here and said that I cooked Garland. Did I cook him? Hell no. People say what they want to say. They hear what they want to hear.
Surprise you, bro. This man, Pastor Sabonis, y'all have been top 10 MVP candidate.
Hey, who's your? You don't like the Lakers because of LeBron. Who's your team? Send him there and see.
No, I'm not saying. Hold on.
Sabonis is not a good fit.
You always praise Sabonis because you said Sabonis always gave AD that work.
I'm still praising Sabonis as a good player in the NBA. He's not a good fit with Luka. I'm telling you that. You ain't winning. If you got Luka and Sabonis, you're not winning. He's not going to win an NBA
the way they built the team in Dallas. I understand what Pastor's saying. I'm saying the reason why
Why did they do that though? Why did they build it that way? Because that fit Luka. He need athletic dogs around him. Athletic dogs.
So you're saying you don't think Jokic and Luka would be a good fit?
I mean, bro, see, now you're going to the extreme.
I'm asking you a question. No, I'm just asking you because you looking at
honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how that will look because I think Jokic has to have the ball in his hand to be overly effective, and Luka does too. So I don't know how that would fit. I don't.
And you say Jokic don't play no D.
He don't.
Right. So I'm saying
gonna tell you
don't
this.
think.
I'm gonna tell you this. No, I don't think.
Jokic and Luka could win a chip.
No, I don't. Unless you take those two and you put 9 dogs around them, 9 defensive dogs that can hit threes, that's the only way I think you can win with them two. And I still would want to see the dynamic because I don't know what Jokic is like without the ball in his hand, and I definitely don't know what Luka like with the ball not in his hand. I don't know what neither one of those guys look like without the ball being in their hand. I don't know if they're still gonna be all-world players if they don't have the ball in their hand. I don't know. So no, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want Jokic with Luka. No. Luka needs athletic dogs that play defense around him. That's what he needs to win.
Gonna ask
So
a question.
I would rather have, I'm being honest, I would rather have Jared Allen. I would rather have Claxton. I would rather have Durant in Detroit. I can name you probably 10 centers I would rather have. I'd rather have DeAndre Ayton over Sabonis. I would. And I don't like his salary. I'm just being
Man, this
honest.
is crazy. He said DeAndre Ayton over.
I don't like the fit at all. Just because two players, hey bro, hey Ticket, we just saw that in Phoenix, didn't we? We saw 3 great players. They didn't fit good together though.
No, but I'm saying, but listen, okay, so but Kyrie's kind of a ball dominant guy. Him and Luka work.
Not true. That's not true. Kyrie is not a ball dominant guy. That's not true. He didn't dominate the ball in Cleveland. He played 2 guard, and LeBron handled it. He didn't dominate the ball last year with Luka. Luka dominated it. He played 2 really for them.
They both had around, because if you look at Kyrie's, let me pull up Kyrie's usage rating.
Not even close. I already know it's not even close.
I'm about to pull it up now.
And then you pull up. Pull it up with Luka. Don't pull up last year because last year his usage was crazy because they lost Luka. Pull up the year before that. Pull up the year they went to the Western Conference, to the NBA Finals, and pull it up. That year. Don't pull up last year because his usage went way up after Luka.
So Kyrie Irving's usage rating is very high. With Luka is 26.9% with Luka.
What's Luka's?
35.
That's not even close. Thank you.
That is close. It's just standing right here.
Ticket, that's
they
10.
had one of the highest duos in the league as far as usage percentage.
Ticket, a guy averaging 36 and 126, that's light years.
No. 35 and 27. Kyrie's at 27 and Luka's at 35.
Yeah. Again, everybody knows.
They had one of the highest combos for usage.
I agree. The ball stayed in their hands a lot, but that's a light years difference from 30.
I'm saying, hold on. All I'm saying to you is that Sabonis' usage rating is going to be less than that. You don't agree?
Ticket. I ain't finna argue with you about this no more. I don't think.
I'm just like having a great conversation.
So Bonus is a bad fit for Luka. He don't play defense. You keep talking offense. Usage rate is an offensive stat. You keep talking offense. I don't care about Sabonis' offense. He can't guard you. And you over the hill done after 16 pro seasons. He can't even guard you right now. He don't fit with Luka. Luka need athletic dogs. He ain't athletic. He ain't a dog, and he can't guard. I don't want him for Luka. Get him guys that can guard, and he will be better. This is why I say I'll take athletic Jared Allen. I'll take athletic guy in Detroit. I'll take Mitchell Robinson before. No, I ain't gonna take him before him. I like Mitchell Robinson, but I don't like him that much. I would take Claxton. I would take Bam Adebayo. I would take any guy that's athletic and a dog before I would take
Pastor,
Sabonis.
Let me read this to you. According to the reports, it says, while Domantas Sabonis is known for his offensive prowess, particularly his rebounding and playmaking, his defense is often considered underrated according to NBA analysts. It says, although not a defensive anchor, he contributes significantly on that end through his rebounding, screen setting, and
let me end this. I'm gonna end this conversation because I don't want to go through this useless stuff, and I got to get up early because I ain't finna sit here and do this. Hey, $46 million, right? And you like him with Luka. Name me 46 million in players you're getting rid of from the Lakers to do it. Name them. Let's get realistic now, since y'all want to do this dumb shit. NBA trades, you got to match the money. Match up. When you say the player, I'm going to tell you what they make. Give me 46 million in players that you're giving up.
You already know who I'm going to say, but that's not going to be realistic in your mind.
You got to get 46 million, so let's do it. Who you got?
No, I would have said James, but you're not going to say that's realistic.
Yeah, they're not going to trade him. So he can't. He got no trade clause. So you can't
No,
trade.
no, no. Did he opt in?
He ain't done nothing yet, but he's gonna opt in. Watch. He's gonna opt in, so he's gonna still have his no trade clause. So he's not an option because you can't trade him. So let's go realistic. Who else you got then?
All right. So how much is Reaves making? Like
13.9 next year.
Okay, yeah.
14 million.
And then hold on. And then what you call is making 18, right?
So that's 32. That's 32.
And then I can throw in what you call it, and we got to the number. Gabe Vincent.
No, that's 11.
How much Gabe Vincent making?
11.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I know
That's
all their
44.
How
salaries.
much? Hold on. How much money is that the three combined?
44.
That's 44. Well,
Yeah, that's
43.
right.
Actually, 43.
Well, that's good. That's right within the
No. The Lakers can't take back more. Remember the first apron. They have to take back less. They have to give up more than they can't give. They can't take back more money than they put out. So right now you're still $3 million short.
Like I said, man. Somebody said I'm praising sorry Sabonis. Sabonis is not sorry.
I agree with that person. I wouldn't be praising him for
I'm
Luka.
not. Listen, he's not sorry in my opinion, bro.
No, he's not sorry. I don't agree that he's sorry. He's not good for Luka
I
though.
think Sabonis is one of the best top 7 big men in the league.
Okay, he ain't good for Luka is all I care about because Luka on the Lakers. He ain't good for Luka. I don't care if he top 4. I don't care if he top 2. If he ain't good for Luka, I don't want him.
This man just said he thinks DeAndre.
Hold on, I
Ayton
still need to finish this. What else you giving up for Sabonis? Because we still like $4 million short. Because
all you gotta do is take whoever is getting $4 million on the bench. You can throw what you call it in there.
You can throw
Dalton Knecht.
No.
That's
I ain't
$4
gonna say
million.
Dalton Knecht.
That's $4 million.
Yeah, I mean you can throw Dalton Knecht, but I ain't gonna say him. But I'm saying you can throw him in there. But to me, Pastor, here's the thing: a guy like Sabonis, who bro, I look at him the same way that Aaron Gordon and these guys went on these teams and were able to win.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's do the realistic. Now you're Sacramento, and think about all the praise you just gave him. MVP this and top this and rebounded this, all that stuff. You taking that bag of bones for Sabonis?
Bag of bones. Austin Reaves averaging 20, and he's got hell of potential, and he's young. Then Roy Hachimura is still young, and he's just striving for a bigger role. And I've seen him perform big time in the playoffs.
So the Lakers give up Rui Hachimura.
Then you get number 16 overall.
Hold on, bro.
All right, go ahead.
Rui Hachimura. They give up
Austin
Reaves. They give up Gabe Vincent and Dalton Knecht.
Dalton Knecht, top 16 overall pick, and Dalton Knecht is projected to be a very, very above average good NBA player.
How many picks? Or any picks involved?
No, I ain't even saying no picks. I'm just giving you the numbers right there.
Would Sacramento do that? Why would they do that?
Yeah, because it gives them young assets back that they can help build up again.
What young asset are they getting back?
Austin Reaves.
Austin Reaves 20. Austin Reaves 27.
That's still a young asset. Hold on, he's under 30, and he's going into his prime right now. Then you got Roy Hachimura.
Okay.
Then you got Dalton Knecht.
Okay.
And Dalton Knecht's supposed to be big time. A lot of people think Dalton Knecht's going to be around a 16, 17 point guy per game.
He won't. But let's go.
You don't. Hold on. You really don't think he will?
No, I don't.
I don't know, Pastor. I think Dalton Knecht is one of those guys. I see him along the lines.
Now I'm gonna look in the chat. Now I'm gonna look in the chat.
You don't see him along the lines.
Hold on. How many of y'all in the chat would give up? That I'm gonna ask Laker fans, not haters, because haters would definitely love to see a team decimated. Anybody in the chat? Hold on. Anybody in the chat that's a Laker fan? How many of you would give up Austin Reaves, Rui Hachimura, Dalton Knecht, and Gabe Vincent for Sabonis? How many of you would do that?
Pastor, here's what you still got left.
I'm going to look at them.
You're still going to have Finney Smith, 3-and-D. You're still going to have they're probably going to bring back the other big guy just because he's cool with Luka.
You're going to have to now.
Shoot threes.
Talking about Kleber?
Yeah. You're going to bring him back just because he shoots threes. He cool with
Old man Kleber, yeah.
Then you're going to, but you already know what his role is. He ain't going to make that much, but he's going to be there. Then you're still going to have Vandy. You still got Vandy's money sitting over there. You still got Vandy over there. And
who your guards with Luka?
No, I'm saying you still got to.
I understand. Who is your guards with Luka? I'm asking you a question.
I'm saying Finney. Hold on, listen what I'm saying though. I'm saying Finney Smith, but I'm also saying that Vandy. I'm using him to go get me another guard.
Why would a team take Vandy when Vandy's contract, he's been hurt, and they consider his contract a negative contract? They telling the Lakers
Because
now
they may
to
look at him because they
hold
could
on,
look at him along the lines of a
I'm
go
going
ahead.
by realistic stuff, not what ticket thing. The league is telling the Lakers that Vandy is a negative contract, and they got to attach a pick to move him because he's always hurt, and he still has 3 full years left on his contract.
How much Vandy making, Pastor?
10. He got 30-something million left on his contract.
All right, so look, if he making 10, man, you can go to me.
But he got 3 years left ticket. That's a 30-something million deal for a guy that averages 42 games a year. Who wants that?
Well, I know a team right now who could use that.
Who?
The Milwaukee Bucks.
Who they giving up for that though? Who they got 10 million to match to send back?
Oh, at the guard spot?
Yeah. That makes 10 million or less, and you can put 2 players together. Who? Because the Lakers need players now. They gave up 4 for 1.
Okay.
So you need players.
If that's the case, then I will go to a team that's stockpiling. I mean, you can look at. Let me see. Who has all the? It was one team I was just thinking about that had those guards. Damn.
Ticket, I'm telling you now, that trade is horrible. That trade, honestly, I don't see either team making that trade. Definitely the Lakers not, because when you say Austin Reaves, the Lakers hanging the phone up. They wouldn't give Austin Reaves up for Sabonis. I'm telling you that right now. They wouldn't. And I don't think Sacramento would give up Sabonis like that for hold on. I don't think they would give up Sabonis for non-all-star players and not want picks back.
But don't you think that Austin? But you're saying
Sabonis contract is 46 million.
But Austin Reaves has never done any. Austin Reaves never done any of that, and you're saying the Lakers.
That's why you're making my point. You're making my point.
No, you're making my point though, because you said the Lakers wouldn't give up Reaves, but Reaves
they're not.
He ain't been in no NBA. You said
they don't care.
Would not give up. You said.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Hold on. No problem. Let me ask you a question. What had Alex Caruso achieved before he left the Lakers?
They won a championship.
What had he achieved though before that?
What do you mean? He got drafted to the
Lakers. He
Lakers.
had no accolades, no nothing. He was the same. He had no accolades, no nothing. And they let him walk, and they hate the fact that they did. They ain't gonna make that mistake again. If they let Austin Reaves go, he's gonna
okay. I see you.
They people say the Lakers should let Austin go because he's the only real true trade asset they got.
Here's the difference between Austin and him. He actually plays defense, Pastor.
It doesn't matter. Austin's way better offensively and does more than him. Let's keep it a buck.
What, then Caruso?
Yeah.
A lot of people feel like Caruso's a better fit for a championship level team.
Well, I mean, because he's versatile. He ain't no defensive liability. But Austin Reaves ball handling, Austin Reaves playmaking, Austin Reaves shooting, Austin Reaves able to draw foul, score on 3 levels. Man, offensively, Austin Reaves is a beast, bro. The league is still trying to figure this dude out.
I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I just think his defense is so bad. I think that offsets his offense. His defense is so bad. But I think that Caruso is a better fit for what the Lakers need.
I mean, let me ask you this. Hold on. You know why? I agree. Do you know why?
Let me ask you this. If the Lakers can get Caruso right now for Austin Reaves, would they do it?
No. I'm telling you, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. They love.
Caruso just won a championship, and you don't think they...
I'm telling you right now, they would not trade. They would want Caruso, and they would give up what they could. They give up second-round picks, multiple, before giving up Reaves. They're not letting Reaves go because guess what? They don't want Reaves to leave and turn into Alex Caruso. That's what they don't want. They've been there, done that, bro.
If he can't play defense?
First off, Austin Reaves can play D. He's just not strong enough. And he don't have the foot speed, but he's actually in the right position all the time. It just doesn't matter when guys can shoot over you because they're athletic and the guys can run through you because you're not strong. All Austin Reaves got to do is get a little bit stronger. He's going to be better defensively. That's it.
I don't think Austin Reaves is going to fit with Luka long term because of his defense.
Again, I don't think Austin Reaves is the person to be in the backcourt with him. This is why I'm saying the Lakers need to get a true 2-guard that fits with.
So you're saying they should move Austin Reaves?
You ain't been listening. I thought you said you was listening tonight.
I am.
No. Hold on, ticket.
I'm telling you. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go on.
I didn't say they need to move Austin Reaves off the team, move him to his better role on this team, which would be the sixth man. Because they wanted another. This is the things they struggle with the most. No true big man. I think they truly need a real two guard next to him that can play the 3-and-D type of two guard. And you got to get some kind of help with the bench because you had the worst scoring bench in the NBA.
Man, so you don't think that Alex Caruso right now is a better fit with the Lakers than Austin Reaves?
Bro, I'm telling you, I like Alex Caruso. I do. And I could see him. I would actually start him. Why? Because I need scoring off that bench. Alex Caruso don't give me that. Not the scoring I need. He may get me 7, 8, 9 points. He got 20 to time, but I can't depend on that consistently. What the Lakers need is a guy that can consistently score coming off that bench. They need that too. So if you get a true two guard, then you can put Austin Reaves as the sixth man. He's still gonna play 30 minutes a game, but he needs to be the sixth man where those are coming from your bench points. That's what the Lakers need the most to me. And he making bench money. 13.9, that's a six-man money. So I can get away with that right now. He ain't making 35, 40 million where I gotta start him.
Man, Pastor, somebody said in the comments he dropped 20 in the finals. You ain't watching.
He dropped it twice. I am watching. But is he gonna average 20 like Austin Reaves will? Austin Reaves gonna average 20. Caruso not. He ain't even gonna average double figures. Somebody pull up what Caruso averaged this year.
Tyson Thomas say that Caruso create turnovers, which is the offense. That's what you ain't saying.
Caruso is a great fit for any team. I love him, but I'm not giving up Austin Reaves for him. I'm not making that swap. I'm not.
Pastor, I'm taking the defense over that.
You go ahead.
Y'all
go ahead.
Because you saying with Luka, man.
Again, I would be giving up my bench too. Who I got coming off the bench?
Pastor, hold on. If you're running the Lakers,
who
Pastor,
do I have coming off the bench? If I do that,
I'm saying, Pastor, if you're running the Lakers and OKC calls you there and say, "Look, we give you Caruso straight up for Austin Reaves," you saying no?
First, it don't match because Caruso don't make this.
No, but I'm asking. I'm just playing a hypothetical.
Yes, I'm saying no. Yes,
Man,
I'm saying no.
Oh my God, Pastor.
Because I'm solving one problem and creating another. Is all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, and I'm not going to do that.
What other problem are you creating?
I have no bench. Who's the scorer coming off the bench, Ticket? Tell me. If I do that, tell me the guy that's going to come off the bench and consistently get me double figures.
But Austin Reaves been starting, right?
Answer my question.
Austin Reaves been starting is what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. You still hurting one thing. I'm telling you, the Lakers need to move Austin to the bench.
Hold on.
That's
Pastor,
what they're doing this year.
Well, Pastor, hold on. My thing is this.
He did both, Ticket. He did both.
But you
did
said
both.
You're starting. No, I'm saying, but listen, you said you're starting Caruso. So if you're starting Caruso, that means you're not starting Finney Smith. Right?
He didn't start anyways. Dorian Finney-Smith wasn't a starter.
Didn't Dorian Finney-Smith start for the Lakers?
No, he wasn't a starter. The Lakers starting lineup, the consistent starting lineup was Luka, Austin Reaves, LeBron, Rui, and Hayes. That was their consistent starting lineup.
Hold on, let me see.
You'll go see that he didn't start many games for the Lakers.
He started half his games.
Again, he wasn't a starter.
He played 43 games for the Lakers and started 20.
Thank you. He's not a starter.
What do you mean he's not a starter? He started most of his career.
He started because he had 2 injuries and stuff. He's not a starter.
You're saying he's not a starter. I'm saying no. What I'm saying to you is that out of his 9 years in his career, he started most of his games.
Not for the Lakers.
No, that's because he came. Hold on, but that's because he came later in the year. You don't think he's going to start lineup going into this season?
He could, if he was that good, he'd have took Rui's spot. He didn't.
No, I'm asking. No, I'm asking you now. I'm saying you don't.
I would have started him. I'd have had him and LeBron in the starting lineup. I'd have had LeBron at the 4 and DFS at the 3. But that's not what JJ did. That's not what JJ did.
So hold on. So hold on. So it is all I'm saying to you, Pastor. I do the deal for Austin Reaves if I could with him and Caruso. But check this out. But then, like I said, I would turn around and if you need a guard,
let me tell you the deal I'm gonna do. Because I like to stuff be realistic. You can't trade Caruso for Reaves because Reaves makes twice as much. Caruso finishing up that $7 million deal or whatever he did. He only making like $7 or $8 million.
How much you think he making on this next deal?
Again, he ain't got it yet, so I don't know.
You
Probably,
think? I know. So
probably,
you think it'll be a 15? What do you think it'll be?
possibly he may make anywhere from 12 to 15. That's what I think he gonna probably make because he still ain't finna start for
Right. So,
OKC.
Pastor. So here's my thing to you.
But he ain't made that. So I got
So
to do a
somebody took,
realistic trade.
but somebody took what I was
Hey,
gonna say to
you give me Caruso and that Wiggins dude, then we can do the deal.
But somebody took what I was gonna say to you. What I was gonna say to you, bro, is this: you wouldn't think about bringing back KCP?
Not at the money he making, no.
No. What do you mean? Hold on. What's KCP making right now?
23, 24.
That's not bad.
No. I didn't like KCP on the Lakers when he was making 18 million ticket. I definitely
What?
don't like him
I thought
4
you loved
years.
KCP.
I did. I didn't like him when he was making 18 million though. Remember he came the first 2 years making 18 and
I
I
thought
didn't
he was
like
making
that.
more than that. Oh
No,
no,
he's making
yeah,
he
that's
was
right. He was
making
making 18.
18
That's
when he
right.
came from Detroit.
And then he
And
got cut. He
then
got cut
then
down.
they
Yeah,
gave
yeah.
him that 3 year 45 and we won. I like that deal. Now he back up to 20 something a year. I don't like that. I don't like
But
that.
he
And he's
won
older.
again though. But he won again.
No, he got that money in Orlando, sir.
I'm saying,
Remember?
but he won. I'm saying, but they proved it that his value because he went over there and won again with the Nuggets.
I don't want to pay Alex. I mean, I don't want to pay KCP 20 something $1 million. I don't. I like him, but I don't. I don't want to pay that.
What do you mean? Hold on. That's what you call this. Hold on. What is Gabe Vincent making?
Who?
Gabe Vincent.
11. He making
Man,
11.
you can have Gabe Vincent, and I give you Vandy and give me him KCP
No.
back. You
Hey,
want a
hey,
chance?
ticket.
He fits that spot. To me, he fits that spot. To
Go
me,
see. Hey,
I
ticket. Go
like
see.
that. Hold
Hey,
on.
ticket.
What
Go see what he did this year, making 20 something million for Orlando. Go see.
for who?
Orlando. He played for Orlando. Remember?
Oh, he got. That's right. He got traded.
You didn't even see, bro. Yeah, you don't even know. You thinking the nigga's still in Denver.
No, I ain't
Stop.
think he's gonna. No, I'm saying he got traded. I'm saying he
He
got
got
traded.
traded to Orlando because Denver couldn't afford to pay him, and he was ass because those guys went down. He had to step up and play a bigger role, and he couldn't do it. See, this is what you give a man that money for, and KCP couldn't do it. He couldn't step into Suggs' shoes. He couldn't step into them guys' shoes when they went down and step up a role. He played like ass this year. I'm not paying him that money. I'm sorry. I love KCP, but I don't like KCP for 20 something million. I like KCP between 12 and 15 million. That's what I like him for. I got to pay him more than that. I don't want him.
Man, this nigga pastor, man. Damn,
Thank
bro.
you,
This
Johnny.
man right
Even
here.
Johnny said Orlando overpaid him.
No. How did they overpay him? They didn't have the team. They didn't have the right team. You don't think he already won a championship with the Lakers? So what is Pastor talking about?
Bro, I'm telling you,
I think
just
he's a great. I think he's a
hey,
good fit around Luca.
hey, look, just like
You don't
and
think he's
yet
a good fit around Luca?
just I think he could be, but not at that money. No, I don't want him for that money. Is what I'm telling you. I don't want him for that money. Look at Bruce Brown.
He don't
He
want
got
guys
hold
that win
on. Look,
championships, man. This
I
is
do. Please stop it, bro. Shut up, ticket. I don't want to overpay guys though. Guys that
hey,
ain't
but he
gonna get
won
it
a chip.
done.
You're supposed to
Hey,
pay him.
guess what? He didn't get the chip done when he made his money. Hey, when he made his money, he didn't win. When he got less money, he won. Go look. When the Lakers brought him in and paid him 18 million for 2 years each year, his ass didn't do shit but get put on house arrest. Then when they put him to a reasonable salary, the nigga won for us. Orlando overpaid him and he ain't do shit for him.
Man, I like I said, I like the fit.
Nope.
I would
Nope.
love him and Caruso as a better fit than anybody you talking about.
I don't want to pay. I would pay Caruso all day. I don't want to pay KCP
No, I'm
20
saying
something
if
million.
I'm spending $35 million between him, I mean not 35 million, excuse me. If I'm spending $30 million between him and Caruso, I don't have no problem with that.
Again, I need players that's gonna fit Luka.
I'm saying I believe. Hold on, I think both of them will fit. I listen. I like
Here's the
him. I
thing
like
though.
those two
Hold
guys.
on, hold
Hold on,
on.
Pastor. I'm gonna say this to you. Maybe you disagree with me. I like KCP and Caruso better than I like with Luca, Austin Reeves, and Roy Hachimura.
Again, I agree with that, but I want to keep it realistic. First off, uh, Alex Caruso is not realistic. He's not realistic. Then, what's his name is not realistic. I'm fine, mother. Then, KCP was, but he's already been traded. So he ain't realistic. And I'm not giving up 25 million in assets to get KCP. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not giving up Rui and Gabe to get KCP. No.
No. I ain't
No.
say Gabe. I'm saying you can
Who you
give up
gonna give
Vandy.
up? You
I
gotta
said
give up
Vandy.
two. No, nobody ticket. Vandy
And the
has
package
three.
deal. And the package deal,
No
bro.
ticket. Vandy has 3 full years left on his contract, and he never plays. Nobody wants Vandy contract. If you give up Vandy, you got to give up assets to move him. No team is taking Vandy's contract.
I
None.
see him as a guy, man. I see him as one of those
You be
guys.
making up a lot of unrealistic stuff. I
I'm
be trying
not,
to
man.
keep
I
it
see him as one
realistic.
of those guys. I see Vandy as
Vandy,
he's one of those
Vandy,
guys in
no,
the right
no,
situation. I think
no,
like
no. Ticket.
I think he's the help going back to the team. His
Ticket.
team like
The
that. Go ahead.
league has told everybody Vandy is a bad contract. You have to give up assets to move it. It's too many years left on it, and he's not worth $10 million because he only plays 42 games a year. He can't shoot the 3 ball. He's anemic offensively. This is what they say. His only attribute is defense and a little bit of rebounding. But he never plays. He stays hurt. He is not worth $10 million a year, and especially for 3 more years
You don't
guaranteed.
think he's worth 10 million?
Ticket. If he's healthy playing, yes, but he never plays. Vandy been in the league 5 years, 4 years, and he's never played. Never. I think the most game he's played is 50 games or 42 games, sir. He
Man,
don't
y'all in here
play.
agreeing with Pastor talking about some
It's the
KCP with a
truth.
negative contract. Y'all niggas crazy as hell,
Bro,
man.
the
That
league
man
is
want to.
saying that. The league is saying that,
No, I
Ticket.
ain't talking about. I'm talking about. But I still think KCP in certain situations can shine on certain teams.
Hey, hold on. This is why Orlando had to give up the picks, y'all. It wasn't that they thought Desmond Bain was worth 4 picks. When you take on contracts, you give up picks to do it. They took on those 2 contracts. That's why they got the extra pick. KCP contract was looked at as a negative contract because he had multiple years left this year and next year. That's a negative contract. That's why they got the extra pick. It wasn't because Bain was worth 4 picks. They took on contracts too. That's why. You got to understand how these trades and basketball, the
But I
business works.
understand. But Freddie, what you think, man? I see you right there.
Salute, Tick. Salute, Elder.
Hey, salute, Fred.
Hey, I don't know, Tick. I'm kind of with Elder on this one, though.
Man, here y'all go, Cap.
Nah, I mean, like, that's not. I mean, like, Vanderbilt, like that in that whole
These the
situation, like,
same niggas that screaming Vandy Candy, baby. Now all of a sudden he ain't shit.
Ticket. We didn't say he not shit.
he ain't been
We
playing though.
said
He just ain't been
we
playing.
said he don't play and he has a bad contract because he got 3 full guaranteed years left and he's never proven he can stay on the court. And he's an offensive liability. So teams view him as that. I don't mind keeping Vanderbilt. I don't put him in none of the trades. Keep him. I like his defense. When he's healthy, he shuts down half the floor. I don't need him to score.
And for y'all niggas in the comments talking about some KCP and that guy, man, I seen KCP help team win championships, man. Y'all niggas need to stop that shit, man.
Yeah,
These
two-time
dudes help
champion.
team win championships and y'all want to devalue these niggas, man. Y'all niggas sad.
I'm not
Yeah,
devaluing KCP. I just don't think KCP is worth his
Well,
contract now.
Pastor, if you help a team win a championship in recent history,
That
you
was
have
two
to be.
years. That was when did
That's
Denver
year for
win
last. Year for last.
again? And he showed me in Orlando what he would do. He got there. Oh boy, went down. They needed him to step up, and he couldn't. He looked like
But that's
ass
not
this
his
year,
role. I'm talking about, but in his role, he gonna
bro.
give you what he's supposed to give you.
When I pay you 20 something million and put you in the starting role, if a starter goes down, I expect you to step up, Ticket. That's why I'm giving you
so
the
he ain't
money.
no starter. He ain't no starter.
He started for them. What are you talking
Yeah, but
about?
he ain't no starter. Like he ain't no he ain't like
Bro,
the
it ain't a
star.
star. If I have you starting and my backcourt mate goes down, I expect you to step up. Now, you don't have to do everything he do, but you got to shoulder the majority of the role. Why? Because I'm going to have a reserve come in and play the position he played. So I got to put it on somebody in the backcourt, and I'm paying you the money. So why would I not expect you to step it up in the backcourt if your mate is hurt?
That's
When
crazy.
Suggs went down, they had all the right to expect KCP to do a little bit more for the money they were paying him, and he couldn't. He couldn't. He couldn't, y'all. He couldn't do it. His shot became extremely inconsistent. He can't. He's not. You already know he can't do nothing off the dribble. He can't. He can't create. He don't. He just his defense was decent because Orlando was a great defensive team, but that's all he brought to the table. Shooting went to the tank. No, bro. No, you got to step up if I'm paying you that money. You got to step up. I'm not paying. When KCP was making the money he should make, that's when he won. He was making that with the Lakers. He was making that with Denver. That's when he won. When the teams paid him too much, when the Lakers paid him too much, they ain't do shit. When Orlando paid him too much, they ain't do shit. Same with Bruce Brown. Watch how much Bruce Brown help a team this year when he healthy and he making the money he should be making.
So you
Watch how
like
much
Bruce
he
Brown
helps the
then,
team.
right?
I would love to get Bruce Brown.
Okay, so now is he worth the money that you saying what you call ain't worth?
I'm not giving Bruce Brown $20 million. Hell no. Ask the Pacers what they think about Bruce Brown and $20
This
million
nigga
a
right
year.
here, man.
Hell
This
no.
nigga said,
You know what I'm giving Bruce Brown this year? To prove himself.
oh my god,
You
man.
know, ticket. You know the mini mid level was at 5.96
You
million.
know what he
That's what he
bringing though,
getting.
man. You know what
That's
he
what he,
bringing. You sad, man.
bro. He has to show me because
At
he ain't.
5.9 million.
You know why? He ain't showed me nothing since he got hurt. What has Bruce Brown showed the league in Toronto or wherever he went since he
Oh
been hurt?
hell.
He ain't showed nobody nothing. You got to come
This
He a
nigga
show
for,
it,
said,
he a,
bro.
he a, for, he a former champ. He a former champion.
Yeah,
Pastor,
former.
they in the
You
comment
said
section
it,
He was a
say
key.
former.
He was
Pastor.
a key piece.
And
Somebody,
how hey,
He was a key
how
piece.
much
they
should
say how
that
he
add
gonna
to his
kill you, Pastor, if
contract?
he
Because
get
he
more than 20
hey
shots.
bro, you paying in
He was a
LA,
key
you
piece.
paying in LA, Houston, wherever you the GM at. How much you gonna give him just because he won a championship 2-3 years ago? How much is
Shit.
that
When the
worth?
last time any of them teams won a
You ain't answering
championship?
my
That should be
question,
that should
bro.
top
You ain't
something.
answering my question.
He a more
Hey
recent
bro,
champion than any
hey
of them.
bro, you're the
He a more
GM.
recent
Hey
champion than
bro,
any of them.
hey, what's your favorite team?
Why we gotta go to this? You already
Because
know what
this
my
is
favorite team
realistic.
is, man.
This is realistic. What's your favorite team?
My team is the Heat.
So you Pat Riley. How much are you gonna give him because he won in
Oh
Denver
hell yeah,
2 years
to the
ago?
core.
How much you gonna give him? You gonna add money to his contract because he won 2 years ago with Denver? And he'd have had an Achilles tear since then? How much you gonna add to his contract, sir?
Oh yeah, I mean not that
Thank you.
much, but I'm gonna add
You ain't
something
adding
though.
shit. He ain't getting nothing for winning that chip because he didn't win it for you. You ain't giving him a dime for that chip. You want him because he's proven he can do it, but you need him to come out here and prove he can do it for you.
Oh
If
man,
I
but you
get
got you
Bruce
got you got
Brown,
to be
if I got
optimistic
Bruce Brown
though,
this
Elder.
year, I would offer him that mid-level exemption. I wouldn't give him the full one, the 14 million. Nope. I would give him that mini to let him prove himself. And then what
Come
I
on,
would do
Elder.
is guarantee him rotation minutes. You're gonna get a chance to prove to everybody you're worth that more money and go into free agency in 2026 when all these teams got money. See, this year nobody can pay you anyways. You know that. So come prove yourself. Get to a place where you know you're going to play and you know you're needed because the Lakers definitely need him. And you're going to get major shine here. You're going to be seen more than any other team. We got more TV games than everybody combined. You prove yourself and look at, and I'll tell him Malik Monk. I'll tell him all these players that came in and did this and when
You
they
look at
got
all the
paid.
criticism, and hey, I mean it's both sides to it.
I'd be a great front office guy. I don't know what you talking about, Beasley,
That
G.
nigga said, Freddie. That nigga said, now we just saw what Caruso just did. He said he wouldn't give up Caruso. He wouldn't give up Austin Reeves for Caruso.
I'm not.
Caruso don't already won a chip with the Lakers. Don't went and had a big role in winning a chip with OKC this past year.
I'm
And he's
not.
still talking about Austin Reeves. And I like Austin Reeves. That nigga don't play no D. He's a liability, bro.
You think
And he got
Austin Reeves is
exposed in the
better than
playoffs.
Caruso?
Well,
You
you can
think,
say he.
Pastor? You think Austin Reeves is better than Alex Caruso?
I just think he has more value, honestly,
Yeah,
than
no.
Reeves.
I'm talking. No,
Oh
I'm
my
talking
God.
about as far as value for winning. I don't. As far as being a
Again,
better
again, you're
player, he's a
listening
better
to you're
offensive player.
listening to Ticket. You're talking about a guy that makes $7 million compared to a guy or 9 million, whatever he makes, to a guy making 14. You can't just trade them straight up for each other. Secondly, I'm not going to solve one of my issues and create another. That's what you would do if you traded Austin Reeves for Alex Caruso. Yes, now I got the right guard to fit next to Luka, but I don't have any bench scoring at all. I just lost 20 points guaranteed. I lost 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 4.5 rebounds and 6 assists a game. And I just lost my second best ball handler.
For a guy
So
who's already won, there's already won a
he
championship with
can't
LeBron. He
do
won a
what
championship with him in a
he
shorter
can't
time
do.
in a shorter time span. Austin Reaves.
He can't do what Austin does though.
What?
He can't.
He had two. Oh my God. Okay.
Austin Reaves is a de facto point guard. So if
That's
something
crazy.
happens to Luka, I have somebody. If something happens to Bron, I have somebody. Alex Caruso can't take that role. He can't. He's great defensively. He's intangible. He shoots and knocks down the three. So I'm good with that. But the stuff that Austin offers, I'm just creating another problem is all I'm doing. And I don't want to do that. I would take my chances and find somebody else that can fit that role better so I can keep Austin Reaves. If the Lakers are going to be real successful this year, Austin Reaves should be playing the 6-man role. They need a real starting 2 guard that is athletic and can play defense. That's what they need. That's what they need. What they need is for LeBron to take the damn pay cut and then offer Nickeil Alexander-Walker that 3-year deal for whatever the 3-year $45 million, 3-year $50 million, whatever the mid-level exemption is for 3 years. They need to offer that to Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He's perfect to go next to Luka. Austin Reaves come off the bench. Problem solved. I'd rather have that than trade Austin for Caruso.
Man, that's nuts, man. I want a championship with this dude, bro. I already know
Bro,
how to play with him.
bro, let me ask you this. If you get rid of Austin Reaves and you put Caruso there, you think the Lakers have a better chance of winning the championship?
I'll say yes because Caruso plays defense and Austin Reeves does not.
Who's going to score for you?
That's what the Lakers is
Hey,
lacking because
okay, no
LeBron and
problem.
Luka don't play
Hey,
defense.
who's going to score for you?
That's not the question you asked.
Yeah, it is. I did ask that question because scoring is part of.
Bro
You
came
still
in
got to
cooking.
score. Hold on,
Bro came
bro.
in cooking.
He ain't came in cooking. He said I didn't ask that, but I did. He lied. I asked about winning the chip. Do you not need to score more points than your opponent to win the chip?
Your question was, who gives you the best chance to win, Caruso or Austin Reeves? You didn't say
So
nothing about
Caruso,
scoring.
hold on. Caruso's defense is so good, it's going to make up for the 20 guaranteed points I get from Austin Reeves.
Now, counterpoint. You said that you could
You
see
didn't
Luka.
answer this. Hold on. You didn't answer this question, though. Can you answer the question before you
Okay,
go to
I'm
your
gonna answer the
counterpoint?
question. I'm gonna answer the question. I'm gonna give you my counterpoint. Yes, because you just said out of your mouth a couple of minutes ago, about 45 minutes ago, that Luka's gonna give you about 35 this year because he's gonna be motivated. He's gonna be ready to play defense and all that other stuff. So
Yeah.
what? So you think that Luka's gonna give you 35 and Austin Reeves still gonna give you 20 to 22? No,
Yes.
it's gonna
Yes.
have to come out of Austin
LeBron.
Reeves.
No, LeBron. It'll
No,
come from LeBron.
ain't giving up nothing.
No, it'll come from LeBron. Already talked about this earlier if you were listening.
But see, this is your
I
opinion.
got LeBron going down like he's been doing the last few years. 27, 26, 23. LeBron has been going down every year. Go look.
So we're
So if
saying,
LeBron drops to 19 or 20, what's his name can move up.
but
Yeah,
I
3 guys averaged 20 this year.
now, but all of this is in our opinion. In my opinion, I don't think LeBron's gonna give up. So even if
Hold on,
Lucas,
brother. Hold on, brother. I didn't give you an opinion. I gave you facts. Go look at what LeBron scored 3 years ago. Go look at what he scored 2 years ago, and go look at what he scored last year. That's not my opinion.
what I
That's a
thought,
fact.
what I was talking about, your opinion was that Luka was gonna score for 35. Is that a fact, or
I
was
said
that your
he.
opinion?
Hold on. I said he could score as many as 35.
Okay, so is that an opinion or is it a fact?
That is my opinion.
Okay, I'm playing off of that opinion. So if he
Okay.
scores as much as 35, it's going to have to, in my opinion, it's going to have to come off of Austin Reeves. I don't see him scoring 20 points off the bench. I just don't.
Okay, that's opinion. If Austin Reeves let me ask you this: your number one bench player, how many minutes do they play a game?
As far as the Lakers, I don't know that.
No, any team, it's about average for any team. Your sixth man, your number one sixth guy. How many minutes do they average a team per team average?
24 to 28.
No, about 30, sir. About 30. Go look. Your sixth man gonna still get 30 minutes a game. Austin Reeves get 30 minutes, he getting 20 points.
Name me how many 20-point players off the bench in the league has scored in 30 minutes.
It's a plenty, brother.
Give
It's
me
plenty. Norman Powell comes to mind right off top of my head. Well, you had two of them in the Clippers a few years ago with old boy. You had two guys coming off the bench averaging 20. And Lemon Pepper Lou and Montrezl Harrell. Both of them averaged 20 that year, coming off the bench.
I'm gonna have to double check that.
Go double check it and see if I am telling the truth. Most six men, the good ones, average 20 or very, very close to it. And they all average close to 30 minutes a game, if not more. Go look it up. Austin Reeves could be the sixth man on his team, still close out games, still get 30 minutes a game, and average 22, 23 points a game. That's what I see for him. He ain't going down and scoring. It will be LeBron. It will be LeBron. You already saw LeBron don't even get to handle the ball as much anymore. You got Luka and AR handling the ball. I'm not trading one thing to create another problem. That I'm not doing. That's what Ticket wants to do with Caruso. And I don't think if you get rid of Reaves and add Caruso, I don't think the Lakers got any better chance of winning the NBA championship. Because on that team, Caruso's still the only guy that's playing defense. Name me another guy that's playing defense. That's starting. Who else? Rui ain't. LeBron ain't. Hayes can't. If you re-sign him. Luka ain't. Who playing D? Besides Caruso? Y'all there?
Give me a second. I'm looking up this one fact that you told me.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
No problem. You remember that year? I think Montrezl. Hey, go to the year Montrezl Harrell won sixth man of the year.
It was 2019.
2019.
2019.
I think 2020 when Montrez won it. I think 2019.
Yeah, it was 20 because it was after the Lakers won a chip. Yeah, it was
Yeah, because
20.
what's the name? I think Lou won it in 2019.
Yeah, it was 20. The year the Lakers won the chip because they
No,
Montrezl
got
Harrell
Montrezl
I'm
never,
Harrell
talking
the
about
next year.
Montrezl Harrell
Lou
never
Williams won in
averaged 20 points a
2019.
game off the bench. He never averaged 20 points a game in his career.
Oh my God.
So what did it?
18.6.
How
I
much?
think he got you.
18.6.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not 20 points a game. Even if you round it up, it's
He pulled your
19.
card, Elder. He pulled your card. He got you.
No
He
problem.
got
No
you.
problem. Hey, how much did Lou Williams? How much did he average that year?
Give me 1 second so I can look it up.
That was about what for what?
And that's the year that he won. What do you call it? Sixth man of the year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 18.6.
I'm sorry. I'm a 1.4
Okay.
off. I apologize.
Both them average 18.6.
So that's why everybody just said they average 20 because you're really right there. You got 37 points coming off your bench automatically. 37. So forgive me for rounding up. I apologize.
They
18.2.
took Golden State to 6.
So they both average 18 points a game.
Yes.
Cool. No problem.
I do not see Austin Reeves as that type of player coming off the bench.
Hey, do me a favor, bro. Do me a favor. Not this past year, the year before. Go tell me how much Austin Reeves averaged.
Yes, sir. Austin Reeves.
I already know, but I'm going to have you look it up. And look up how many minutes he played in the game, too.
Not Austin Rivers. Austin Reaves.
2023, 2024 season.
All right, give me a
This,
second. Give me a
this is
second.
this is the 24-25 we just had. So 23-24. How many points did Austin Reaves average?
14 points off the bench. Oh shit! No, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
They said that.
Yeah, that was the year before that. That was the year
No,
before
they
that.
said the last 5 games. 15.9.
So how many minutes he played?
He played 32.1 minutes.
And then you go to the next year, which is this past season, right?
20 points.
I'm sorry. Go back a year.
13 points off the bench. 28 minutes.
So he went from 28 minutes at 13. He went to 30 minutes at 16, 15, 9, and 16. And then how many minutes he averaged last year?
He averaged 35 minutes.
And he scored how much?
20 points. 20.2.
So if you bring him off the bench and he's getting 30 minutes a game, you think he's going to stay the same or his points going to go up? I wanted you to see his trajectory. That's why I said those 3 years. So if you put him at the 6-man role, but he's still getting his 30-something minutes a game, which your best 6-man can, what do you think his average is going to be? He did that. Hold on. He did that with LeBron. He did that with LeBron and AD. Don't forget, he did that with 2 superstars.
Yeah.
2. Now, what's he going to do next year with 2 superstars?
But,
Really 1, because LeBron ain't a superstar like that no more.
But he did not do it with 2 ball dominant superstars off the bench.
Okay, bro. No problem, bro. I wanted y'all. I like to deal with facts. I wanted you to see the projection and how guys in the NBA look at it. With the consistent minutes, he went up in scoring. No matter who was on the court with him, is what I'm showing you. It's going to be the same this year. He going to have a bigger role this year. LeBron going to have a lesser role. Why? The Lakers are working for their future, and LeBron ain't a part of the future. Go, hey, do me this favor. Go look and see how much LeBron averaged this year, the year before, and the year before that. Go look. And tell me the minutes. Say it again.
How dare you say that?
No, tell me the minutes.
No, how dare you say LeBron is not the future of the Lakers?
He ain't the future. What the hell? That nigga 50 million years old. Hell no, ain't the future. You pulling it up, bro?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the stats.
All right, no problem. I'll make sure you're pulling it up.
Hey, Tyson's trying to get in.
Thank you.
Hold on, here we go.
I got it if you need me. I got you, brother. You need me?
Okay,
I got you.
Back to 2023, 28-9 at the
35 minutes.
35-5. Then
y'all, hold on. I want y'all to listen close. 3 years ago, he averaged 29 points. He played 35 minutes. Is that correct, my brother?
Yes. The next year, 35.3.
35 minutes. And how many points did he average?
25-7.
So he went from 29, and I'm going to round up to 26. He dropped 3 points and played the same amount of minutes.
And this past year, 70 games at 35 minutes, 34.9. So that's 35 minutes, 24.4.
So he went from 29 to 26 to 24. And he played the same amount of minutes in all of those years. 35 minutes a game. But I'm the fool to think LeBron numbers is going to go down again. And I just had you read Austin Reaves' numbers where he went up in minutes and his production went up. They're putting more responsibility on him and getting more from him. But I'm the fool.
So we're going to shots next. 2022-23, 22.2 shots a game. 2023, 2024, 17.9, rounding up to 18. And then this past year, 18.1, just about 18.
Same thing. 2 less points, almost. Same minutes. Same shots.
Four less shots from the 3 years before.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to see what discrepancy.
No, it ain't no discrepancy. His production is just going down. That's all. He shot 54% 2 years ago. He shot 51% last year. That's why it went. Y'all couldn't hear me. He shot 54% the year before. That's why he got 2 more points a game. He shot 51% last year.
He also taking less threes.
He just did that this year. He really was about the same. Go back and look in 2020.
2020,
Hold on.
he shot.
I got it. 5.7. The next year, 5.7. The next year, 6. The next year, 5.9. The next year, 5.7.
Okay, I'm looking
1,
at the.
2, 3,
I'm
4,
looking
5.
at the. I was looking at the wrong stat. I was looking at it. That was actually 2-point shots.
Sorry. Yeah, you said 3-point shots.
Yeah.
Besides this year, he took 1 less 3 this year. He did. But for the 5 years before that, it's the same. Six 3-pointers a game is what he's shooting. 6 3-pointers a game. And with his numbers going down, I don't see LeBron getting 18 shots a game this year with Luka. I don't. He ain't getting 18 the game, and he ain't going to play 34, 35 minutes a game. Watch. He's played 35 minutes a game for the last 1, 2, 3, 4 years. 37, 35, 35, 35. He ain't going to play that this year for the Lakers. Watch.
He shot a career high 78.2% this year.
From the free throw?
Yeah.
That don't mean nothing.
I'm just surprised.
Yeah. He getting older, and shooting gets better typically when you get older. I mean, it's amazing he's still shooting 50% from the field. It really is. It's
Well,
amazing.
Mostly drives. He shoots
No,
great.
I mean, he take a lot of jump shots still too. Because if he's making 18 shots. If a third of his shots is threes, the other 2/3 ain't drives to the baskets. It's probably even. A third 3-pointers, a third 2-point pull-ups, and the third getting to the basket. Well, we got to get some to the free throw line. I forgot.
So I think that's where the other third comes from.
Because he getting 5 free throws a game. He's shooting 5 free throws a game.
Actually, 3.7.
That's what he made. He shot 4.7, which is 5.
Shit, why am I looking at the wrong one? Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he shot 4.7, 5.7, 5.96. So he's been shooting 5 or 6 free throws pretty much since 2020, since he got to the Lakers. That's what he's been shooting a game. 5 free throws a game, pretty much. I ain't taking no stats out of context. I'm telling you the fact. I watched the Lakers. LeBron is trending down, usage wise, impact wise. He's trending down, and that's going to continue. He's freaking 127, y'all. So to sit here and think that he finna go up with Luka on the team, that's just ridiculous.
You know LeBron is about the narrative, correct? Can we agree on that?
He is.
So do you not think that he will want to be the first 41-year-old to score over 20 a game? Something else that he could say Jordan didn't do?
We'll see. He gonna have to be ultra efficient.
Well,
He gonna have to stay. He gonna have to stay ultra efficient. He gonna have to stay that. When he did shoot 22 shots a game, his field goal percentage went down. It went down to 50%. When he was always hovering at 54 and all that 56, and back in the day, it went down to 50%. It's like the more shots he take, the worse his field goal percentage gets. You can go look at it.
No, I'm staring right at it.
Yeah. So if he gonna try to do that, he gonna have to become more efficient. Now Luka can help him with that,
Explain.
getting him better shots, him playing off the ball, because that's what they need him for. They really need him playing off the ball, and I think LeBron does a good job at that. Very good, very good. He don't just stick around. And LeBron a good catch and shoot guy. He's become a good catch and shoot guy. So I think he fits well with Luka. You just got to put a bunch of dogs around him because he can't play defense consistently. He can have spurts where he does, but you need guys out there on the level of Vando that can make up for LeBron when they're on the court with him. If you're going to be successful. Now, I don't see the team winning just because I think LeBron is eating up too much of the salary for the team to really compete. I think LeBron, what he needs to do is opt out and take a real short deal, 20 mils, 20 mil, 10 mil, something like that. That's what he needs to do.
But do you think he will? Because I don't think he
He's
will.
too selfish. He's way too selfish for that. And I'm not saying LeBron's not worth what he's worth more than what the Lakers can give him. What he bringing, he's worth way more. I'm just saying he's a billionaire. So how much money do you need? And if it's really about this narrative of you being the GOAT, you're not going to get that by winning chips because you're still going to be behind Jordan. And you could win 2 more chips and 3 more and have more than Jordan. Everybody's still going to look and say, well, you lost 6. You
Well, not
understand what I'm
only
saying?
that,
You're not going to change that narrative. You're not going to change that narrative in people's mind
he
by
also
winning.
played 8 more seasons than Jordan. So
They play a lot more. Yeah, you see what I'm saying though. You're not going to change the narrative by the stats and the championships. You're gonna change the. See, to me, I really think LeBron would have way more impact on changing the narrative if he did something on the humbling level and say, you know what,
I'm
I'm
gonna come
playing
off
for
the
the love of
bench.
the game. I don't need this. I want to help the Lakers win, like Dirk Nowitzki and all these guys did, like Michael Jordan did. People forget Michael Jordan took a $6 million salary, had 2-3 teammates making way more than him back then just so that they can put the right team around him. That level of sacrifice, I think, would be something, especially in his old age. See, Jordan did that in his prime. He did that in his prime. He took less money so the Bulls could compete because he said, I'm making all this money off the court that don't make a difference. LeBron, no, he want all the money. You know, you'll go down as the richest athlete, one of the richest athletes in NBA of all time, but you won't ever be like the richest athlete. You got guys out there that then turn into billionaires from business and all that stuff. Who knows? You might. That ain't gonna help you get the GOAT though. Being the highest paid athlete of all time, nobody's gonna care about that when it comes to the GOAT conversation. I think they will care if you've sacrificed like the greats have and help your team to win and still be able to contribute. I think it could change some people. Now he'll never be the GOAT in my eyes, but I think he could change the minds of some people. People would view him in a different light.
Well, the thing with me is I think that GOAT left in 2011.
I don't think it was ever there. He ain't never been even close to that, in my opinion. He's a great player. I think he's a top 10 player all time, no doubt. He's a great player. One of the best careers I've ever seen. One of the best resumes. But when I just look at basketball players, there are several players I would pick before I pick LeBron. Like if they just all standing over there in their prime and I got to pick players to play, there's a lot of guys I'm going to get to before I get to LeBron. I'm picking Jordan. I'm picking Kobe. I'm picking Magic. I'm picking Bird. I'm picking guys like that before I pick LeBron. That's me, though. That's an
No, you
opinion.
don't got no arguments for me.
Yeah,
But
that's an opinion.
my thing is, as I've been telling people all the time, I wanted the best for LeBron. I wanted to see him succeed. I wanted to see him have a chance to reach that level, but he's the one that shot himself in the foot over and over and over again.
Well, he does the dumb stuff like he does here with this super team. Now he coming out and trying to change the narrative that rings don't make you great. That's just so ignorant. It really is. And the only reason you're saying that is because you can't come into that room with the greats in sports that dominate once they get there. They have winning records going away once they get there. You
Well,
just don't.
I don't think it's ignorance because that means you don't understand and you don't know. LeBron understands everything that he's doing. He's talking
Yeah,
out of both
I
sides of
get
his
I
mouth.
get that. Yeah, he calculated. You're right. I agree with that. He's calculated on what he's doing. He's trying to make the people ignorant. Is what he's trying to
Right.
do.
You
Yeah.
tell a lie long enough, generations will start to believe it.
Yeah. Well, rings will always matter to real ball players. Real athletes, rings will always matter because that's the number one reason you play. See, today, it ain't the number one reason these people play. They
It's
play for the money
right.
more than anything, the fame more than anything. And this is why you can tell them, oh, rings don't make how great you are. Tell me a player that's considered the greatest in this sport that didn't win a bunch of rings. Now, somebody said Barry Bonds, and I
That
would
was me.
disagree because I don't think that people would say Barry Bonds is a great. They would say he's one of the greatest, but I don't think they would say he's the greatest baseball player of all time.
That's fair.
Some say it, but most of the time his name is not on that list. And the guys' name that's on that list are guys that wasn't accused of cheating and guys that won a whole bunch of chips, whole bunch of World Series.
Now we can argue and say if Dusty Baker didn't take the pitcher out in the sixth inning with a 6-run lead and give him the game ball and didn't motivate the Anaheim Angels, we're having a different conversation. But
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
you know, and he would have.
He would be like the only one even close. Only one even close. And again, I don't think he's really even close because he's not even in the baseball Hall of Fame, bro. We
Yeah,
talking about it. How is a guy gonna be the GOAT and he's not even in the Hall of Fame?
yeah, different sport, different rules, different
Absolutely.
punishment.
But if you go to hockey, if you go to soccer, if you go to football, if you go to any other sport, boxing, tennis, I don't care, gymnastics, swimming, name me the sport where you get considered to be the greatest or one of the greatest and you don't win a lot of championships. You don't win a lot of gold medals.
You have to at least win one.
I don't know a player that's won at least one and just one, and they consider him the greatest of all time in this sport. Not race car driving, nothing. I can't, not horse racing. I can't think of one. Name me one that's only won one time, but everybody hands down say he's the best or in the top two or three. I don't know a sport like that. I just don't know it.
I'm trying to think, but nothing's coming up.
I'm telling you, bro, championships, winning matters. You play sports to win.
Well,
So to
didn't
sit
Herm
here and
Edwards say
say,
that?
this is a ring culture and you don't need a ring to be great and all that. You don't need a ring to be great. You need a ring. You need rings and championships to be considered the greatest.
Then if you didn't need rings to be great, then when you won that championship in Cleveland, why was you crying like a black woman that just lost her child to gun violence?
Not only the crying, bro. He literally came out and said, "That's why I'm the GOAT because I won that championship." But this see you're a hypocrite. This the ring culture and ring shouldn't matter. Why did that ring make you the greatest of all time? Coming from your mouth. Why was
If
it a ring? Why was it a ring? It wasn't anything else that made you the greatest of all time. Why was it a ring that made you the greatest of all time?
well, why did you promise 8 championships to the Miami Heat if rings don't matter?
And didn't even stay 8 years. Didn't stay 5 years. Because Miami, Pat Riley wasn't playing it and he wasn't gonna let you control him. So that's why you left. You ain't fooling nobody. Again, LeBron is a great player. He's one of the best all-around players ever to play the game, in my opinion. But he is not in the GOAT conversation for me. He's not. He's not.
Why did you, when you won your first championship, say about damn time?
Yeah, because you play to win. And again, if he wants to change the minds of some people, I think his best bet would be to take less money and show and let the Lakers build a team around Luka and let him win these last year or two that he's in the league or have a real chance. See, right now, to me, I don't think real basketball aficionados give the Lakers a chance to win. They don't. And the majority of them say that because LeBron's on the team.
They're handicapped.
And And I'm talking about the people that love him. You should not have a 40-something-year-old person eating up that much of your being your highest paid player because he cannot lead you to the promised land. LeBron don't have it in him to lead you there, so he shouldn't be your highest paid player.
Tyson Thomas in the comments. LeBron said that you don't play to win. It ain't about championships. That's what he's essentially
And what he
saying.
said is that the rings don't define your greatness, and that's a lie. That's cap, Tyson.
No, Tyson didn't say that.
Tyson says he's a Bron tart. I know Tyson. He's saying it.
Wait, hold on. But did he say that? Y'all arguing stuff that he didn't say.
No, we're not. We're arguing things that he's insinuating with this ridiculous narrative. That's what we're arguing.
When he sits up there and says that we say Iverson and Barkley are not better than other players only because they didn't win the champion, that's exactly what we say. We witnessed the greatness of Barkley. We witnessed the greatness of Iverson going
I
up
will
against that.
rank Isaiah Thomas over Allen Iverson because he won 2 chips. He led his team to 2 championships. And he's an all-around better player. He's a better defender. He's a better shooter. I actually think he's a better scorer. Now, he just didn't chuck it like you. He could have scored what you score and did it more efficiently. He did what was necessary to win. He was just, to me, Isaiah Thomas was better at every aspect of the game of basketball and the position of point guard than Allen Iverson. And I love Allen Iverson. He ain't better than Isaiah Thomas, though.
I don't like Isaiah Thomas, but I agree with everything you just said.
He's not. Yeah, he's
I
just not better.
struggled during the Isaiah Thomas. Wait, hold on.
When they
Do you
won.
have Chauncey Billups over Iverson? Yeah, and the one thing that sets them apart is the winning.
I mean, I don't have Chauncey Billups as a better overall player than Iverson,
Everyone has a better point guard.
but Chauncey is a better team fit because you can fit Chauncey in many more teams than you can Iverson. Iverson teams have to go a certain way. And here's the thing, Iverson's style proved that it ain't going to win. He couldn't do it in the years that he played in the NBA. So I don't really want Iverson's style because it's not going to win me a championship. It's not. It's not. So, my brother, I need to get up early. I got to be up in a few hours, so I'm going to get off this, man. It was good kicking it with y'all tonight. I ain't been over here on Tickets Channel in a minute, so
Hey, don't be a stranger, Elder. I miss
I won't.
chopping it up with you.
I won't, my brother. With this season, it's really just starting now. You know what I'm saying? The off season, and we got the draft tomorrow, and all the different. Man, we got plenty to talk about. So I won't be a stranger. I will definitely be around. I know Ticket had been covering the Diddy trial and all that. He was doing more of that than basketball. So, but I know he's back on it now because it's time to talk about stuff. So I'll be around. Y'all will see me, man. Y'all definitely.
All right,
see me.
man. The house complete?
So the one I was building,
Yes, sir.
I actually ended up moving to a whole nother state, and I ended up selling that house before I finished it.
Well, congratulations anyway.
I appreciate you. Yeah, if you go to my channel, you'll see where I'm at, bro. I got a lot of that stuff on there.
Okay, cool. I got your number. I'll text you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bless you, my brother.
All right.
Appreciate you. All right, shalom, shalom.
All right, sports fans. I don't know if anybody else is left on the panel. I'm gonna read some of these comments. I got Marco Hinton who asked, "What about Joe Dumars? What about Joe Dumars? Who's he better than? He's in that championship room. Joe Dumars, in my eyes, he's one of the solid 2 guards that never get talked about enough. Being able to play both offense and defense. He was one of the 2 guards, even though he was shorter than Jordan, was able to play him straight up and was successful to a point. But Joe Dumars is not only good on the court, but as we're watching, he was good off the court too. So yeah, Joe Dumars gets some love. Let me see. 2 hours earlier, you didn't you don't got a cap. to kick it, brother. Shout out to real estate consultant. Nick T says Lucas style too. I don't know if you finished that statement. Tyson Thomas Billups over Iverson is crazy. For what they brought to their teams, I don't think so, even though Billups was a journeyman. Started off with the Celtics, got traded to Toronto, then got traded to Denver, all in the same season, and then spent a couple of years with Minnesota before he went on over to Detroit. See, Minnesota could have picked up Billups, but they let him go in free agency, and that's when they picked up Sam Cassell. But if you can imagine Billups playing that third year with Garnett and that core, there's a way that you could say that they could have beat those Lakers. It went 6 with Cassell. I can see it going 7, and in a 7-game series, anything can happen. But Billups basically did what Iverson did with a defensive team, and he was called Mr. Big Shot for a reason. He went to back-to-back finals, went 50%, got himself a ring, went up against a legendary San Antonio squad. They beat that Lakers squad that was a borderline super team, so were able to get that ring under those circumstances. Iverson's career could have been longer. He didn't want to come off the bench in the end, and there was a couple of teams that made some long playoff stretches that could have helped Iverson probably get to another finals, but he didn't want to do that. I got LTTV Combat Sports says if LeBron never won the ring, would he still have the same opinion about rings? Don't matter. Of course not. That's just common sense. All these players bitching and moaning about not being able to win a ring. The only reason why they're saying that is because they didn't win the ring. If they did win the ring, they wouldn't be having that same energy. As I'm reading MT. Says the only thing he fucked up was not drafting Carmelo Joe Dumars. I can't agree with you more. And then another comment says, you think the Pacers would have won if Tyrese didn't get hurt? You want to know something? Those are some of those questions that is really hard to answer, but the way he was cooking before the Achilles tear, I can't disagree. He brings a lot to his team for what he does. I really wish he could have finished the game 7. I never like watching somebody get that type of injury, especially in the winner take all. But with the energy he brings, I would not have been surprised if they would have pulled it off. It was a 1-point game at halftime. And, just based off the momentum and just the sheer shock of losing a star player, the team just started to slowly unravel. But I say they might have pulled it off if he didn't get hurt. I can't disagree. Excuse me, I can't disagree with that. Tyson Thomas again says the same thing. Rip Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace. Who was that on Fields? On Philly to stop. Well, yeah. That was a strong defensive team. It was built correctly. They stopped young LeBron, and you can see where Wallace, Ben Wallace was a factor because the year they didn't have him. LeBron just stayed in that damn paint and made them pay. But that team was built correctly, very correctly. It was built literally to stop the Lakers, and they did that. Played Shaquille one-on-one, and just, they actually banked on the fact that Kobe was going to try to take that matchup with Tayshaun Prince, and Kobe gambled wrong on that one, I gotta say. Marco Henson again says, I don't know how Indiana will do next year now that Halliburton will miss the next season. Well, if I was Halliburton, I will make sure when I get ready to come right, I'm 100%. I wouldn't try to rush back. Say Achilles usually take a year. So if it was injured in the finals, you would think that he'll be out for the whole year. They have some good pieces that I will keep. I will really try to give T.J. McConnell more minutes. He showed his value to the team in this finals, both offensively and defensively, and just give a little bit. I think it's next man up on their team. Their team seemed like they have very good chemistry. Rick Carlisle actually cost them Game 5, and I know he's probably kicking himself right now because of that. Because then the Halliburton injury may have never happened if it never went to Game 7, and definitely you would have closed it out in 6. Carlisle took T.J. McConnell out too early when he had the hot hand. Suppose they had rolled the hot hand, but he didn't, and it cost him the game. And I didn't think that a seasoned coach like Carlisle would make that type of rookie mistake, but he made it, and here we are. Regardless, it was a good finals all the way up into the Halliburton injury. But shout out to OKC for winning their first championship in OKC, even though we all know that it was the Seattle Supersonics at one point. Tyrese Thomas again says the fact that you got Chauncey Billups over Allen Iverson because of that ring proves LeBron's point. No, it actually doesn't. I'm not going to just sit up here and I said for what they brought to the team. I know that Allen Iverson has a shit ton more talent than Chauncey Billups, but what did that talent get him versus what did Billups' talent get him? So, MT says he cost him Game 4. Was that Game 4? Was it? I'm trying to remember the game that they could have went up 3-1. So I guess it would have been. No. It was Game 5 because that's when the momentum shifted. He said MT says he sat Tyrese too long in Game 4. That's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. But yeah, Tyson Thomas, yeah, for what their talent was between Billups and Iverson, Billups did more with his talent and was able to get a ring out of it. And Allen Iverson, and we have to keep in mind that he kind of made his career shorter than it needed to be. Marco Hinton says it's crazy how 3 players all wearing the number 0 got injured in this year's playoffs. Damn. Good. Lillard, 0. Tyrese, 0. And what would that be? Jason Tatum, he wears 0. What number did old boy in Cleveland wear? Was it 2? Garland. What number did Garland wear? But yeah, that Achilles monster killed 3 players this playoffs, and I don't know if it's the shoes or what. Okay, Tyson Thomas. No, he didn't. You don't factor accolades. So Klay Thompson is better than Reggie Miller too. Accolades, huh? What accolades did Reggie Miller win? I don't remember him winning the MVP. Did he win a 6-man? And I don't think Reggie Miller. So if Klay Thompson better than Reggie Miller. That's a close one. I don't know. I say they cancel each other out. Marco hitting Jaylen Brown. No. Let me see. Golden Platinum says, yeah, he could have won in 6. It's like if players like Naismith and I can't pronounce that other name get torched, take them out. Yeah. If somebody's getting torched, you got to take them out. Tyson Tyrus said, no, I'm asking. But the Klay Thompson and Reggie Miller, because I don't think Reggie Miller had any accolades. That's the only reason why I say that they probably cancel each other out. You told me to stop. Okay, stop what? You're asking me for my opinion, so I don't know what you want me to stop. Let me see. Rasul Thomas, Wiggins to LA when got him traded his rookie year is wild. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I wonder how that conversation would go. Oh, let me see. He was getting cooked. He was definitely getting cooked, MT. Marco Hitton. Jalen was the old other player wearing 0 who got injured. But was he out? So it's official that Jaylen Brown got injured? Because I don't think I heard Jaylen Brown got injured. Or was it like a nagging injury, or was it an actual like injury where if it would have went 7, wait, did he go 7? Yeah, it did go 7. So he got injured in game 7 as well? I don't know. I need more information on that. Tyrus Timers told me to stop the BS. Well, we all have opinions. So, you know. I know mine is not the popular one, but you still haven't answered my question, what accolades did Reggie Miller win? Because you said I was not accounting accolades with Allen Iverson, and you asked me about Klay Thompson and Reggie Miller. So what accolades did Reggie Miller win, and what accolades did Klay Thompson win? Because I don't think they both won any accolades besides what, 3-point shooting championships. So All-Star game accolades count as well? I don't know. You tell me. Because says the accolades reference to Allen's was to Allen Iverson and Chauncey Billups. Okay, so Allen Iverson won a scoring title. He won an MVP. I don't think Billups had any notable. I think he won a what the hell is that off the bench? Damn, 6-man award. I gotta double check. I think he won a 6-man award once, but I'll look into that. But of course, Allen Iverson is more decorated than Chauncey Billups, but Chauncey Billups has a trophy and a Finals MVP. That has to count for something. Naismith kept trying to draw offensive fouls and head jump back 30 feet like you can't do that to Shaw or the SGA, and he's going to make it. Okay, that's true. There was a lot of flopping going on. I know that didn't make me happy. He says Boston went 6. Okay, yeah, that's right. They did go 6. Because it would have been 7 back in Boston, correct. Now my memory's starting to recover. Jaylen Brown particularly tore his meniscus. Oh, shit, did he really? He'll be ready for the start of the season. Oh, man, so they both got injured. That's crazy. So even if he did play in Game 7, when did he tear that meniscus? I'm curious. Because that if he tore his meniscus in Game 5 or 6, then they probably would have got blown out in Game 7. Walking 6 fouls the whole finals. Naismith was a walking 6 fouls the whole finals. I can agree. I didn't like how Naismith was playing. That's why I said that if Indiana would have won, more than likely TJ McConnell would have won the finals MVP because I think he was more impactful. Tyson Thomas has another comment. It says, yes, it accounts for something when comparing players in the same tier. Billups is not on the same tier as Allen Iverson. Okay, I can see your point. MT partially torn meniscus. Yeah, torn is torn. Especially when it comes to the game of basketball when you need to make lateral moves. So yeah, something that's partially torn could turn to completely torn if you make the wrong move. Gold and platinum, like Lacefish is good at shooting threes. If you're not using him to shoot, why is he on the court? That's facts. I can't argue with that. That's a great point. It's just like, in football, you bring out your slot receiver and never throw him the ball. So what's the point of him being out there? It's Marco Hinton again. It says SGA on the Thunder is still getting a lot of hate in social media, especially Facebook. Well, I was always under the impression I don't really necessarily listen to social media. A lot of people like to vent their frustrations because either their team didn't win or the player that they really, really, really support didn't win, and it's just it has a way of letting people just kind of either be sore losers or just vent. I don't know where all this SGA hate came from. I know there's a few channels out there that's going up against SGA because they support Jokic and all this other stuff. But he's a good player. He proved that he's a different echelon now that he got a championship, and not just a championship, an MVP, a Finals MVP, and I think he got the Western Conference MVP too. So I don't know. Adam says I'd rather have Aaron Wiggins. Yeah, Aaron Wiggins is more of a solid player right now than Andrew Wiggins. Some people are even saying, is he even motivated to play basketball since the trade from Golden State to Miami? So MT says Brown got his surgery, so he should be straight. Yeah, if he got that surgery early enough and let it rest, I just don't want to see good players. I don't want to see any players get hurt like that. Adam again says, but Andrew Wiggins is all right. Yeah, if he's motivated. Orange says Lakers is trash. Right now they are. I know Elder was on here talking about Luka getting motivated, Luka getting this, Luka getting that. I haven't seen it in the 8 years the man's been in the league. So, sometimes you are what your habits are. So we'll see at the start of the season. If he found a reason to be motivated and turn his career completely around from the trajectory it's going in, I'm not saying in a positive way. I'm just saying turn it around from all the negativity that he's been getting, like fat Luka and Luka that don't play defense. If he could turn those things around and show that he's that type of player, that'll be good for his brand. Golden Platinum says SGA is a bucket. I can't lie, I'm definitely still salty. The Nuggets choked. Well, there was a couple of games where Jokic didn't show up like he usually does. And that was the reason why they lost those 2 games. But he had a team around him. Aaron Gordon had 2 game winners in that 7-game series. So he don't got no help shit. I don't know what to say. Marlon, he asked where's the link ticket. If you look up the comments, he dropped the link like 3 or 4 times. You got to scroll up the comments for the link. Rasul Thomas says Wiggins ain't been the same since his wife cheated on him. Yeah, a lot of those things kind of play into your mindset, and if you ain't 100% focused, it comes out in your game. MT says, don't forget SGA won the scoring title too, bro. Yeah, that should not be understated. He won the scoring title with his game. He stayed mid-range. He got to the free throw line. He did what he needed to do. I don't know where all this free throw line merchant nonsense came from, and nobody was saying that about James Harden years ago, or not this loudly. Let me see. MT says this year. Okay, yeah. Golden Platinum. You think Warriors can get him? You think Warriors could get him? Get who? Andrew Wiggins? They already had Andrew Wiggins. Where do you think Giannis should go? Oh, okay. So you probably. I don't know. I don't think Giannis is the type of person to like jump ship like that. He says he wants to stay in Milwaukee until further notice. I guess he wants to stay in Milwaukee. Marlon says that link gone now. Damn. The links could disappear? Russell Thomas, why is everyone hating on SGA? I have the slightest idea. I really don't. Maybe it's because he's not from this country. I know the last few championships, if I can go back to Milwaukee, then after Milwaukee, it was Giannis, Jokic, then we had Boston, and then now SGA. So what? 3 out of the last 4 championships have been from star players that are not from this country. I don't know. Does that have something to do with it? I don't know. I need to get in on this. Well, if Ticket don't shut the stream down, I would love for you to hit the link and come up here. Marlon again says people already talking about Shea better than peak Bron. I don't know. He's got to put a little bit more on his resume before that conversation can even be happening. Rasul Thomas says he's been balling for years now. Yeah, he has been. He's very consistent, but his team hasn't been winning. Last year they lost in the second round. This year they won the championship. The year before that, I don't even think they made the playoffs. I may be wrong. But yeah, if he keeps going, he makes another finals or conference finals or something, you can start having that conversation. But he didn't need no super team to get it. Marco Hinton says SGA is the first Canadian to win the finals MVP. Good for him. That I didn't even realize that now that I think about it. I did not realize that. No, he's not the first Canadian to win the MVP because Steve Nash is maybe the first Canadian, but don't quote me on that. Golden Platinum says, do you think OKC is a dynasty, though? Absolutely not. You can't be a dynasty winning one. Dynasty has to mean multiple because everyone has kind of blew their team up. Well, that's why we play the game, because you can't be the champion on paper, and anything can happen the next season. Look at the Milwaukee Bucks. Look at the Denver Nuggets. Look at the Los Angeles Lakers. All these teams didn't repeat. The only team that ever repeated was the Golden State Warriors in the last few years. MT says, don't be surprised if Giannis goes to Boston if Giannis requests a trade. I think he will try to probably get the same hate that KD did if he ends up going to Boston. And I don't think the league would do that. Will let him go to Boston for obvious reasons. And Boston trade Jay Brown. But they got to make that salary match. And I don't think Giannis is making $300 million. Milwaukee should just rebuild. Why should Milwaukee rebuild Golden Platinum? They're only a couple of pieces away. I know they got the Dame injury, but that's going to kind of make it hard to rebuild when you got one of your max players on the injury list for the whole upcoming season. Q Statch or Satch. I hope I said it right. How do you feel about the Kyrie extension with the Mavs? And we need point guard help. Who do you think we should go after? Well, I'm happy for Kyrie. Let me just say that after everything that he went through in Brooklyn, after certain ESPN pundits saying that he should only play for 1-year contracts, it's good to see that he's getting his money. I think Kyrie is a humble individual. I do like his game, but he's going to be out for a significant time next year. I don't know. With that type of system that they're running with Jason Kidd, I don't really know now that things are starting to move. You can ask me that after the draft. You can always find somebody that can spell. I know. Do they still got Dinwiddie that's going to be playing the point guard for them until Kyrie gets back? I don't know the Dallas Mavericks roster as well as I know others, but the good thing about that is you got the draft coming up. I think it's a lock that Cooper Flagg's going to Dallas. But you got AD, you got some great pieces all around. You just got to just stay above water until Kyrie gets back. Let Kyrie come back and play himself back into shape. And you don't need him to do everything because you actually got a team. And I think they'll be fine. I would like to see them win. That'll be great. But let me see. He's a free agent now, so it must be Dinwiddie. So you still got this free agents out there. Got to see what Boston's going to do, if they're going to blow it up. Again, you got to see if Milwaukee's going to blow it up. Let me see what other teams out there. You see the Suns blowing it up. Yeah, you got the Memphis Grizzlies that might potentially blow it up. So you can see what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to get like Ja or anything like that. But I would not be surprised if Ja's on the move. With all the controversies, and now you got ESPN pundits saying people don't want to come to Memphis. I don't know why he would say that, but that just hurts another small market team. But I don't know. It's gonna be insane. I think it's gonna be an NBA arms race now. Marco Hinton says the media is always hating on small market teams. Gilbert Arenas is saying that 10 years down the road, the Thunder's champion will be forgotten. 10 years down the road, Gilbert Arenas will be forgotten more than the Thunder championships. Champions are never forgotten, but those who don't win championships are usually forgotten. All these, NBA players, ex-NBA players bitching and moaning about the fact that, and plus I don't believe anything that Gilbert Arenas says anyway. I don't like him as a person. I think he's a scumbag for things that he does on and off his podcast. I just think he does and he's already admitted that he'll say anything for likes, and he wants to be a troll. Let me see. Tyson Thomas has got another one for you, Giannis or Karl Malone. Ooh, well, complete body of work, Karl Malone. What Giannis did for Milwaukee will have to put him over Karl Malone because he did it in shorter time. He got more MVPs. Or I think they got the same amount of MVPs. They do. Same amount of MVPs. Giannis has a defensive player of the year. Karl Malone doesn't. Karl Malone had a multitude of 60-win teams. Went to the finals in Utah twice, in LA once. But in LA, he was a role player. In Utah, he was the man. He made the playoffs with the Utah Jazz every year that he was on the team. But I will have to put Giannis over him because of the ring. I will have to. And and Giannis is a better defensive player than he is. Marco Hinton said Draymond Green clapped back at Arenas saying anyone who hasn't won a championship shouldn't be saying anything. And I don't agree with everything that Draymond Green says. I don't think I would agree to anything but this. Yes. Why do we have players bitching and moaning about ring culture when you never won a ring? And the person I really got smoked with is Tracy McGrady. How dare you sit up there and say you never had an opportunity to win a ring when you was with Houston? You had Yao Ming, you had not Reaves, what the hell is his name? With the St. John's, push Kobe, they ended up playing with Kobe, Meta World Peace, but Ron Artest. Yeah, Ron Artest, Luis Scola, had Brooks coming off the bench. You had, I think, Grogic at one point. They won 22, 23, maybe 24 straight. They were picked to compete with the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, but they lost in the first round to the Mavs by giving up the first 2 games of that series, and they won 2 games on the road to tie it. Then they lost Game 5 at home. Then they won Game 6 on the road. Then they lost Game 7 on the road. What the hell are you talking about? You didn't have an opportunity. You did. You had multiple good teams in Houston, but guess what? His body didn't hold up. He was the one getting injured. Then after he started to come back, then Yao Ming started to get injured. And then Yao Ming couldn't play for a whole season. But he had competitive teams. He's the one that chose to go to the West. He could have stayed in the East where it was easier. Now, I give him a small pass for the Orlando years. He was young. He was supposed to be playing with what's his name? Grant Hill. Grant Hill was getting injured every year, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. But the one thing that we have to say, he never got out the first round as the man. Now, he got to the finals when he was riding the bench with San Antonio, but we're talking about you as the star player, and you never got out the damn first round. You lost a 3-1 lead to the Detroit Pistons when you yourself in 2003 said, oh, it feels good to be out of the first round, up 3-1, and didn't win another game that series. That's on you. That's not on anybody else. That was on you. So don't sit up here and try to, rewrite history saying you never had a chance to have a team built around you. That's fucking cap. Cap. Gilbert Arenas, you're the one that took the damn gun into the damn locker room with your teammate over betting. Washington was getting better every year. You tanked your own damn future. You could have got out there. That's another person that didn't get out the first round. So it's like, dude, well, maybe he did get out the first round. Either he got out, didn't get out the second round, or didn't get out the first round. But Gilbert Arenas, I don't want to hear shit that you got to say. You shortened your own NBA career because you wanted to do things your way. Don't cry about somebody else winning championships when you had every opportunity to do that. Maybe play better. Maybe not miss free throws in the clutch. Maybe not miss defensive assignments. Maybe not take 30-foot threes when you're up by 2. If those things happen, maybe you'll be called a champion. But you didn't do those things. You went over to Orlando and got traded to Orlando. You didn't do shit in Orlando. And you was playing with a young Dwight Howard. You didn't do nothing over there. You wasn't agent zero over there. You wasn't. Stop it. You were the source of the reason why you didn't win the championship. So you can't blame anybody else. If you're going to do something, look in the damn man in the mirror and blame yourself. But people don't want to do that. That's why I give shout outs to Charles Barkley. What he said. He said it comes with the game. He knew the game. He's a great player, but he can't go into those rooms with players that won championships. You knew what this was when you came into the league. So, these players complaining about that, man, that's on them. That's 100% on them. So it's sad that they're attacking ring culture, but GMs, we're going into the draft tomorrow. You got GMs that are putting their head down and trying to figure out how they're going to win a championship. How are they going to copy the mold that OKC just did or Indiana just did? Owners want to, okay, let me start all over. Most owners want to win championships because you get prestige that way. You could be like the old owner of the Clippers and just be happy that you're making money because you don't want to win championships because you got another team in your city that's winning all the championships. You could do that, but you want to be prestigious. You go over to any other sport, baseball. Who's the most prestigious franchise? You got the Yankees. Most championships. That's why they're the most prestigious. You go to hockey. Who's got the most championships? What, the Edmonton Oilers? They're prestigious because of championships. You go to football. Who got the most championships and be prestigious? I guess it's the New England Patriots. They got 6. You got the Steelers and I think the 49ers got 5. The Cowboys got 5. A few other teams were 4, 3, and 2, and 1. But do you think those other teams that never won a championship? Ask a Detroit fan would they want a championship. I guarantee you they say yes. Don't ask me about soccer because I don't know nothing about soccer. But championships is why you play the game, everybody. Championships is why you play the game. Is there any more comments? Steelers have 6 too. Thank you, Q. Steelers have 6. Let me see. They won 5 in the 70s, I think. Yeah, okay. That's right. They won 5 in the 70s. No, they didn't. They won 4 in the 70s. Bill Cowher won 1. And wait a minute, shit. Yeah, Bill Cowher won 1 and Mike Tomlin won 1. Am I correct? 4 in the 70s, Bill Cowher or Mike Tomlin. Matter of fact, short story, Super Bowl 30 was the first Super Bowl I ever watched. Steelers and Cowboys. Neil O'Donnell, 2 interceptions in the third quarter. Shaking my head. But, yeah, prestigious franchise. Thank you, Q. You said yes. 4 in the 70s. Bill Cowher won, then retired, and then Mike Tomlin took over. He beat, oh, that's right, they beat Arizona and Kurt Warner. That's right. And you already know who I was rooting for, be it that I'm from St. Louis. I did not want to see the Arizona Cardinals, who used to be the St. Louis Cardinals. I did not want to see them win that damn Super Bowl. I was like, go, Steelers, go. And when Harrison stripped Kurt Warner and took it in for 6, I was jumping up and down. I did not want to see the Cardinals win that damn Super Bowl. I didn't care. And when they tied the game up, I was like, please, Roethlisberger, please come down here and just end this. Yeah, they screwed my state over for 2 teams and 3 teams if you count the St. Louis Hawks. But yeah, they took 2 teams from my hometown that won championships. Let that sink in. The St. Louis Hawks are the only team that put a blemish on Bill Russell's 11-1. They lost to the St. Louis Hawks in 7. Bob Pettit, Game 7. And then the St. Louis Rams. Then next thing you know, they're back in LA. I'm still bitter about it. I don't know if y'all can tell. But yeah, you win championships, you become prestigious in all sports. Mention football, mention baseball, mention hockey, basketball. We know it's an arms race between the Boston Celtics and the LA Lakers. Why? Because they're considered the 2 franchises with the most championships. That's the one thing that they talk about. Whenever you go to a Boston or you're drafted to the Boston Celtics, they tell you we're about winning championships here. When you get drafted to the Lakers, you've been told you're part of a tradition. Look what Magic Johnson said about what's his name? Without Curry and Thompson and Draymond, they don't have any rings. Absolutely, DC. Marlon said, but championships shouldn't be the end all be all when you're ranking players. I never said that should be the end all be all, but guess what they are? They're the ultimate draw 4 card. Who's my favorite running back of all time? Barry Sanders. Love the way he moved. Love the way he just took off on you. Yeah, remember Jerome Bettis played for the St. Louis Rams at one point. We traded him. Don't know why we traded him. We traded him to Pittsburgh. Then we drafted Lawrence Phillips, which was a nightmare. So then that following season, we had to play Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. And, of course, that was Jerome Bettis' revenge game, and he just ran up and down the goddamn field on us. Marlon says he has 0 championships. Yeah, but if I rank Barry Sanders against, Terrell Davis, and I can't stand Terrell Davis. I don't even think he should be a Hall of Famer, to be honest with you. He has such a short shelf life. I don't give a damn if he did score or run for 2,000 yards. What was that? Jamal Lewis ran for 2,000 yards. He ain't nowhere near the damn Hall of Fame. And I think Jamal Lewis won a Super Bowl with the Ravens. But oh well. Yeah. He don't got no rings. But there's a lot of moving parts with that as well. He also didn't play defense. He also didn't play quarterback. Let me see. Big 10, 10X. Hey, let's pivot. What additional players should the Rockets add? Quentin Grimes. They only gave up 2 players for KD, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they're definitely going to need a backup point guard. A solid backup point guard. And I will say I would get another backup small forward, maybe a catch and shoot small forward, because we know Kevin Durant ain't gonna play all 82. And yes, Q, only because he was in Detroit. Absolutely. If he was with San Francisco, if he was with any other team, if he was with Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I think he'll win a championship. But going back to Big Park's question, backup point guard and another small forward. I wouldn't be. Let me see who's out there that's a catch and shoot small forward. I don't know, man. Reed Shepard is really nice, man. Like to watch his game. That's a good fit. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Marco Hidden says one more time. He says if Barry Sanders had the offensive line Emmitt Smith had, he would have won multiple championships. I watched Barry Sanders beat the defending champ Cowboys, and he had like 194 yards. So he had 194 yards with a plug and play offensive line, and plus two, he had Kramer at quarterback. He had Scott Mitchell, Charlie Batch. I think he retired after Charlie Batch, but he didn't have the type of quarterbacks, especially in the black and blue division. Got me talking about football. Got me back in the black and blue division. You had Brett Favre, Randall Cunningham, and before Randall Cunningham, you had Warren Moon that played for the Minnesota Vikings. Chicago was never really a factor. Tampa Bay was never really a factor, so it's like you had to deal with Favre and Minnesota, and you had to leapfrog them because they was always going to battle it out. And then you had Detroit. So that's why I was kind of rooting for Detroit all last year, and I like those new black helmets. I think I never really liked just the silver bullet helmets. I love the black helmets with the blue lion on it. I thought that was unique. I thought that was special. And the black jersey. They've had the black jerseys for a while. I want to say ever since 01, 02 with the Joey Harrington years. But they definitely look nice when they were winning football games. Let me see. Let's see what else. Who thinks that OKC will repeat or will come close to repeating next year? The Rockets come up because, Durant is an offensive threat, a good offensive threat. I could even say borderline great offensive threat. But who sees the OKC repeating? Because I don't know. It all depends on who they lose. Who's going to want their money at another team? What they do in the draft. So it's kind of funny that the draft is so close to the seventh game of the NBA Finals. I don't remember it being like this in recent years. Really don't. Marlon says, bro, Durant is great. You don't have to hesitate on saying that. You're right. You're right. I just had to kind of like see who would I put above him. And that's the only reason why I hesitated. He is a great offensive threat for what his skill set is and what he brings to the table. So that's gonna be amazing on Houston, barring injury, because we gotta always say that, especially how the Achilles monster seems to be out and biting people. So yeah, don't sleep on Ime, and that's another person that I'm happy for after the media tried to kill him. But Ime is showing that he's a good coach, borderline great. I will hesitate with that. He built a team in Boston that ended up winning the championship the year after he left. So I would like to see him get a ring and prove that he's a great coach. I would love to see that. I'm glad they locked him up as far as contract wise. He deserves it for what he did for Houston. Houston was a laughing stock the last 2 years. Well, not counting this year, a laughing stock. Didn't think anything was going to be good coming out of Houston, and he was able to get them the second seed. He was able to. They competed against Golden State. They had them on the ropes. They should have beat them, but they didn't have the type of playmaker that they needed in the fourth quarter, so that's why they failed. For the most part, I see good things with Houston. I don't know what the hell New York's going to do. They don't even got a coach. I would like to see them get Mike Malone. Mike Brown is out there. Tyler Jenkins is out there. So I just think they fired him. You know, you don't get a team to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time, and then in 25 years, and then get the axe. I blame Brunson for getting Tibbs fired. Game one was I would put a lot on Brunson because he was controlling the ball, making some big mistakes. And then in game two, he wanted to take that damn three when they were only down by 2 for some strange reason. And, you know, he looked at the end of the game like, oh, I screwed up badly. They did bounce back in game 3, lost game 4, and it was won game 5, and then it was a wrap in game 6. So I'd at least gave him one more year. But you can't just fire a coach and not have a damn backup plan. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Makes no sense to me. But I'm looking forward to the draft. Next year is looking like it's going to be another action-packed year full of storylines. Bring on NBC games. Bring on this new commentary group. I wish them all well. I just want to see good basketball. I think any basketball fans would say the same thing. But for the most part, everybody, my phone is definitely on 6%, and I got to get ready for work myself. I appreciate everybody on the panel. Shout out to Ticket. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Elder. Shout out to Freddie G. Next time Ticket lets me in, we'll cook. I appreciate everybody, and thank you for tuning in.